All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The August 5th, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and sprinkler system, so if alarms should go off, please leave through the exits. Our marshals will be outside. They'll tell you when it's safe to come back in. We make this statement just as a matter of course. There's no reason to believe that will ever take place, but in abundance of caution, we've been asked to do that. Our invocation today is being given by the Reverend Ed Lovelady of All Saints Episcopal Church, and I've been advised that he's ending his pastoral relationship and is retiring and actually leaving our community to go up to the state of Washington, and I want to thank him at this time for being so kind to us and joining us on so many occasions and lending us your wisdom, and we wish you very, very well in the rest of your life. So with that, we'll ask Reverend Lovelady, All Saints Episcopal Church, to please come forward, and everyone please rise and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we know you to be a God of grace and mercy. Bestow on the members of this council the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may do the work of this council, seeking to make our city a place where all people find justice and peace. Bless all who come before this council today with your grace of patience and truth. All this we ask in your holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey. Good morning, everybody. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian is going to recognize the August Citizen of the Month. Councilwoman.
We have what I consider silent heroes among us here within our communities. These are people who don't get a lot of publicity. You don't see their pictures in the paper. Nobody's claiming these gigantic accomplishments that they've made. But they're people who work day after day to help their neighbors. They're people who go out there and take the extra effort to try and draw people together to improve our community. And today we get to honor one of those silent heroes, Pat Mulhall. Will you please come up here? On the TV, you'll see his neighborhood and a little bit of what he accomplished. He's a little shy. He said he didn't want to talk too much or anything, but we're not shy in talking his praises. So I just wanted to tell you that he's one of those men that as that point came in time in an older neighborhood, an older rural preservation type neighborhood with all of the businesses crowding them in and everything, and the inner part of that area began to deteriorate with weeds and graffiti and didn't look too good. He rallied the neighbors, has done it consistently, with dedication and hard work, and has helped them to bring an ambience of we're together in all this and an aura of beauty within the Artesian neighborhood, and helped to keep the Artesian Neighborhood Association going strong. Hard work, passion, advocacy have helped to bond the residents of the area near Valley View, and it's because of Pat that they've been able to do this. He's been their president, and he has received 3 Neighborhood Partnership Fund grants from the city to work in beautifying that area. You'll see that, I'm assuming that you're seeing the wall where all the weeds were. Is that showing? Oh, it's already shown. That means I'm talking too long, huh? Okay, well, you saw that area, and what was that?
I said you said it, I didn't.
I know, but you wanted to say it. In any case, I just, from the bottom of my heart, I think these are just as important as many of the other things we do in the city, many of the other things that get a lot of attention. That day-to-day effort, meeting when you don't want to meet, coming home from a job or from something else, and having to put in the work to try and bond us together as a neighborhood. So you saw the Artesian Neighborhood Monument sign, and now you get to see and hear a few words from Pat Mulhall, who we're going to honor today as our Citizen of the Month. Pat.
Thank you, Lois. I didn't prepare a speech, but I want you to know this was really a neighborhood project, and it didn't take a lot of effort to get the people to come out, because it just said, we're going to do it, and we need your help. And you should have seen all the rocks that we laid down in the middle of the street, and we'd wondered how we were going to ever get them in place. But it was 3 different years that we've worked on that, and thanks to all of the help from the city. I mean, it was just a great project. And the most important thing was the neighbors. They really enjoyed doing what we did. Thank you.
One last thing I want to say, too, as sometimes when you have rural areas, you have problems when we have individuals who come in who want to build a bigger business or a bigger building. And we had a bigger school coming into the area, and there was some feeling by the residents, oh my goodness, we're going to lose our rural feeling. But Pat, you and the rabbi and all the others, over 2.5 tough years of negotiation, were able to achieve a win-win on both sides. I went to the groundbreaking, and the mayor was there also, and everybody was so pleased and so grateful for the neighborhood welcoming. So thank you very much. And here we have the proclamation for Pat. Thank you very much. This you get to have. And you know, Pat, just so you don't forget the city where you've lived so long, we have a framed remembrance. And then, Pat, guess what? You get to have here on one of our city corners the Citizen of the Month. You. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For our next item, Councilman Ricky Barlow is going to recognize a special Little League team. Councilman.
Yeah, you can assist me, if you will, please. Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, today I have an opportunity to recognize some young athletes who have won the Community Little League Championship in Ward 5. And today I would like to call forward Mr. Fred Herron, who is the Vice President of Community Little League, as well as Mr. Ricky Towers and Mike Akers, if you will come forward as well to assist me in passing out the recognition awards. And in the process, Mayor and Council, I just want to share with you that these young people have done such an outstanding job in the community of really performing well, not only on the field, but in the classroom as well. And at this time, Mike, if you will, I'm going to put you on the spot and just say a few words in regards to Little League overall. You've been doing such a great job for so many years, and man, I just really wanted to say thank you for all the hard work that you have put in regards to the young people in our community. Mike?
Well, thank you, but I'm not here to be honored. The boys and girls are here to be honored. You got me on a spot here. Okay, Little League in Las Vegas is very strong for the boys and girls. It's an organization that works very hard to keep the youth alive and doing the right things in the city of Las Vegas. The boys and girls enjoy the program. I enjoy the program. The many, many volunteers that we have enjoy the program. And starting in 2 weeks, we'll be leaving for San Bernardino, and I'm taking 3 teams from Las Vegas area up there for the Western region. So, again, thank you for the recognition to the boys and girls of Community Little League. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And also, Ricky Towers as well as Fred Herron has been running the program, the Community Little League program, out at Doolittle for a number of years, and I would be remiss if I didn't allow Ricky Towers to just say a few words in regards to the program, the successful program that you've been running for so many years. And I want to thank you and Fred both for the great job that you all have done for so many years for the kids in the community. Ricky.
Good morning. Thanks to the council for inviting us this morning. There were no losers in this league. 5 teams. Mario's Bulldogs were the fortunate ones to come out champions. I just want to say thanks to the City of Las Vegas Parks and Leisure for the upgrades at the facility. We got pop-up sprinklers. We got warning tracks last year. We got just so many upgrades at the facility. So we want to thank to the City of Las Vegas. I want to thank my staff, all the coaches, Mike Akers, and 16 years, Fred and I have been in the trenches just making sure that kids learn crime prevention, leadership, education, mentorship. That's what the league is about. And I just want to thank you, Ricky, for supporting us. Thanks.
Thank you. And as my recognition to you, the Bulldogs, and to your coaching staff, I want to congratulate you before the mayor and city council and to the entire state of Nevada who's watching this broadcast here today. And so with that, I would like to ask let me get my list. Pass me my list real quick. I left it behind me. Yes, that's it. Thank you. I would like to ask that the coaches come forward as well. And thank you. I would like to ask that the coaches come forward. Mr. Mario Berlanga, please come forward. Jay Davila, please come forward. Victor Dunn Sr., Deputy Chief, North Las Vegas. Terry Trotter. And Abdul Smith, please come forward. And you all can assist me in passing out the trophies to the young people as they come forward. Yeah, you all can sit yourself down and assist me with the young people. I believe that it's very important that Abdul, all right? Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. I believe that we have to recognize our young people and support and stand behind our young people as much as possible. And so for that, I would like to call off each and every one of their names because they did such an outstanding job, and recognizing them before a public setting is very important. So for that, I would like to call for Mr. Tyrell Jones. Come forward, please. Okay. Eric Arias. Well, they can just stand right here in the middle. Just have them turn around. Victor Dunn Jr. Lucas Crockett. You all can turn around. There you go. Perfect. Tyrone Brandon. Charles Shufford. Thank you. David Washington. This is Chief Dave Washington's grandson. Vanessa Gonzalez. Here you go. Donovan Howard. Daniel Ibera. Tyshawn Thomas. Zion Henry. Babe Ruth. Russell Johnson. Andres Prince. Tina Berlanga. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe this concludes the championship for the Bulldogs here in Ward 5. Let's give them all a round of applause. Isaiah January. Where's Isaiah's January? Come forward. Congratulations to you all, and thank you so very much, and continue to keep up the great work. Thank you all so very much. Thank you. Mario? And Mayor and Council, this is Mario from Mario's Market, and Mario has always done such an outstanding job in the community. And Mario, would you just please say a couple of words on behalf of your team?
Well, they're a great team. I'm grateful they got us here, and it was hard work, but they did it. But the kids brought you guys, the council and the mayor, a gift also. Hold on a second.
I hope the gift is teaching me how to throw a strike. I have pitched, since I've been the mayor, I have thrown 22 pitches out at Cashman. 2 strikes, okay? I think I described my last pitch, which was unbelievable. It was as though it was a Texas leaguer going towards third base. I have no idea what happened. So if you guys could straighten me out, I'd appreciate it. That's what I did. Okay. Well, I did sign the sweet spot on the balls. Yeah, right. I hit somebody. I hurt somebody. Oh, that's a cool shirt.
We invite you to the council members.
Thank you.
And
that's cool.
jersey.
Very nice.
Councilman Reese. Mayor Goodman.
Okay.
Councilman Knight.
Thank you.
Councilman Ross.
Thank you.
Councilman Cartini.
The only thing is, we have to hear that song sometime, maybe not today, about who let the dogs out. That's from the dog. That's what they told me to know. Yeah, very nice.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank everybody. For our next item, the Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Reese, is going to recognize the accomplishments of some students from Ira J. Earl Elementary School. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. It seems like we're always recognizing those great things that our young people do. And it wouldn't be possible if we didn't have those teachers and parents and principals that help us along the way. I would like to ask Principal Bonnie Townsend and Assistant Principal Rebecca Lopez to please come up and join us today as we honor these students from. Is the mic on? Hello? Hello? Anyhow, we're going to recognize the students from Ira J. Earl Elementary School for their Great American Pride Award. We had a ceremony at the school. These students received their certificates from the city of Las Vegas at the school. I thought it'd be nice to bring them up here and recognize them for their accomplishments at the City Council today. The students must meet certain requirements in order to qualify for the Great American Pride Award. They need to recite the Gettysburg Address and preamble to the Constitution, recite the U.S. presidents in chronological order, recite the states and the state capitals in alphabetical order, sing the Star-Spangled Banner, and write the Pledge of Allegiance in cursive. Even I couldn't do that. I would like to ask the students to come up as I call them out. Nicole Taylor, Jose Garolo, Jelaine and Jaylene Calvo, Paulina Gomez Jimenez, Alexia Thrower, Melissa Rodriguez, Brenda Sanchez Diaz, Joseph Torres, Evelyn Gutierrez, Julian Quintana, Jure Thomas, Jose Alberto Mendez, Jessica Garcia, Crystal Martinez, Lucio Ortez Esperanza, and Alejandra Ramos. I would invite the teachers up today also, but they're still at school. So we appreciate the students coming today. And I believe today they're going to recite the Gettysburg Address for us. Okay, that's fine. As Councilman Ross says, this is a team effort here. Can anybody tell me the capital of Idaho real quic? Hey, how about that, huh? What's the capital of Nevada? Are we going to make it Las Vegas pretty soon? Okay, I think we're ready now.
So conceived and so dedicated can longer do. We are met on the great battlefield of that war.
We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hollow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little know nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us the living rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work, which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced.
It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause.
For which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people by
Thank you very, very much. And they say this country's in bad shape. This country's in good shape. These are our future leaders of not only the city of Las Vegas, but the state and hopefully countrywide. So thank you very much for coming down, you kids. We really appreciate you. Thank you guys for bringing them down. You bet.
That's great. Great job. I asked David Riggleman to time the presentation for the Gettysburg Address. This is one of the greatest speeches maybe in the history of the world. It took these youngsters, a beautiful way that they presented it, 1 minute and 35 seconds. A great speech. Please remember that when you address the council in the future. Okay. For our final item, Councilor Barlow has a presentation.
Mayor, I'll try to remain within 1 minute and 35 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a great opportunity to have someone shadow me for a number of months. I would like to ask for my immediate staff, Steve, Ito, Tanya, to come forward real quick. Please come forward. A young lady by the name of Deborah Deegan contacted my office a number of months ago and asked if she would have an opportunity to come and serve in my office as my student intern. Deborah Deegan is not only a native of Las Vegas, but she has gone on to do great things. She attends Bryn Mawr College in Philadelphia. And Deborah has done such an outstanding job in my office. I wish she didn't have to go, but I understand she must get back to college and continue her career and her endeavors. And so for that, I would like to call her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Deegan, to come forward to assist me in recognizing your daughter appropriately. Mr. Deegan, Mrs. Deegan, would you come forward, please? And Deborah, you can follow right behind your parents. Come forward, please. Let's give Deborah a round of applause. Right. Deborah, she's a very quiet-spoken young lady. However, Deborah is very, very intelligent, and she served my office very well. And Deborah, we are most definitely going to miss you as you depart back to Bryn Mawr College to finish your degree. When Deborah first came to my office, I really thought she was in junior high school. No disrespect. I really thought you were in junior high school. And she says, "No, Councilman, I'm in college and I'm attending Bryn Mawr College, and I would love to serve in your office." And Deborah, you really served us well. And Steve, Ito, and Tanya, myself would like to just say thank you for all of the hard work and dedication that you provided to the office. I do want to say this to put my staff out there. Deborah showed up sooner than my own personal staff to the office, and so I wish you could stick around and help the councilman out in that respect. But I do thank you, and thank you for the opportunity of bringing your professionalism to my office. And so at this time, I would like for you to please just share a few words as far as what you've learned and what your future goals will be, so that the young people here today will have an opportunity to look at you as a young face and be admired and inspired to go on and do great things just as you have and will continue to do. All right? So let me hold this, and I'll hand you the microphone.
Well, this is unexpected, but something I learned in Councilman Barlow's office is to always be prepared. So I would just like to say that this was a wonderful opportunity, and I'm so thankful for him to open up his doors and let me work in his office. I would also like to thank the whole council and their staff for being so welcoming. For all the young people, please stay in school. I know that sounds really corny, and just keep focused and do whatever is passionate towards you. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Deborah. And I do have some more special things for you, but we'll take care of that prior to you departing. But I wanted to recognize you before council just to say thank you on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council. Thank you again. Mayor?
That's it. Great addition this summer. No question. Great addition. Your daughter was a great addition. Thank you. And my wife is going to call you. Okay. I all set? I'm all set. Which kids? Sure. Oh, okay. I'd be happy to shake their hand. Where would they like me to be? Right up here. I'm ready. You all set? Yes. Yes. Right. Right. Okay. Where's my mayor pro tem? You all set? Yes? If they come in here, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll just excuse myself. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin our regular meeting, and we'll call item number 8, which is any items from the morning session that the council, staff, or an applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Council members, do we have any items? Hearing none, Your Honor, we got no items today, buddy.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
We got no items to bring forward.
Okay. And we won't have a motion. Item number 9, approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of July 1st, 2009. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. No addition to deletions. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is discussion and possible action to adjust the compensation for City Manager Elizabeth N. Fretwell. Ms. Fretwell? I'd like you, if you would, to give us a brief overview of the accomplishments of the time that you've been the City Manager, and also a brief overview of the goals that you're setting in order to accomplish in the coming year?
I'd be happy to, Mayor. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. I plan on keeping my comments brief. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have at the end, and I plan on doing exactly that, covering about 6 months' worth of accomplishments, as well as laying out some goal areas for the future. And let me just say, by way of beginning this, that none of these accomplishments that I'll talk about could happen without your guidance and support, or the creativity and hard work of our department heads, and most especially my team, Orlando, Scott. Jim's new, so he doesn't get too many of those kudos yet, but we're looking forward to great things. David, Mark, and Ted. We've done some really hard work over the last 6 months, and I certainly owe them a debt of gratitude for their leadership on a variety of fronts. And of course, none of this could be done without the commitment and dedication of our employees. I mean, they are the ones that make all of these things happen for our community, and we owe them a debt of gratitude for their commitment to that. So I'll just run through some quick highlights of some accomplishments that I felt were notable. Through a fundamental service review, we saved close to $5 million out of our operations. We were able to establish a stabilization fund of about $50 million, the statutory capped allowable amount. We reduced or froze approximately 11% of our positions. That's close to 350 positions over the course of the last year. In our effort to reduce duplication and to minimize some services that had potential for duplication, we eliminated our child care licensing process. We eliminated the city ride bus service. We also consolidated our public information office functions. We maintained our bond ratings. We helped design our own mini stimulus plan, if you will, through our capital improvement program this year. So some of our major projects that weren't totally funded got funded so that we could get them underway. Probably one of the most notable being the Performing Arts Center, not to mention the Mob Museum, City Hall, and a variety of infrastructure projects in the downtown area to try and help create jobs in our local economy now when we need them the most. We also negotiated approximately 1% reductions in wage growth in our union contracts, in our collective bargaining contracts. I kind of say this with a little bit of jest, but we survived the legislature and the initiative process, which were very challenging at times. And I feel like we've enhanced communications with our employees. And I think it's worthy to note that our effort on our community-driven health plan, we've been able to sustain over the last 4 years health care costs growing only about 3.2%, which is significant. I mean, the average is well into the double digits, so I think that's a major accomplishment that we can share with everyone. Where are we going? As I have mentioned to you, there are 3 things that I've maintained focus on since you entrusted me with this position. 1, maintaining our fiscal integrity. 2, sustaining the services to our community. And 3, preserving the jobs of our employees. I take those 3 things very seriously, and every employee hears me talk about them every time I open my mouth at any employee meeting. You have heard it probably more than you want to hear it from me, from my presentations to you. I feel like it's important for me to share with you some of the things I feel we do need to focus in on a little more intently, some objectives over the course of the next year, because they will be challenging to meet for the organization. And certainly there's no way for me to accomplish them on my own. It's going to take all of you, and it's going to take our department heads, our employees, our union leaders, and our community leaders to hit some of these goals. So without further ado, I really have 5 key focus areas I'd like to mention to you today. 1 is further reducing our deficit. We've identified that we need to, prior to beginning our next budget year, about $25 million in savings. If we can reduce $25 million in our ongoing operating costs, not one-shot money, not capital money, long-term operating costs, we can really make huge progress in closing the gap in our $200 million 5-year shortfall, our structural deficit, if you will. I also feel it's incumbent upon us to create a contingency plan for if things continue to get worse. So the $25 million is if everything goes the way we planned. We also need to develop a contingency plan that will help us address things if they get worse, if the economy continues to weaken. I hope that's not the case, but I'd rather be prepared. We also are planning to implement a serious citizen engagement and outreach program. I've talked with each of you about this. It's going to be time intensive. I hope that it will be fruitful and that it will help us as we go into this next budget cycle in providing feedback about the impact of potential cuts to services in our community in a way that will help you make informed decisions, in a way that helps me make informed recommendations to you as we formulate that budget. There'll basically be 3 key pieces to that puzzle. We'll be rolling out a citizen survey in the next couple of months. That will be a reliable and valid survey that UNLV will conduct on our behalf. We will then follow that up with focus groups that we will then use to really refine our data gathering to make sense out of the survey data, as well as the things that we've been hearing just out in the community in our community meetings. And then finally, we'll have a series of informational town halls. Those are a little bit different than the first 2 phases of this. The first 2 phases are data gathering efforts. The town halls are data sharing efforts and recommendation sharing efforts. Not that we won't be open to feedback, but I think it's important for the public to understand that the town halls are result reporting efforts, not necessarily deliberation or dialogue-oriented meetings. And then we'll use that information to formulate budget recommendations for your consideration for our fiscal year 11 budget. I plan on continuing to push our 3 initiatives, the 3 that you've heard us talk a bit about over the last several years. One is sustainability, the second is diversity, the third is Performance Plus. They're not in any priority order. They're all equally important, and I feel like they position us for a reemergence from this economic downturn. They are our long-term strategies. So you can see that of the 5 things I've mentioned so far, some of them are short-term oriented, get us through this budget crunch, through the structural deficit, try and resolve that, get our citizens engaged in that process, but also keeping our eye on the ball long-term through sustainability, diversity, and performance management. There's some key things in those areas I just wanted to mention to highlight on our initiative areas. One is creating the Office of Performance Management. We're doing that with existing resources. It will be led by Maggie Plaster, who's worked in the manager's office as well as the Human Resources Department. She's a very competent individual. I'm excited about her taking that position. She will be working for Mark and Candy to push that along. I would also like to recommend that we have a council priority workshop where we talk about your priorities in light of all the data that we'll be gathering over the fall. I think it's important for us to look at those 8 priorities that we've had in place for quite some time. We haven't tweaked them. We have a lot of new faces on the council. It's probably time. We also have an aggressive goal of installing 5 megawatts of solar at our city facilities. And let me tell you, when I talked with Tom Perigo about this, he said, you know, Betsy, that's pretty aggressive. And I said, I know, but I've not ever been one to shy away from a challenge. So there it is. We're going to try. And we'll be conducting an annual employee survey to really gauge how our employees are engaging with us. As I've mentioned to many of you, this is a time for us to tap into the creativity and innovation of our employees and really make sure that we're creating an environment and a culture where they can give 100% and do that in a way that they're using their best judgment. We need to make sure we're keeping that culture alive, and the only way to really make sure we're doing that is through surveying. So I plan on continuing that as well. There are a few other noteworthy areas that I want to mention to you that are still on the forefront for me. Obviously, the stimulus funding, the ARA funding, we've had a lot of discussions about that. We'll continue to make sure we take advantage of that as quickly as we can. I've mentioned to all of you trying to establish a benefits trust fund. As you know, we have a large, outstanding, unfunded liability. In keeping with that long-term view, I feel like it's important for us to establish that trust fund. Even if we don't have any money to put in it, we need to establish it, and if we have savings that we can, it will be beneficial for us to do that for the long-term view. We need to continue to push our partnerships with the union. Our union leadership is really critical at this point because none of this next year is going to be very easy for our employees. They already work very hard. They're very dedicated, and I'm very proud of them. We still have some more work to do, and we can't do it without them, without their leadership. And then finally, something that I've been really riding Bev, the city clerk, pretty hard on is getting our electronic records management system fine-tuned with a particular focus on getting our atrium building as green as possible before we get there. I'd like to not see moving trucks with boxes of paper in them. I'm hoping that most of that will be electronic by the time we get there. So those are the key things I wanted to mention to you this morning, and I just want to say that I really appreciate your support, the director's support, and the employee support, and of course the deputy manager's support. These first 6 months for me have been one heck of a ride. I laugh that I don't really think I got much of a honeymoon on this ride, but I love it, and I'm having fun despite some of the difficult topics that we're having to take up, and I think that's good because it's important to laugh every once in a while, even in some tough times. We have some hard work to do yet, and I know we can do it. This organization is resilient. I'm very positive about that, and I feel we can attain some of the goals that I've outlined for you, hopefully all of them. And I think these objectives that I've laid out really set the right course for how we manage this organization to achieve your vision and your priorities in a time that we really need that. And a critical piece of that is that we're integrating the citizen feedback into this process, something that we have been doing intuitively and informally for a long time, and we'll begin to formalize that a little bit, and hopefully that will be helpful and build support for what we're trying to do and value in what the government brings to this community every day. And it'll position us for when the economy recovers in a position of strength. So that's it, Mayor. I don't know if I did it in a minute and a half, but I tried.
Well, it was a minute and 35 that the Gettysburg Address was delivered, so you did a very good job. It was well thought out, well reasoned. You came on board, just as you said, when the toughest challenges that this city has faced, maybe ever, were put into motion. And through your dedication and your work ethic, you're helping us get through it. And I think we're going to come out, to be quite frank with you, Ms. Fretwell, a lot stronger in the long run. We're going to define the new employee over the next several months. We're going to find out what our community really wants as well as needs as far as services by involving them in the process. It almost is like the Founding Fathers. This is the way I think government probably was conducted back in the 1770s when local mayors met with their constituents, and the folks that ended up signing the Constitution were probably in the audience or participating and listening to what the public had to say and letting the public have a real imprint on where we are going to go. And you have a tough job. I think I speak for all of us that you do it well, and we appreciate the fact that you are as committed as you are. Nothing easy during these times. Are there any comments or questions? Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem first.
Betsy, you say you've only been here 6 months. I remember you've been here before that.
Just in this job.
Times have been really, really good for the city of Las Vegas. We really benefited from a lot of extra cash to spend. We've done a lot of good things in our parks. We've been able to look forward and say we can do this and this next year. But I'm one, and I want to thank you for your comments. I think you kept yourself very upbeat, which is good. But I really think that in the next few months ahead of us, it's really going to get harder. We haven't even reached the tip of the iceberg yet, and I just hope that our staff can continue to be as upbeat as you seem today, because it's going to be necessary. I appreciate the opportunity that I've had of getting to know you better. I appreciate you taking me into your confidences on some items that we had to discuss in the past. It's important to be part of an organization like this, especially as elected official. We have a lot of issues out in our neighborhoods. I won't speak for wards 1 or 5. I know in Ward 3, I think that the problems we have are a lot different than they are in other parts of the city. And I know that reading the newspapers today and some of the comments and some of the actions that was taken by the county commission, it's just going to get harder for those areas, the downtown area. And I know that the county has to do what they have to do, and we have to do what we have to do. And I know this is an old cliche, but when it gets tough, the tough get going, and that's what we're going to have to do. And I just hope that our department heads and our employees will support you in the decisions that you have to make and what the direction that the city council asks you to go. Because I don't want to be bleak. I've always had an upbeat, but I see it each and every day where more and more people are getting laid off. And I went out to some of our first Tuesdays last night, and I seen some of the parents and some of the kids, and they're really worried about going back to school. And it's just really getting tough. And so bringing government back to the people is going to be important. And I just want you to know that I appreciate all you've done. I just hope I can say that again in a year from now. So let's just keep going.
Me too.
Thank you,
Mayor Goodman.
You bet.
Thank you. Mayor Potem?
You bet.
Thank you. Betsy, I'd like to take a few minutes just to discuss a few things. Some of the things have already been mentioned. When Dr. Selby departed, it was probably the best time for him and perhaps the best and worst for you, because talk about stepping right into the fire. But you've done so with both feet, and I'm proud to be on this council and have you as our city manager and the work you've done for the last 6 months. I have in front of me a Chief Executive Officer comparison. It is a survey of other CEOs from around Southern Nevada as well as statewide, and without going into a lot of detail about other CEOs of other entities, you are one of the lower paid CEOs as compared to the city manager of Reno that makes a significant more amount of money than you. The city manager of Sparks, which obviously has many less people living there, many less employees to manage, makes a significant amount of money more than you. The Washoe County manager, the Clark County manager, the city of Henderson city manager, according to the documents I have in front of me, makes $45,000 a year more than you. So I just want to thank you for accepting the job for what I consider to be a good salary, but at the same time, it would not surprise me if at the time you asked for more when you look at these figures. I'm not sure what the recommendation is going to be. There hasn't been any discussion that I've been aware of, whether or not you're requesting a raise or not. Did you want to address that?
I'd be happy to. I don't know if it's the right time, but my sense is we've asked our employees to make significant sacrifices. I feel like I'm compensated well. I'm going to work hard for you. And I just don't think it'd be appropriate to have any salary adjustment. I'm not asking for bonus or raise or any of that.
Okay.
There may be a time in the future when we can afford that, but right now is not the right time.
And
I'm going to work very hard for you no matter what. So.
And that's what I thought you'd say. I, too, was awarded a raise pursuant to statute when I was reelected a few months ago, and I chose not to accept my raise. I think it sets a good example. How can we ask others to make concessions when we don't as well? I'm very pleased that you are still going forward with the 3 initiatives of sustainability, diversity, and performance plus. This recession is temporary. We are going to survive it. We are going to be better because of it. I believe that. I firmly believe that we will be a better government because of our recession. So I'm very pleased that government doesn't stop just because we're in troubled times. We still need to go forward with the plans and the strategies that you've talked about implementing. You talk about challenges. I look at it in two ways. We've been handed some. Our legislature, our national economy has handed us challenges, but you're also creating challenges for the future. And I'm impressed because along the same line of not standing still, we still need to move forward. We still need to move in the direction that a good city government should. The new employee. That's something I've been talking about for probably 2 years. Without going into a lot of detail, I'm very happy with the agreement that I think we are going to reach with our firefighters, because it will allow us to discuss what we have labeled the new employee, because today is different than yesterday, and tomorrow has to be different than today. We need to make some changes, and I'm confident, based upon the briefings and the discussions that you've led, that we are going to approach our employees and have honest, forthright discussions with them about the realities of today, so that when we talk about our new employee and what that means, they will understand how serious this is and that adjustments have to be made. So I'm very pleased that we're going to be in a position to discuss what we're calling the new employee, and we're talking about wages and benefits. Notwithstanding the fact that the mayor fired you like 3 times in the last couple of months.
I think yesterday alone I got fired 3 times.
Yesterday.
No, I think twice.
Just twice.
Twice yesterday.
All right.
And I told him he can't do that. He'd need 3 other votes, I think, to do that. But you're a good sport, and we do have to introduce humor into this to get by. Finally, these day-to-day operations of city government, you're the one in charge. We sit up here, we make policy, we make the important decisions, but on the day-to-day basis, you're the one that is running the city of Las Vegas. And I can't think of a better person today to have that job.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Right. Anybody else like to be heard? Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Betsy, since the first day I got elected, I've been very selfish about the city of Las Vegas, wanting the city to always be first in everything. You mentioned the sustainability initiative. We'll talk later about that today. But especially during these economic times and challenges you've been faced with coming on as our city manager in the middle of a fire. Councilman Wolfson's right. But I continue to have that same thought and feeling that I want this city to be the best. I want this city to be the example for the rest of the country, especially because of these economic times. Whether it's a housing issue, whether it's those folks that are living out on the street issue, regardless of what the issues are, I want us to be first in the country, and I want to be the example. That's what I want for our city, for the city of Las Vegas, and you're helping us get there, and I certainly appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Torkanian.
Betsy, I just want to thank you for all your hard work, your dedication, the steadiness that you've shown, the innovation that you've shown, that the world is changing and we need to change with it, particularly in fiscal matters, and that will help as we move into our new employee area that you've talked about. And I also am very pleased that you're talking about this fund that will help us repay for some of the benefits we're behind in with employees, as all other states in the union are. And I think we're the first entity, local government entity in the state to make steps towards this. And even though we don't have any money to put into it there, at least we know the place marker's there and it needs to be done, and it should always be in our attention. So I thank you so very much. I'm not surprised you didn't go forward and ask for a raise. I figured you wouldn't, because you know we have to set the example. And as Councilman Wolfson said, we have tried to tell you, and I know I've mentioned a few times, some of the ways that we as council members might be able to help too. Right now we're not getting too big a salary, but we can, even if it's a percentage of, at least we show that we care, and we can help show those who have taken the bad breaks that we can take some of that too. And you've led us in that, and I thank you very much.
All right, anybody else?
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Betsy, I too would have to concur with the council. To hear that you, that one of your points that you mentioned in regards to reducing our deficit is one of your initiatives is something that's very important to me, understanding that we've already cut back programs and services around the city, and in particular, the services that are needed the most are some senior programs that we had to make adjustments to, And when you have seniors and young people who lack, the financial means to remain active in their respective communities, and we have to come in and cut due to our budgets, is something that affects my ward in particular. Needless to say, what it does to, of course, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Reese and Tarkanian, being that we represent one of the most older portions of the city. And, of course, there's nothing that we can do about it because it's all economy driven. And having the ability to look at what we can do at the city to, whether it be cutting back on the capital improvement projects, which we've done, in order to save jobs. Unfortunately, there have been a number of jobs through other departments in the city that we've had to have a reduction in force, which was unfortunate at the same time. But just knowing that your initiative to look at all of those aspects and points that you've mentioned is key to the survival of how we move the city forward. And I believe wholeheartedly that you being in the driver's seat will have an opportunity to follow your lead in respect to the information that you bring before this council, good, bad, or indifferent. One thing I can respect about you is the fact that whether it's good news or bad news, you bring it forward and you allow this council to make a decision as to what direction we should move in, and I really appreciate that about you. And although you've been in your spot as city manager a small amount of time, you've been at the city long enough to understand all of the cracks and the crevices of how to navigate and get the job done. And so continue to keep up the good work, and I look forward to continuing to work with you as my city manager.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Ms. Fretwell. It's interesting. I guess maybe one or two legislatures ago, they enacted this process that we're going through with a public presentation by the manager and an expression publicly by the council concerning the manager's comments and manager's performance. And I think that's a good process because it gives the public the opportunity to see how we feel and where we're going. So for that, I'm appreciative. As far as the compensation aspect of this, we will be going into closed session at the conclusion of our morning agenda, and then report back this afternoon as to what determinations we make on the compensation of yourself, on our city attorney, Mr. Jervik, and on our Rad Snelding, who is our internal auditor. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Mayor, I think if you want to do something on my compensation, you have to do it you can't do it in the closed door.
No.
You could do that for Brad and you can do that for Rad.
Is that the way it works? Mm-hmm. All right, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to, you want to make the motion?
Sure.
All right.
My dad always told me the worst thing you can do is give somebody something that they think they really, really want. All I guess my motion is going to be is we'll give you our thanks from our heart, and we love you, and we'll do anything we can to help you. And as far as your increase in your salary will be zero, and your bonus will be zero as you asked for, and I just hope the other city employees take heed to what you're doing, and I know that you're trying to help out the rest of the city by requesting that, and like I say, sometimes worst thing to do is give them what they want, so that'd be my motion, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And the record should reflect that that is not an indication of what we think about your value to this city. That is taken into consideration with the motion as well as your comments and the particular economic challenges that we face at this time. So with that, let us vote, please. Post?
You bet, babe.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 11 and item 12 will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon after the closed session. Items 13 through 64 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Oh, wait a second, folks. Before we do that, I want to recognize you. We had the opportunity to have troop number 336 and the parents and leaders visit us this morning before we began our council meeting up on the 10th floor. The youngsters are we can be very proud of the youngsters going forward to get their good citizenship medal at this time. How did you like it, guys? Good? Any ideas as to how we could be better? You better not say it. All right. You're always welcome back, and thank you very much for participating with us. We appreciate you. Thank you.
We have 2 other scouts in the very back row.
And there are 2 more scouts, apparently, that I am not aware of.
In the back row, they're not in
All the way back, not in uniform. You fellas want to tell it? Come on up to the mic. We're going to make you movie stars here. Give us your name and your troop, please. Just speak right into the microphone.
I'm Andrew Moffat. I'm Troop 373. I'm Jacob Moffat. I'm also from Troop 373.
You look like you're related, fellas.
Yeah, we're brothers.
I could tell. Okay, it's great having you here. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, my pleasure. All right. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward on the consent agenda?
I do, Mayor.
All right.
Item 17, 28, and 30, please.
17, 28, and 30. All right. With the exceptions of items 17, 28, and 30, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve all items 13 through 64, with the exceptions of 17, 28, and 30, with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that
Excuse
first.
me,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, could I just ask, is there anybody in the audience who had a concern about one of these items? I had a garbled message that I received, and I don't know what item they were referring to. Is there anybody here? Okay, thank you.
All right. There's a motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 17.
Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me, I have to read it into the record, Councilman. No problem. Item 17 is approval of a supplemental interlocal contract between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County for funding in the amount of $2,139,283.78 for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department MetroCom facility expansion located at 4591 West Russell Road. Yes, Councilman. Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to disclose I was a police captain with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for 29 years. When I was elected to the Las Vegas City Council, I retired from Metro and no longer have any contractual or employment affiliation with that organization. As such, I believe my independence of judgment will not be compromised, and I will be voting on item number 17. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have
Yes,
a
Your Honor, I
motion?
make a motion to approve item 17 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is item 28, which is approval of award of agreement number 090143-LD, Construction Administration of Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, located at 300 Stewart Avenue, at a contingency reserve set by Finance and Business Services, Department of Public Works. The award is recommended to O'Connor Construction Management, Inc., in the amount of $531,896 from our Parks and Leisure Activities Capital Projects Fund. This is in Ward 5. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. This is also for item number 30. I just don't feel it's the fiscally responsible time to move forward on the Mob Museum. Thank you.
All right, I'll read item number 30 in the record as well. Approval of award of modification number 1 to contract number 090112-PL, Museum Development Consulting Services for the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, located at 300 Stewart Avenue. Department of Administrative Services, award recommended to Algonquin Advisors in the amount of $390,700 from the Parks and Leisure Activities Capital Projects Fund. This is in Ward 5. So with those comments, Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, Mayor. Also, I would like to include that we had a great ceremony on yesterday for the Las Vegas Museum for Organized Crime, and I believe that this will be a true entertainment piece, not only for the locals of Las Vegas, but for tourists alike coming in to the downtown community to really have an opportunity to take part in such a great entertainment piece in our downtown Las Vegas community. And I look forward to the opening in the early quarter of 2011. So with that, I would like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, that would be both items 28 and 30.
And
That
Mr.
would be
Mayor-
for 28 and 30, yes,
Yes.
Mayor.
Councilwoman.
Could I ask a question here? My understanding is that none of this funding comes from our general fund.
That is correct. It's from capital improvements.
We've done
It's
it
been
through
set aside.
capital improvement. We've done it through grants and things along that line. So it's not coming out of that fund. And I wish we here would keep emphasizing the council here that this is a museum, and I've said this so many times, the term mob museum is really incorrect. It's a museum of organized crime and law enforcement with the emphasis on law enforcement. And it's going to show, I think, how our country works to handle difficulties we have with crime and some of the great things in law enforcement that have occurred. And I just wanted to comment here that we have some great people on that board of the museum, FBI background and things along that line that I think will lead us in the right direction. I think the term mob museum, I know it's catchy, but I don't think it accurately portrays what we have here, and I just wanted to mention that one final time, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Yesterday was a great day. We began the internal construction of the project. The city did not go about this willy-nilly. We acquired the wonderful old U.S. courthouse and post office about 9-10 years ago as surplus from the General Service Administration. And we acquired it for $1, but with the understanding that it would be used for a museum purpose. It was limited to that by, I believe, Ms. Fretwell, is it the National Park Service that has jurisdiction over it? By the National Park Service, and we had a study done. It was a very thorough study of both locals and tourists alike as to what type of museum would attract folks into the downtown, because at that time in particular, the downtown didn't have much vitality. And they came back with a museum about the mob and Las Vegas's relationship to the mob and law enforcement's ultimate victory over the mob. And in the course of our planning, we were fortunate enough to retain the services at no cost, which is even better, of Ellen Knowlton, who's a former agent in charge of the FBI office here. And Ms. Knowlton actually went back to the District of Columbia and met with high-ranking officials at the J. Edgar Hoover building where the FBI is housed and worked out a relationship where they will be providing us with much of the memorabilia which is presently being stored and maintained in the custody of the FBI. So it's exciting. We disclosed a very special acquisition. We have the wall where the St. Valentine's Massacre took place in Chicago in the 20s, and that will be a great tourist attraction. And everything is indicated, and, you know, we've had some misguided projections as to attendance on various museums and attractions in the community here, but we went out of our way, and we're being very conservative when we think that we will have less than 600,000 people visit the museum. The museum is being curated by the developers of the Spy Museum in Washington, D.C. Spy Museum, I believe, is the only museum in the District of Columbia where they charge admission because the rest of the museums are part of the Smithsonian. So that's very special. They also did the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and Dennis Barry was the curator of the Mapplethorpe exhibit in Cincinnati, which was the subject of a wonderful movie, if you haven't seen it, about First Amendment protections. And he is the one who is guiding us through the process of getting the various exhibits in place. And it's going to be very exciting for the city. People are talking about it. It's going to have international publicity. It's going to bring folks into our downtown. And right now they're projecting 600,000 people a year, and they say that's very, very conservative. So it's the right thing to do. In my mind, it's the best thing to do as far as getting electricity, excitement, neon, all the things we're known for back into our downtown, and I think it's going to be a tremendous draw. So with those comments, Councilman Barlow will vote on your motion, please. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries, and that will be on 28 and 30. Thank you. All right, we're going to go on to item number 72, which is discussion and possible action. Pardon me. Item number 65, public hearing on proposed local improvement district for special improvement district number 1514, which is Ann Road and Cimarron Road west of Leggett Road. This is in Ward 6. It's a public hearing, folks, which I now declare open. Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works, and with me is Mike Thompson, who is our Special Improvement District Supervisor. This item is a public hearing for some proposed roadway improvements along both Ann Road and Cimarron. The improvements that are being proposed are 23 feet wide of pavement along Ann Road, 33 feet wide of pavement along Cimarron Road, curve gutter, and sidewalk and street lights just along the residential property. This is the only section of Ann Road within the city limits where we don't have full improvement, so this will finish off Ann Road within the city. The assessment will be over a 20-year period. As you mentioned, Mayor, this is a public hearing to provide testimony. No action is required on this item, just to provide testimony for the record.
He did it first.
We did receive one letter of protest from one of the property owners, which we have put into the record.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Cervantes? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. There's no motion required, so we're going to move on to item number 66. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate that. Item 66 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for the vacant or abandoned buildings located at 901 West McWilliams Avenue, which are units 101 to 104, 106, 201 to 202, 205 to 206, 301 to 306, 401 to 406, 501 to 505, 601 to 606, 701 to 702, 704 to 706, 801 to 803, 806, 808 to 810, 902 to 904, 906 to 907, and 1001 West McWilliams Avenue in the amount of $46,613.60. The property owner is Moulin Rouge Properties, LLC, and this is in Ward 5. This is a public hearing, folks, and I now declare it open. Mr. Smith.
Your Honor, if I may, I would like to go ahead, even though these are two separate items, we have the representative for the property here, and so I would like to read
67 into the record as well?
65 and 66 together, yes.
Oh, 66 and 67.
I'm sorry, 66 and 67.
Okay, 67 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for the vacant or abandoned buildings located at 840 West Bonanza Road and 920 West Bonanza Road in the amount of $8,812. The property owner is Las Vegas Apartment Lenders, LLC. This, too, is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager, Neighborhood and Response. On item 66, the purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services had Bosch Construction Company conduct an emergency boarding in accordance with Title IX. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include two invoices in the amount of $11,160 and $23,064 for Bosch Construction Company services, in addition to other fees assessed, for a total of $46,613.60. On item number 67, the purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services continued to conduct inspections for status and compliance of the vacant locations in accordance to Title IX. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses for fees in the amount of $8,812.
Okay, what's the status of the property now? Just boarded up?
The status of the property is the property went into foreclosure. The lending company that took over the property has been responsive to us. They are in the process right now of boarding all units to city specs, filling in the pool, cleaning the trash and debris, painting all the boards to match the buildings, and we believe that when this is complete, the processes that are taking place, that they will be in compliance.
Do they have any plans for the property?
I believe their plans are, and I'll defer to this gentleman, but
okay,
from what
would
we
you be kind
understand...
enough to identify yourself, sir?
Certainly. My name is David Lita. I'm an attorney. I represent Olympic Coast Investments, Inc. and Las Vegas Apartment Lenders. They're the joint owners of this property. There's actually two parcels. There are the tree-lined condominiums and then the old Moulin Rouge casino and the related motel and hotel properties. Our clients own now, through foreclosure, all of the property that's in question. May I answer your question? First of all, thank you for the opportunity to appear.
I'd like to know what your plans are.
Our plans, we are a lender.
Okay.
We lent into this project in 2006. We lent $20 million to to Moulin Rouge LLC, which was a developer at the time. They went into default in 2008. In the fall of 2008, we initiated foreclosure proceedings. Moulin Rouge LLC filed bankruptcy on November 18th, I believe, 2008. They were unsuccessful in proposing any plan of reorganization. The bankruptcy court gave us relief from stay. We foreclosed the property on May 6th. And our intention as a lender is to sell it and recover our loan as best we can, and to be a good corporate citizen in the meantime by complying with city ordinances and trying to prevent any additional injury or harm. It's been a tremendous loss for our clients. There was a fire on this property, as you may recall, the day after the foreclosure sale. We have spent probably, and are spending probably in excess of $200,000 in addition to the losses incurred on this loan, not only for abatement, but also for debris removal as a result of the fire. We had to take special attention to remove that property and take it to a special landfill at no small expense, I should add. And we have 24/7 security now on the property. We have entered into contracts with a face value in excess of $80,000 to take care of the boarding up work on this project. We have drained the pool so that it is no longer a hazard, at least insofar as water, possible drowning or mosquitoes and the like. We have a contract in place to fill in the pool with dirt. We expect all the boarding activity, all the immediate code violations to be remedied no later than the end of this month. That means August 31. We are going to hire a structural engineer to look at the bell tower to make sure that it is structurally sound and does not collapse, and we will take remedial measures if necessary to make sure that it does not collapse and complete that project by the end of September. In addition to that, we have entered into negotiations with the city to try to deal with the problems on the tree-line condominiums. Those are probably substandard buildings, and we believe that the city is probably going to and should designate them as substandard. We intend to board them up as well and protect them, and we have outlined all of these things in an agreement with the city, and we actually have entered into those negotiations and have signed that agreement and are prepared to fulfill the terms of that agreement.
And I appreciate your candor, and I sympathize with your investors. It's very unfortunate. We're in a tough spot, though, because as a city, we inherit your good graces as far as the boarding up and making it relatively safe and having the security that you've mentioned, all of that, but we still have a blight there. There's no question about it in my mind anyway, and it's an area that is beginning to have some energy. It's an area that's very important to us. As you know, Mr. Ahern has plans for office buildings there and the like, and to have this blight right in the middle of it certainly doesn't help us. Do you have a price tag that you're asking for? How much money do you have into it?
In excess of $22 million.
And how many acres are there?
You know, I wish I knew that statistic. I don't know the number.
Give you a free opportunity to sell a property.
Let me be very candid. We are in the middle of very confidential negotiations.
Okay, I'm not trying to interfere with that.
With a prospective buyer. We're
Well,
very hopeful that we will reach a sale soon.
All I ask you for is this. Keep us advised. I'm not going to set a timetable for you, and Mr. Smith is able to call you and find out how you're coming, but it's so important that we don't allow a huge project like that to remain boarded up in that particular neighborhood. No good's going to come out of that.
Your Honor, if I may, we have asked to have an interim review on September 2nd.
Okay, good.
Back before the council, and then a final October 7th.
Good.
So that we could keep you informed on where we're at, where they're at, and where the negotiations and sale and the condition of the property are.
Okay, and my last question is, do you plan to pay the expenses or replacing a lien on the property?
The expenses that are on the agenda as items 66 and 67, we've agreed in our agreement that they will be liens against the property paid upon closing of a sale.
Okay. All right. It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard?
Good morning, Teddy Russell, the 5th resident of Las Vegas. I concur precisely with the mayor's comments. I do give sympathy to the gentleman from Olympic Coast. I wish him all the best. but it is indeed unacceptable in its present status. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on 66 and 67.
Mayor.
Counsel? I hear you.
I'm sorry, Heidi Almasi, Deputy City Attorney. The City Attorney's Office has entered into a very comprehensive agreement with OCI and Las Vegas apartment lenders. We have copies of that to file with the clerk, and it encompasses the total agreement as has just been articulated on the record. We'd like to have the city clerk file that,
All right, very good. Do you want to file it in open session?
if I may, Jim.
Sure.
Or-
Ms. Bridges,
No.
if you'd accept the contract?
Yes, thank you.
And we'll make it part of the record. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I think that the council would probably want to have copies of that made available to us. Doesn't have to be done today. Well, we could get it later. It's just being lodged with you for all purposes. All right, I'd like to see it. All right, thank you very much. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And Mr. Lita?
Yes.
I would like to thank you also for communicating with my office and working with my staff as it pertains to the Moulin Rouge and all of the issues that surround this property. For many years, many residents in the area have wished for some level of development, and we thought that we were close with the previous owners in respect to the vision that they had laid out for this site, and unfortunately the fire took place, I believe, right around May 7th of this year, or give a day or take a day away. Now that OCI, Olympic Coast Incorporated?
It's Olympic Coast Investments.
Olympic Coast Investments. You all are a lender, not a developer. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And so you have no interest, would it be accurate for me to state that you all have no interest in developing the property, but more so 100% interest to sell the property?
That's absolutely correct. We are lenders, not developers.
Okay. And in the meantime, as was stated prior, this is a blight that I'm very concerned about, and a blight that I have to continue to remain on top of in order to erase, for the sake of the community and those residents that live in that area, as well as the business owners. And so I know from a business standpoint, which I believe you will agree to, that having a site that is as big as this property is, and which creates a bigger blight for motorists and potential developers coming into the area. So the sooner we can get this property turned around, the better it will be for the entire community. And so I do want to thank you for communicating with us, but also I ask that you remain in contact with my office and my staff so that we can continue to see what we can do to improve the property. You have stated on the record in respect to the agreements that were agreed upon by the City Attorney's Office here, and yourself and your representatives, and I look forward to you all maintaining and sticking to those key points, because those are vital points, and those are points that I'm not willing to budge from, because I have to make sure that the integrity and the aesthetic look of the community is at a level that is amenable to all residents that live and do business in the community. So with that, thank you once again. I do appreciate all that you all have done, and I would like to move forward with my staff's recommendation for agenda item 66 and 67 to lien the property for the amount of $46,613.60, and that is for the report of expenses to recover the city's cost, as well as the what was it, the $8,812 for the vacant and abandoned structure that we had to go in and take care of as well. And so for that, I'm going to move for approval to recover those costs by means of leaning the property.
May I just say two things? One
Yes, sir.
in response to Councilman Barlow's remarks, and the other generally. Let me say the general comment first. I want to thank you, and in particular the Attorney's Office and the Neighborhood Services and your staff. You have treated us with professionalism, courtesy, And most importantly, for a commercial developer or commercial lender, responsiveness. Time is money in the commercial lending field, and your staff, your attorney's office, have been exceptionally responsive, prompt, and courteous and professional in all regards, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Secondly, we are a lender. We are not a developer. Our objective is to recover the maximum amount we can on this loan for our investors. There are investors behind my clients who actually put up the money. We want to be cost effective. We want to be good citizens. We want to do what we can to protect the property from further blight, to protect health and safety and welfare, and sell it. And that is our objective here, and that's what we're going to continue to pursue in cooperation with the council and its staff.
Right, thank you very much.
And Mr. Leo, let me say this just in all due respect and all fairness at the same time. I understand that as a lender, that your goal is to sell the property, and I understand that. However, I don't mean no disrespect by my next comment, but that's not my problem as the representative of the area. My job is to make sure that this property is intact and that the nuisance and the abatement and the blight is erased. So you have a job to do, and I know that you can respect the fact that I have a job to do also in that same manner. So just the fact that we're communicating, that we're working together, I believe that we'll be able to accomplish both of our goals in the process of moving this item forward.
And that's, I think, exactly why we have this agreement and what we're trying to mutually accomplish by it.
Thank you.
All right, there are motions. Let's vote on those, please. Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, before you go into the next item, I'm a little way over to your left right now. Heidi's taking my seat. I just want to point out for the record that today is Heidi's last day with the City Attorney's Office. She's on her second tour of duty with us. We met her when she was in law school at UNLV. She worked in our criminal division, has just completed 2 years in our civil division. Heidi and her husband are going to be going into private practice together, and I just wanted to thank her for her service to the city and her very, very hard work on this particular project.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
'68 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous building located at 2021 Valley Drive in the amount of $1,371.25 and assess a maximum of $40,850 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Jaguar Associated Group, LLC, and this is at Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now declared open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to board all openings to City of Las Vegas specifications, remove all refuse waste, and trim dead, dry vegetation in front yard. To date, there have been 4 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of July 2008 was $192,153. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $775 for work completed by American Demolition, in addition to other fees for a total of $1,371.25, and consider assessing a maximum of $40,850 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the property owner here? Jaguar Associated Group, LLC? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to move forward to follow staff's recommendation to recover the report of expenses in the amount of $1,371.25 back to the general fund. That would be my motion at this time.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 69 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 2111 Stewart Avenue in the amount of $3,589.50 and assess a maximum of $46,200 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Mariam Cava, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager, Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Regency Design and Landscape to remove trash, debris, fence, and place landscape rock in front area. To date, there have been 10 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of May 2009 was $79,600. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $450 invoice for Regency Design and Landscape in services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,589.50, and consider assessing a maximum of $46,200 in daily civil penalties. And if I may, Your Honor, I would just like to say we have been working with the property owner.
That's good.
They have been in contact with our office. He has made a $1,000 payment to the City of Las Vegas to try to get this rectified. So I just wanted to make sure that that was read into the record, and he has been very responsive in working with us.
Well, that's the reason that we wake people up, my friend.
Sir.
We wake you up with those civil penalties, and then you manage to call and
Yes,
try to
no.
work this out. Please
Yes.
identify yourself for the record.
This is the Mariam Kawa. We wasn't even on the property. We bought the property on May 8th. The letter they was serving the previous owner, which was in a foreclosure. It was on the February 25th. So we bought after that, and then we did the title research. Only thing was the issue was the title research. It was a for cleaning issue with the city. And I contacted Mr. Smith, his office, and I talked to him and sent him an email so we can negotiate the price, because we didn't know. We thought maybe just only like a cleaning is like $460. So we ended up negotiate with Mr. Smith, and I make $1,000 deposit there. So we want to close the case because I did the upgrade the apartment. I just spent $40,000, and we thought maybe we get receive half of that money from city council. So we rehab the apartment. It was really bad shape, and so everything is okay, and we rent everything out. We put the fence, everything clean and ready to go.
All right, thank you, sir.
You know, if I could.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Smith, have you worked out a payment schedule for the applicant here?
Yes. What he had asked is, since he bought the property, there was a notice and order on the property when he bought it. He bought the property, and the notice and order was recorded for the amount of $3,589.50. So he contacted my office, and I explained to him that this is cost that it costs the city to do these, and I don't have the ability to negotiate those. So what I advised him to do would be the best thing to do would be to make a payment of some type, and then he could talk to the council about the remaining cost and see if that was something that the council wanted to agree or disagree to reduce some of those costs.
Well, I feel like he still has to pay us the $2,589 that he owes us and the $450. I think that we need at least to recoup our expenses.
The Mayor Pro Tem indicated that he, notwithstanding your payment of $1,000, he believes it's appropriate that the city be made whole, and therefore there would have to be an additional $2,589.50 and paid. When do you think you might be able to pay that?
I can pay that they're closing the escrow.
And when is that?
Probably by end of this month, sir.
That's fine.
That sounds good. All right, I appreciate that. Would anyone like to be heard? It's a public hearing. All right, Mr. Smith, you'll report back to us, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, that's good. This is what we're trying to accomplish. This is a good thing. It's a good thing because we're having it's a nice building now.
Beautiful.
Right, and the city is going to be made whole, and that's why we're trying to do business. So that's good.
We appreciate it.
Thank
All right, now have a motion, please.
Your Honor, my motion would be to go ahead and collect the $2,589.50 plus the $450 invoice for the Regency Design and Landscaping at this time, and applicant the owner of the property has agreed to pay that in closing. So if we have a report whether we collect that money or not, then we'd sure appreciate it.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Item 7 is public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous building located at 1261 Douglas Drive in the amount of $3,121.50, and assess a maximum of $80,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Belinda R. Panem, and this is in Ward 1. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to board the large window and rear window facing window to the City of Las Vegas specifications, remove refuse, waste, the remainder of all high, dry, and dead vegetation. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of April 1995 was $97,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $650 invoice for work completed by American Demolition, in addition to other fees for a total of $3,121.50, and consider assessing a maximum of $80,050 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the property owner here, Belinda Panem? Any representative of the property owner? All right, the public hearing, folks? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Councilwoman Torquenia.
I noticed that she did contact you at one point, and at that point she said that it had been taken care of. And then you went back out and it had not been taken care of.
Correct.
Because 6 out of 7 times it didn't pass inspection.
Correct.
Did you let her know more specifically? You know, sometimes when we send these notices, I mean, did you specifically say weeds in the front yard and the window? I'm sure you probably did.
It was very, very clearly spelled out in the notice. And as a matter of fact, before we went to the abatement, we actually sent a 10-day before abatement notice to her, notifying her that if she didn't take care of it, we would. And we received no response back from her.
And this has been going on since the end of last year, really?
Correct.
Yes. I would move to assess the amount of money the city has spent, which I have down here in 70 as $3,121, but we've said $650 in other places, so which one is it?
It's a total of $3,121. The $650 is the invoice from the contractor, and the rest of it is our inspection fees, failed inspection fees, staff time, and the 15% administrative fee that we charge for office staff for all the processing.
I would move to move that we collect. The city collects at $3,121.50 that covers the money that we ourselves have paid, and have a $500 civil penalty.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 71 is a hearing to consider the appeal regarding the notice and declaration of chronic nuisance located at 2100 Fremont Street, unit number 110. The property owner is Mary 22 Bartzis LLC. This is in Ward 3. Would everybody please identify themselves for the record? Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, I'm not here to present the appeal on behalf of the city. This was an appeal that was filed at the Club 2100. Metro Downtown Area Command issued a chronic nuisance against Club 2100, and it's my understanding that they're on their way, and I would request that this be trailed until Metro does arrive so that they can make their presentation.
Yes. Well, are you aware then that Metro's on its way at this time?
I'm unaware of that. Did you talk to them, Jennifer?
I just got in touch with them by email that they are on their way. I think there was some confusion with regard to a complaint for disciplinary action, which will be at a later date, and the appeal of the chronic nuisance, which was scheduled for today. I believe that Mr.
Kajioka,
yes, is ready to go on this, but I was not aware that Metro had been aware that this was going to be held in abeyance. But I believe they're on their way.
They weren't. The problem was that Metro didn't realize they were supposed to be here today. They thought they were supposed to be here next meeting. So if they're on the way, maybe we should just trail this one for a little while until they could get here.
That'd be fine.
All right, folks, if you'd be kind enough to bear with us, we'll trail it for later on in the morning. All right, and when Metro gets here, would somebody please notify us? Thank you. All right, item 72 is discussion and possible action regarding a tentative agreement between the International Association of Firefighters, the IAFF, Local 1285, and the City of Las Vegas regarding current labor agreement for fiscal year 10 impact of $1,775,000 from our general fund. Ms. Fretwell?
Mayor and members of the council, Mark Vinson is up here with me. We have a very quick presentation we'd like to run through for you.
Very good.
As you know, some things have kind of changed on our reporting requirements. I want to talk a little bit about that and give you just a little overview of where we've been on the labor relations front and why we're kind of changing the way we are presenting some of the data related to collective bargaining agreements going forward. So if you'll allow me a little latitude this morning to talk about that before Mark goes into the details of the agreement for the city manager's office, I'd really appreciate that. As you know, most of our contracts are multi-year contracts. The one we'll be talking about today is no different. All of the contracts have step increases on the anniversary date of the employee. The rate of that step increase varies with each contract, but pretty much for the first 7 to 9 years, an employee is going to see an adjustment on their anniversary of somewhere around 5% to 8%. We really have not renegotiated those steps in quite some time. There have been steps added, but there really hasn't been a renegotiation in quite some time on the level of the step involved. So I just wanted to kind of put that in perspective for you. I know that that's a big discussion as we talk about the quote-unquote new employee going forward, so I wanted to just make sure that everybody had a little reminder about how the steps work. There's also an economic component that we talk about called a COLA, a cost of living adjustment, which is not necessarily related to CPI or the way consumer price index has changed in the prior year or even historically. You can see from this slide typically what we've averaged on the COLAs over the last 15 years.
Yes,
Sure. Your Honor?
Yes.
Can we go back one slide?
Certainly.
Hold that, Betsy, if I may, Your Honor?
Yes, certainly.
So these are the averages for fire, PPA, CEA, Western CPI, and the POA. Is that correct?
For the last
Averages
15
over the
years.
last 15 years.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Historical.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, we're in a tough fiscal situation right now. We have a pretty significant cumulative shortfall. This year's budget is a $30 million deficit budget. For over the, I think this is a 5-year number, the $224 million is a 6-year structural budget deficit. So the average, if you take that, is about $37 million a year. We have been really focusing on maintaining our 10% fund balance. As you all know, you relaxed our 12% ending fund balance policy to 10% last fall. We're trying to stick with that. So basically, we're going to have to draw down on our current fund balance, which is still fairly healthy. We will also have to transfer some of the stabilization funds over the next several years to retain that 10% fund balance. And as I mentioned in my earlier report this morning, that we anticipate we need to do some program adjustments to the tune of about $25 million to basically close that gap, to close that structural deficit over the next 5 years. Why are we presenting this way for you today? The legislature passed a new bill called SB 427, and it changes the criteria for reporting by your city manager to you as we wrap up negotiations. So I think it's really important. There are some things that arbitrators will have to consider that they weren't obligated to consider before. They may have considered them, but there was nothing in state law that said they should or must. So I just highlighted that. We didn't go to arbitration with fire, but I think it's important to know that starting January 1, what an arbitrator looks at will be slightly different than what they've looked at in prior years. And as I mentioned, there's an obligation on your city manager to present a report that's very detailed fiscal analysis of the impact of the bargaining agreement that's being brought before you. It also requires that there be a public hearing on that. So it won't just be Betsy or the next city manager standing up here telling you what the fiscal impact is, there will be an opportunity for public comment on these issues. And it really requires us to go through the entire process. If we've gone to fact-finding, what was considered. If we've gone to arbitration, what was considered. And then a very detailed fiscal report. We're not going to go into extreme detail on all of these fronts today. We're going to cover most of these items. We'd be happy to go into that if we need to. We didn't have to go to fact-finding. We did not have to go to arbitration. We were able to work out a deal that Mark will cover the points of here in a second. But I just wanted you to know that we're starting to tiptoe into this kind of report. This is a little bit of a dry run. Is it an obligation? No. But it will be January 1st, and so we felt like it was important to begin reporting the way we think we will be reporting going forward with future bargaining agreements. Mark, you want to go over the actual
Your Honor, before he
changes to
does,
the...
just a comment. That is clear in my mind that we're being very transparent with all of this, with everybody.
Absolutely.
In that type of reporting
It
that we'll
shows-
be getting as a council.
It shows the complete impact and the whole picture. And it kind of, it may help actually. This is not a simple soundbite process. This is not the 30-second message kind of process. There's a lot of give and take in negotiations. These reports going forward will require us to report about what some of that give and take was. That's not typical. And we will have to do that going forward. We don't plan on going into that today because we reached a resolution, we think. Hopefully the council will be able to support it. The firefighters have overwhelmingly. But yes, it does create transparency, and hopefully it'll also create an awareness of the general public about the nature of how there's give and take on both sides of these agreements oftentimes.
And Your Honor, if I may again,
Yes.
I think that's the most important part. There is so much misinformation that is displayed throughout this community, whether it's the press or whether it's you or whether it's I. I mean, in this kind of format will just stop that. I mean, it is what it is, and it's as transparent as we can possibly be as a government. And I think that's important.
At the end of the process too, which maybe helps the process unfold the way they typically do, but it creates a full accounting at the end of the process.
Thank you.
Very good. Vincent.
Thank you. For the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Las Vegas. I'd like to go through the summary here of what we ended up with our agreement, and then talk a little about the fiscal impacts and spend a little time there. While this is a 2-year agreement, the second year we have a reopener on the wages, so the COLA will be renegotiated, and if there's interest, we would also be able to renegotiate step increases. On the benefit side, it's just the health and welfare contribution that's up for renegotiation on the second year. So while it's a 2-year contract, there's reopeners there. There was no COLA awarded for the first year, but in consideration of that COLA, we know the PERS has increased the public safety PERS contribution rate from 33.5% to 37%. That's a 3.5% increase. By law and by our agreement, we would split that. The employer would pick up half and the employee would pick up the other half. That would have resulted in a 1.75% decrease in the rate of pay. We agreed to pick up the employer's share. So no COLA, but we are picking up the employer's share, the employee share of that 1.75%. If that makes sense.
Your Honor, if I may, plus the other required per PERS.
Plus our own contribution, because PERS contribution is going up 3.5%. The question is, who pays which half? We're paying both halves. We're obligated to pay one half. Now we're going to pay 100% of that, but they've agreed no COLA.
And Mr. Vincent, if I may, Your Honor,
Yes,
again,
certainly.
how was that in the prior contract? Was that the same?
The language in the split was in the contract for the early retirees. That language wasn't in the contract for the regular fire personnel. They're at the regular rate, the non-early retirees. But they're a very small portion of that 600-plus employees, so it's not a big impact.
It was split before, is the short answer.
Okay, that's the short answer.
It was split 50-50 for this, basically the suppression personnel.
Okay, thank you.
With respect to medical benefits, we did make an agreement to increase the employer contribution on behalf of the employee. It's a biweekly contribution, just for the record, that increased from $397 per employee per pay period to $450. That's a fiscal impact, of course. We also increased the union business leave. Not only we increased it to 45 extra shifts a year, but also the rollover that could roll over into the next year. Oftentimes, because of the biennium legislature, we have 1 year where they need more business leave than other years, and so we've increased that, and there's a fiscal impact to that. We also added a new article on education incentive based upon the level of degree we have, whether it's an associate's, a bachelor's, or a master's or above. You can see on the slide there are going to be educational incentive pay. It's an annual pay, and it's based upon the degrees you have here. And the employee, moving forward, the employee would have to make an election. We currently have a program where we reimburse tuition. We obviously encourage education and employee development, and we reimburse tuition today at the level up to what would be at the university level for, say, UNLV or UNR. We don't reimburse 100% for other potential degree programs like, say, University of Phoenix or National University.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Please. Mark, do any of our other employees receive a similar benefit?
No, this is a new benefit.
They would have to pick.
They would have to pick, though.
They couldn't take tuition and a stipend.
One or the other.
They have to pick. And right now, all our other employees are eligible for tuition reimbursement.
Okay, and that
right.
I think clarifies. I'm
Yes.
going outside of IAFF.
Right. The one
Tuition reimbursement is available for all of our employees.
Okay.
The one nuance here is for those IAFF members who may have already received tuition reimbursement or are currently holding a degree, they will be eligible for this benefit as well. That's the one nuance.
And Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Just to back up Councilwoman Wolfson's question, do other municipalities do the same thing?
I know Metro does. I don't know about the other fire groups.
Well,
I don't know
well, I
if
mean,
Jack or Morgan have an answer
The other
to that.
cities is what I meant, Betsy. The Reno, Henderson, cities in California, Arizona, Utah. I mean, that's, I think, my question. Do you have any data on that? Or?
I'm not sure we've
Don't know.
analyzed that, but I'm certainly not that we're
Just
aware
curious.
of. Not that we're aware of.
I know there are agencies. I'm not sure about other fire contracts.
And then finally, there's a list of things that we also agree to, and most of these, I will tell you, have no really fiscal impact. They're administrative things. Oftentimes what we're doing is incorporating into the contract perhaps MOUs or practices that we have. For example, changing the training division. It went from an 8-hour day to it went to a 4:10 to a 5:8, for example. There's no fiscal impact there. We crystallized our current promotion selection processes into the contract. The USAR, that's incorporation of an MOU that we already had in existence into the contract. Tracking of catastrophic leave donations is, again, an administrative process, and incorporating the NFPA standards which for examinations which we currently do today into the contract. Those are sort of administrative things that don't really have any fiscal impact. Before I talk about the fiscal impact, I'd like to say, again, just to reiterate what Betsy's talking about, has already mentioned, it's difficult sometimes for us because we talk in terms of a COLA, and we talk in terms of the COLA, how it affects wages, but we forget sometimes, some of us forget, that there's a total compensation package. Yes, there's wages, but there's a significant chunk of benefits that go with those wages, and sometimes they act in concert and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're independent. Certainly having a 3.5% increase, 3.5-point increase in the PERS rate from 33.5 to 37 is a significant increase to the total compensation that has nothing to do with the employer or the employee. It's just part of the public employee retirement system process. So there are some things that happen to us that are outside of our control, some things we can't control and some things we can't. But what we wanted to do is change the way that we look at compensation on a total compensation basis, because that's what the fiscal impact is. What happens in wages may be separate from what happens in benefits, but it's the two together that drive the fiscal impact. And when we're talking about the kinds of shortfalls that we've described today, we've got to look at wages and benefits. We've got to look at total compensation. So with that, this slide here kind of depicts where we're at with our negotiation. I will tell you that this negotiated contract for fiscal year 2010 now. 2011 we can't yet predict because we still have the renegotiation for COLA and medical benefits for 2011, so we don't know what those will be yet. But this contract will roughly increase by about 4.4%, and it breaks down into two pieces: the pieces that we negotiated, and those articles or those benefit provisions that we didn't negotiate, we didn't reopen, or we have no control over. So I've split that into two groups. Historically, when we've talked about negotiations and what we came out of, we would focus on just the middle column there that says negotiated, and we'd come back and say the total impact to compensation is about a 2.1% increase, and that's what we negotiated. We don't talk about the 2.3 because it wasn't negotiated or wasn't within our control. We're trying now to bring that forward so you see the big picture of what it's costing us in total compensation. And you can see here where we're talking about 0% COLA, of course, but the step increases were already there. A high percentage of our IAFF members are on the last step, so most of them, almost 75% of them, aren't eligible for a step increase. They're already at the max. So that's why, even though we talked about those step increases being averaged about 5.5% for the IAFF, we're only seeing a 1% increase because most of them are already at the maximum. You can see there's no PERS employee pickup, but the employer's picking up the full 3.5% increase on the PERS rate, which equates to about a 2.3% total increase. We already had to pick up 1.15 of that. Now we're going to pick up the employee's portion as well. And the other significant increase is the trust fund contribution. That extra $53 a pay period is going to be almost 0.8 percentage point increase in the total value of the compensation. And then the, as I mentioned before, the union business leave is going to have an impact of about 0.16%. So that's how that breaks down. I can talk about some comparisons if you're interested. I will tell you that if we had, historically, I think one of the previous slides we talked about, historically, the cost of living increase for the IAFF group for the last 15 years, about 3.5%. If that were to have continued, this number here would look more like 5.5%, I believe. Let me get to my last slide.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
5.3%, excuse me.
What is the
So-
cost of living increase this year?
Well,
Not on
for
a contract, but I mean just generally in the country.
It's a difficult, it depends on how you want to, let me just give you a couple answers and then we can talk. But for calendar 2008, it was well in excess of 3% for the calendar year just ended. But the biggest driver there was fuel costs. When you look at the first 6 months for this year, it's down almost 1.5%, down 1.5%. I didn't do a calculation for the most recent 12 months, but I certainly could do that for you. And if I did that, I think you'd find it's pretty flat.
I had been told it was 2.77. Is that accurate, you think?
I'd be surprised if it's that high.
It'd be lower than that.
My intuition is it would be. The last 6 months, as I said, has been negative 1.5, and I didn't think to do the most recent 12. We only have Department of Labor data through June.
So we know that the cost of living increase throughout the country is less than 2%?
For maybe the last 12 months,
For the last 12 months, and
The last-
projected economically, will probably remain flat unless something unusual occurs?
That's an educated guess on my part.
An educated guess.
And we know what those guesses have given us in the past.
I will tell you that...
Well, you've always been optimistic in the past, though.
But I will tell you, looking forward, a lot of the economists are not predicting we're going to go into any inflationary period. So I think most economists, for whatever that's worth, are thinking that we won't see any volatile change in the consumer price index in the years to come, at least the short term.
Mayor, I do have some information on other agencies that have a fire
Good.
educational incentive. Henderson does not have one. Denver does not have one. North Las Vegas pays $480 for an associate's degree. per year, 720 per year for bachelors. Portland, Oregon does not have an incentive, neither does Seattle, neither does Clark County.
Okay, thank you. But Metro does.
Metro does.
And one other thing, I actually we have, depending on what kind of questions you have, that we have some other information that may help, but I want to clarify again in case you missed it. Had we looked at just the normal 15-year average COLA and the splitting of the PERS, that total compensation would have gone up 5.3%. So this is about a 0.9% reduction in the rate of growth. And I've done some weighted average computations now that we have new contracts for all four major bargaining units, and it looks like we came very close to hitting that original target of a 1% reduction in growth. That we're just about 9/10 of, on a weighted average basis, without our recently renegotiated contracts, we would have seen growth rate in 2010 of 5.8% for all of those total compensation for those collective bargaining agreements, and with the new contract we're about 4.9, so we're about 0.9% reduction as a result of that. So I think, at least in terms of what our target was back in January, I think we were pretty successful in reaching the goal. The question is, of course, whether it's enough.
I'd just like to add that, by not having an impact on the wage line, there's less of a compounding impact going forward, which we've talked quite a bit about. And I think there have been some discussions about wages versus benefits, but for the most part, these benefits stay pretty flat, and they don't continue to compound the way wage adjustments do. So I think it's important for us to recognize that the impact of the agreement before you today for consideration will have a long-term impact on managing our wage costs going forward.
I think it might be useful because we have a viewing audience as well as some folks in our live audience who would be interested to put this in the context of what would have happened, and it's hypothetical, assuming arguendo that we went to arbitration. What would have been considered by the arbitrator? What was our potential liability in balancing a settlement on a negotiated basis as we now have proposed versus the uncertainty of arbitration? What would be prognosticated as the outcome? Do we come out better this way, or do you go better through an arbitrator? Could you give us a little thumbnail sketch on that?
If we had gone to arbitration, we had already closed several of the articles through our regular negotiations. Morgan or Brent may want to join me up here to help with this discussion.
I'm not trying to catch you off base, but
no, that's okay.
I think that's basically the issue in large part that confronts us as the council. This, so that people know who are watching this, this isn't the first time we're talking about this. We've had personnel sessions for what, the last 6 months?
Probably 4.
Last 4 months, every other week during a council meeting,
right,
where we work through the noon hour debating this as to which way we're going to go and what we want to see happen. And that's where this concept of the new employee really took on some legs. And I think it's important that the public understand what our choices were and are as far as confirming this proposal, and what our risks were, because that has to go into the equation as far as a public evaluation as to whether or not we're doing the right thing.
Maybe I could just do it at a very high level, and if there's specific questions, we'll try and answer them.
Good.
But basically, we got to the end of this process, and we were, quite frankly, very close. We had agreed to quite a bit. There was a 0% COLA, potential pickup of the benefits, which we've described here today as far as retirement payments. There were a couple of outstanding issues that we just could not agree upon. And the value of those outstanding issues were fairly small when you look at the big picture in value today. So we were between like a 2.67% impact and a 3% impact. So almost a 0.5%, which is in these terms, around $500,000, maybe less. So that's kind of where things broke down, and we just couldn't really figure out a way to reach a settlement. So we had to make a decision and a recommendation to you all. Do we go to impasse? Well, the fire union did declare an impasse. Do we then go straight to fact-finding and arbitration? And how much of that in between, that $400,000 that was in question, was worth the cost of arbitration? Because arbitration is not cheap either, and usually a fact finder tries to land somewhere in the middle. Sometimes you could win, sometimes you can lose. So you're taking a little bit of a chance there. You're still working towards a settlement, if you will,
And part
between
of our,
those 2 points.
And part of our discussion, and I think this is important to note, is because, and this is not self-serving, it's a fact, because of our fairly, in the scheme of things, decent financial position, we really weren't in a good position to argue that we couldn't afford it.
We would have had some issues, I think, with long-term commitments with our ability to pay. No question about that. On a shorter-term contract, like a one-year contract, obviously, we were very prudent last year. We were trying to save funds to help us weather this 5-year projected shortfall. And so, yes, the arbitrator would have considered those available funds, and I say available with quotations because, quite frankly, based on our projections, a structural deficit of $37 million a year for 5 years is nothing to sneeze at. But is it in the bank today? Yes. And for $400,000, you're kind of taking a little bit of a risk there.
Okay.
Fortunately, we were able to work something out. Fortunately, I felt like the board was very reasonable in talking with us after our last briefing with the council. Dean and I had many discussions about this, and they were willing to compromise a little bit, and we were willing to compromise a little bit. And we ended up with a new article on the educational incentive, and it made it work. And I don't know how else to describe that, but for a small change in a contract, not insignificant, but it is a fairly small change in the contract, we were able to resolve this without having to go to arbitration, without creating uncertainty for our employees, helping us attain our reduction in the growth rate of 1% that we were directed by you to try and attain. And they all know that this second year of discussions is going to be tough. We made sure that the wage article was completely open, not just a negotiate up on COLA. If we have to do something to change the way we compensate employees, we have the opportunity to have that dialogue now. And I felt like it was a reasonable resolution. We're not broke. We're not in a fiscal crisis. We've been very conservative in our approach on hiring new positions, eliminating vacant ones, unfortunately having to lay some people off to try and sustain our fiscal integrity. But this, in light of the entire fiscal circumstance, seemed to be a reasonable resolution. And that's what we've got before you. I don't know if that helps, Mayor Morgan.
It does. It helps because I think of these very difficult discussions that we had over these noon breaks for the past 4 months, and it ran the gamut. Cuts across the board were being discussed. No raise in any way, shape, or form were being discussed. Balanced against, and this is the thing that I think is lost when we have this discussion and we're subject to being critiqued, and that is the value of having an employee with the city who is committed to performing at an excellent standard. And the firefighters, and we've had plenty of discussions with Chief Gammon, who came before us and talked about his needs, and plenty of discussions with Dean Fletcher, who was representing the union. I think they impressed us in arriving at what will be our decision-making criteria by their record. They're pretty extraordinary, as most of our city employees are, group of men and women. I got some statistics, and I think they're entitled to have that side of the story told, because sometimes it's one-sided that somehow they're a part of a candy store and getting things that perhaps are considered to be too sweet. But when you look at last year, they responded to over 86,000 calls for help. As we know, most of these calls concern medical problems like heart attacks, and I don't think anybody who is being taken care of by these responders is worried whether or not they're getting extra compensation for their educational benefit when they're being treated for the heart attack. I myself have had the services of the fire department in a very serious car crash back in 2001, where we should be dead, and as a result of their wonderful response, I am indebted to them, as many members of the community are. They answer a call every 6 minutes of every hour of the day. It's pretty extraordinary. They have an ISO class rating, which less than 40 cities in the United States possess. And this is forgotten sometimes when we talk about it, but I think publicly it has to be recognized. They were last year $2.9 million under their budget, which had they reached their budget, we'd be out $2.9 million. It doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure that one out. And they generated $4.2 million in transport fees that went back to our general fund. So these are things I think they're entitled to have recognized. So when the bell is tolled, the whole story is out. And if we're to be criticized because we entered into this without going into the unknown murkiness of arbitration, so be it. But they're entitled to have the record, a complete record, when they're being evaluated as to whether or not we're doing the right thing at the end of the day. I just wanted to get that on record, and then we'll hear from the rest of the council, either by way of question or comment. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just more of a comment than a question, Your Honor. In regards to arbitration, since I've been here, we've been in arbitration a number of times, and I can honestly say, to the best of my recollection, we've lost every case in arbitration. And the thing that I wanted to bring out, Your Honor, has been mentioned today, is that they tried to work with us as we tried to work with them. And they represented a group of our city employees. And when they took this proposal to their employees, I think the paper stated it was 97% of the employees supported what their leadership was doing for them. And what that brought to my attention was that if next year, if we have problems, we're going to have 97% of the firefighters at least listen to our needs and our whims. And I think that's important, that they know that we support them as they support us. And to me, that's a huge amount, a huge percentage supporting us in what we're trying to do. And I just want to thank Dean and his department, as well as Chief Gammon, on the leadership they show in working with us in these trying times. And hopefully next year it might be a better story. And that's all I got to say, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. A few questions, please, and then a few comments. How many IAFF employees do we have?
Around 650.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many of those approximately are stepped out?
About 74% of them.
So about...
That data might be 4 months old, but I think it's a decent number.
Give or take a percentage.
About 3/4 of them.
So about 25% of them are eligible for the step increases. The other 75%, roughly, are stepped out, meaning they've reached the ceiling.
They're at the step 9.
They're at step 9.
All they would receive would be a COLA, if any increase.
And what is here's a tough one. I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but what is the total cost of the fiscal year 2000 well, I guess we don't go by fiscal year. However you call this contract, this one-year contract, the first year of the two-year contract, what % of our annual budget is that cost of the contract?
Well, in
Or how much
terms
is
of
the
the total
contract?
compensation for this group under this...
For 1 year.
It's going to be a little over $100 million. We have roughly a little over $500 million general fund budget, so they're 20%.
Okay, 20%
Fire
of our...
department's 20% of our
Okay.
budget.
COLA is a cost of living adjustment. How do we determine whether the cost of living has gone up or not?
Well, we would always, in negotiations, we bring up CPI. We
Right.
certainly bring it up. We certainly know what history was. And I'm using the Western State CPI here in these calculations. The all U.S. cities is slightly less. Western states grow a little faster. And so that's always our starting point.
Is it the primary factor, the CPI?
Well, if a cost of living increase, Mark's opinion, which may not necessarily be everybody else's, but Mark's opinion is the cost of living should replicate the CPI index, because that's the national indicator of the growth rates. However, our metropolitan service area might in fact be different than the rest. We've had John Restrepo's made presentations we talked about for a while there. Our cost of housing was out of whack with everybody else.
That's exactly where I'm going
See,
next.
there you are.
So,
So there you
well,
are.
let me say this too, just to add on to Mark's. I think we have to be really careful about CPI, because in high inflation times, CPI goes way up, and our ability to pay goes way down. So you can't just do this blanket statement and say it should be CPI.
Well, I think
Although
that's
it
my
is a
point.
driver,
That's, I think
it can't be
that's-
the only thing you
I
consider.
think that's my point, is that certainly it's a factor, it's an indicator. It has historically been the guiding post, but especially in the last 18 months, I don't think it should be the primary factor. I think there should be other things as well. I mean, would it be fair to say that for the average Las Vegan, the cost of living has increased in the last 18 months?
Maybe a little bit.
I mean, I'm in favor of this contract. I'm going to vote in favor of it. But I just want to state that we give cost of living adjustments upwardly every year to all of our bargaining units. They fluctuate. You showed the chart, if you will. But do we always want to give cost of living adjustments when the cost of living hasn't adjusted upwards? I throw that out there. A couple final comments, please. I want to make sure, because I've said this on the record before, that my definition of a new employee is just that, the future hirees, because I feel very strongly that those of our employees, whether they be firefighters or police officers or custodians or what have you, that have been employees of the city for many, many years, 10, 15, 20 years, are entitled to receive the benefits of their expectations. I mean, one of the reasons why our employees stay employed with the city for 15, 18, 20 years is because they have an expectation based upon their agreements, based upon the contributions that have been made on their behalf. So when we talk about new employee, when I define new employee, I'm talking about those that we hire in the future, because I don't want to necessarily, when we discuss future contracts with our bargaining units, take too much away from our current employees, because most of our current employees have a reasonable and appropriate expectation of receiving benefits. And I remember asking John Restrepo, when he came before us a couple of years ago, Mayor, why we offered benefit packages 15 and 20 years ago that were so attractive. And I remember part of his answer was that we needed to attract the best of the best of the best, if I can put it that way, because we were not the same city 15 and 20 years ago that we are today, and we needed to attract people. We needed to make sure that we were offering the best package so that theoretically we get the best employee. And I asked John if that was the way it is today, and he said, no, we're different now. so we don't necessarily have to offer the same type of package. We have hundreds and hundreds of people applying for these jobs. And I'm convinced, tell me if I'm wrong, that today or a future date, that we'll always get the cream of the crop because people want to live in Las Vegas. We offer great amenities. We offer great employment packages, but we don't necessarily have to offer the same packages for our new employees that we've been offering over the years. Finally, Mr. Fletcher, thank you so much. I don't know if you're going to come up and speak, but you are in charge of the union that, in my opinion, represents the finest fire department that City of Las Vegas can have. Chief, you did something last night. I had a national night out event that was very well attended. Mayor Goodman attended, Sheriff Gillespie, Chief Gammon, and one of our city employees fell ill. Nothing serious, but she needed medical attention, and our fire chief personally saw that she got the best care possible, and I want to thank you publicly for doing that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Yes, Your
Dr.
Honor.
Ross.
Councilman Wilson, I just want to make a comment. Thank you, Your Honor. I think that government employees, I would submit, government employees are stay with their employers for so long because they're good at what they do. Because if they're not, they need to find something else to go do. That's my expectation of our city employees because they're good at what they do. But I want to say a blanket statement here. We have a city, a local government that has been challenged by revenue. Every municipality in the country is. The states are, the government, federal government is, everybody is. And Betsy, in your city manager's report, and this morning you talked about, we have continued to provide the services to the best of our ability with the money that we've got to do it with. We've done it. I want to say that all of the collective bargaining units that we deal with here at the City of Las Vegas recognize that. I think all of them, including the IAFF, have stepped up to the plate and said, what do we need to do to be part of this? They are our employees. They are have vested interest in this city. We as a local government are continuing to keep them employed. We have expectations as well. We are the guardians of the taxpayer. We are the guardians of those taxpayer dollars, and we are trying to do the best we can with the money that we've got to do with to continue to provide services. Mr. Vincent, you said, what, 20% of our general fund is on public safety?
No, that's just fire.
Just
Public
fire.
safety is about 60% of our general fund.
60%. Isn't that the norm? Is that not what government does, provides public safety? I look around, I see our police officers, I see our firefighters. We've got the tribal chief here today with us visiting from the Paiute tribe. I mean, these are public safety professionals that provide a service to us in the city of Las Vegas. An invaluable service, because I know when I dial 911, whether it's a police emergency or a fire emergency, I expect to see the face of one of those public safety professionals at my door. And I think every resident in this city does. And we've come to expect it. We've come to require it. So I think Betsy and Mark, with the dollars that we've had available to exercise our ability as a government to provide those services to this city, I think we've done it. I congratulate all of our collective bargaining units, including President Fletcher on his efforts with his own members to get to this point. This is the first time I've seen the particulars of this agreement other than in briefing, but I'm thrilled to death that a collective bargaining unit came together with their employee and worked it out, and we're going to move on from here. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anybody else like to be heard?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Betsy, I just wanted to check a couple of things to make sure I understand them clearly. I know from the past, I've never been involved in any entity, the school board or the city, whenever we went to arbitration that we won. And it became so that everybody felt whatever we did with arbitration we were going to lose because we sort of were given the indications that the arbitrators leaned towards the union groups. I don't know if that's true or not. I only know the result was we did not win. So if you have any money, any place loose, that's when you're not going to win almost for sure. And my understanding is that because of our fiscal responsibility, where we were looking to set aside monies to carry us over this stretch that we knew were coming, that Mark, you knew earlier on, and we started earlier on than most public entities. My understanding is that that was something we did have and could have been used by the arbitrator for request by the union. Is that correct or not?
Yes, and just to add a little more flesh to that, the state law protects 8%, up to 8% of our fund balance cannot be subject to negotiations. When we close fiscal year 2009, our fund balance will be close to 18%. And again, that extra 10%, that extra 8% cushion is what Betsy described earlier as our future drawdown to get us through this hopefully soon-to-be recovery period of the recession. But the fact of the matter is that would be eligible, that extra 10% by law would be eligible for the bargaining to argue that it's available to pay.
That's right.
And so
my
that's
past experience has been that if you've got anything there, it goes in arbitration. But what you're doing was, I just wanted to comment, that fiscal responsibility of have that 10% leeway, because we needed it. We knew we needed it early on. And by doing it that way, we sort of hindered ourselves as far as any arbitration session. Excuse me, Betsy.
I just wanted to point out that we had one of the notes about what arbitrators in the future will have to look at under state law is our ability to pay over the course of a multi-year contract.
Yes.
That was not in the law.
That's right.
It's not even effective until January 1. So that's a change in the landscape for future negotiations.
And it was a change that the legislature made that helps entities that are in positions such as we were. We're trying to be fiscally responsible, but sort of lay ourselves open when we go to arbitration. If I'm incorrect, please let me know.
Well, they have to make a determination of our ability to pay.
Right.
And they get to look at all of our resources. They also get to hear us talk about what our obligations are, our future commitments, and a variety of other things. Now this will have to be a part of what they consider versus us just hoping it's something they will consider.
Right. And considering the fact not just this year and we have this amount of money, but how's it going to be the next years that come up?
Councilwoman, our track record on arbitration really is not that great. We have had a few wins, but not many.
Well, I don't know of any you've had while I've been here. And in most places when I talk with people, they tell me the same thing. If we had a cost of living decrease then, if what we do is a cost of living adjustment, would we ever be able to negotiate going down? I'm not saying that will ever occur, but I wanted to know.
Well, one of the things that we know we need to have a discussion about is the rate of compensation. And by having all of Article 17 open, it gives us an opportunity to potentially have that discussion if we need to.
And gives us the opportunity on the new employee, is that correct?
Yes, it does, because we obviously can discuss the step schedule. And you've really got two things that happen in this agreement. Well, there's a lot of moving pieces and parts, but two big economic factors. Your steps and how people progress through that, through promotions and through the salary range that's established for that position. And then you've got a cost of living adjustment on top of that in the first 9 years of service to the city.
Well, what we'll be able to do is, and we would want to do because it's the only ethical thing to do, is keep our commitments that are there by contract in past agreements made by the city, no matter what they are. We keep them to our employees, but we are able then to make some changes as far as benefit packages and things along that line.
This gives us an opportunity to do that.
It gives us an opportunity which we never had before.
Probably not in this way. It's very complicated the way we can negotiate things.
Okay.
This was an open contract. Unlike the other three contracts, we brought considerations back for you after working with the other three bargaining units. They had no obligation to open their contracts, none. The IEFF contract ceased, basically, stopped in June. But you don't really get to start over from scratch. It's not like you're saying, this was the agreement from last year, and now there is no agreement.
Well,
it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
You actually start with that as a beginning point anyway, and you have an obligation under state law to do that. So,
But we're, what
yes,
we're-
Councilwoman, you can. You can do that, but it's not like you just get to do a reset and start from scratch.
Oh, no, I know there'll have to be negotiations and things along that line. But what I'm saying is we have more freedom to be able to control. See, my feeling is that the game has changed and the lay of the land has changed. Our ability to be able to continue to pay heavy benefits has changed. The monies just aren't there. And we know that our South, owing monies to the state, for how far behind are we in those, Betsy? For the benefit package that you're going to set up your...
Oh, the benefit trust.
The benefit trust?
I think we're at 223 in unfunded
Well, our
liabilities.
total unfunded liability for post-employment benefits, which is the subsidy for retiree health benefits, the total unfunded liability on an actuary basis, discounted at 5%, is about $214 million. Our annual required contribution on an accounting rule GASB 45 was, I think, $24 million this past fiscal year. We don't have that money. Thank goodness GASB 45, the rule doesn't require us to fund it, but we don't have that money to put in even if we were required to. So,
But aren't some states, California and others, I think there's 4 or 5 others in the country that have been in that situation with those funds owed and they couldn't be paid back?
every government in the United States is in this situation, and most of them are far worse off than we are because they're older states and have a higher subsidy. But that doesn't, I mean, $214 million unfunded liability is a significant unfunded liability to us, and that's something we're going to have to deal with over time.
And it continues to grow.
Yeah, it
just grows every year.
Well, is the new employee factor, if we make some changes, that's going to help in that area, isn't it?
No. And
No.
let me tell you why.
Why?
All of those post-employment benefits are pretty much driven by state law. So whether it's workers' compensation, whether it's employees that we've already had retire that have gone into PEB, we're obligated to pay for their subsidy into PEB, or some of the other post-employment benefits from some of our public safety lines for cancer, heart, lung, et cetera. All of those are in that $214 to $223 million unfunded liability. We don't have control over that. The legislature does. We still have to pay for it, and it's my recommendation to you that as soon as we can, we start trying to pay off that unfunded liability. Nobody else is going to do it unless we can get the state to create another trust to be able to pay that down. Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but we think, and Mark and I have talked about this, that it's just a matter of time before there's not only a reporting requirement for that unfunded liability, but that we actually start paying that unfunded liability. I would like for us to be prepared for that as an organization. Because if you just look at what we talked about earlier, just this year alone, we're trying to identify $25 million just to begin to eliminate our structural deficit and spend down our reserves and spend down our ending fund balance. Think if we had a GASB requirement to fund $25 million more. $25 million is a heavy lift.
It is.
$25 million more is more than a heavy lift. But at the end of the day, we're going to have to pay it. And the reason why I suggest the Benefit Trust Fund is that we will be able to invest funds now in a diverse way through the PERS investment mechanism, which we are not afforded that opportunity in state law or in our charter or by Constitution. But PERS can do that on our behalf, and you can get much greater investment returns as a result. So it could hopefully mitigate how much we'd have to put in there because we'd have investment earnings that would help buy down the unfunded liability.
And additionally, the trust fund itself would be protected from collective bargaining. So rather than hold that in our own fund or some other city fund that could be subject to negotiations, by putting in the trust fund, it's excluded from collective bargaining. That's the other benefit.
And I think that's very important. So I want to compliment you on that being done and our working in that direction. I want to say I understand the situation we were in. If we went to arbitration, being that close, we would probably, I think, lose. And I think most people do think that way. I also want to thank Dean Fletcher for all the hard work he's done, and our fire chief. I really have great respect for our firemen. I have great respect for the work they've done. I've been fortunate to be able to work closely with them. All I'm saying is I know that beginning in the next bargaining session, we have to address ourselves to the way the world is. And if it doesn't change back to what everybody thinks, and from what I read, it is not going to go back ever to what it was in the past, with more monies coming in, then we'll have to make harder choices. I thank you very much for answering these questions. I was gone a while this was occurring, and thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard before I take further action? All right. Chief, did you want to be heard? Not necessary.
No, this is between the city and the union. I'm just...
Oh, you ducked us again. All right, that's fair. Mr. Fletcher?
I dressed up just for the mayor. For the record, Dean Fletcher, I'm the president of the Firefighters Local 1285. And just remember, while I'm up here, I also represent the fire investigators, the bomb squad people, the fire prevention, and the alarm office, and our fire mechanics. We're working with less and we're doing more, and we appreciate your support from the council. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Incorporating all those comments and questions asked by the council members and the presentation made to us, I would move to approve this tentative agreement between the International Association of Firefighters and the City of Las Vegas.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
About 71.
I'd like to recognize a dignitary that we have with us today. It's Benny So. Mr. So is the chairman of the Tribal Council for the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe, and welcome to our council meeting.
May we make a brief presentation?
Absolutely not.
No, we need to go back to 71.
Okay. Item 71, did you say?
71. We need to go back to 71 instead.
Oh, no, I'm not going to do that now.
They're here. They need to go back to work.
I got to take care of somebody else. Item number 73, this is a report and possible action regarding the status of the impacts of the 2009 legislature on the services provided by Clark County Department of Social Services, presented by Nancy McLean, Director of the Clark County Department of Social Services, and after that we'll take the matter which was trailed with Metro. Ms. McLean, I'd like to first tell you thank you for being here today. The council wanted very much to hear what you had to say about the county commission and the county's position as far as providing social services to the folks in the community, and in particular the folks who reside or frequent locations in the city of Las Vegas, and how we're going to be affected by the county's action, particularly of yesterday, where the Fertitta Center has been closed, and I'm advised by Metro, who's assisting us in trying to keep the lid on, for lack of a better phrase, of what's happening down around Four Master and the Corridor of Hope, or the homeless corridor, whichever you want to call it, as a result of that action on the part of the county. I want you to know that you're the messenger today, and that nobody is going to be critical of anything that you say. We want to hear the message, and then if we're going to take action, we'll concern ourselves with those other folks in the county that perhaps have the decision-making power to address these certain issues. So welcome here today. Feel free to tell us what we have to hear as far as the status of providing social services. The issue really was framed when we asked Ms. Fretwell to invite you here to speak to us, when Councilman Barlow and myself, and I believe on occasion Councilman Wilson, were told that if, in fact, the Fertitta Center was closed, it would have a devastating effect not only on what we've tried to do as a city for the past several years, that it would dismantle that as a result of social services not being provided, and that we would have upwards of 2,500, perhaps to as much as 10,000 people walking around the city of Las Vegas trying to seek assistance, people that this council has committed themselves to trying to help because these people want to be helped. These are not those who are resistant to social services. And this is very important to us as a city because we're going to have to do something. It's our responsibility as elected officials to address the issue and to seek resolutions rather than avoiding solutions to the problem. So we look very much forward to hearing what you have to say. And Ms. Fretwell, you look anxious?
I just, well, because you said a lot of what I felt I needed to say to introduce Nancy.
Okay. Sorry.
One, I really do appreciate Nancy coming down here and sharing kind of the status of Clark County Social Services because this goes beyond the Fertitta Center. Even as late as yesterday, the County Commission changed the Social Service Manual, which defines how people are taken care of when they need emergency assistance. I feel that it's going to have a dramatic impact on our population. And I think because of that, Nancy was willing to come and give us an overview of the changes to the system that she probably feels she's been charged with running but has been given a very difficult hand to work with. And I know Nancy will do her very best to take care of everybody, but she's got a very difficult circumstance. And so hopefully this will open a dialogue between the city and the county on ways to help mitigate some of those impacts. Think creatively out of the box about how we as a community can work together to address some of the needs of the community for some of the most disadvantaged individuals and the most at-risk individuals. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nancy and be happy to take any direction from the mayor and council as a result.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, council members. My name is Nancy McLean. I'm the director of Clark County Social Service, which is the regional agency charged with indigent adult services in Southern Nevada. We are facing a difficult time as sort of the theme of much of what you've discussed today. The people that we serve are the people that no one else takes care of. We serve indigent residents who are not eligible for any other programs. State programs do not serve childless adults. That's our responsibility. If they're under age 65 and not disabled, they are the county's responsibility. In other states, they would be served through Medicaid as part of a waiver program, but in Nevada, that responsibility goes to the county. If we don't serve these people, no one else will, because no one else is legally responsible. Our authorizing legislation is NRS 428, and it is somewhat restrictive related to how we can use our money and where our money comes from, and I'll talk to you about that in a moment. Just to give you a little bit of background on sort of some of the challenges that we're facing, I recently just did a quick overview of the zip codes that kind of are our dozen top users of our system. And the city of Las Vegas is certainly included in that, but somewhat to my surprise, every single jurisdiction in Clark County has at least one zip code in the top 12. Henderson, North Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas, and unincorporated county has a significant number, each of those jurisdictions has a significant number of indigent residents who have been assisted by our agency at some time in the past year. Our typical client, about 60% of them are male, 2/3 are not married, 45% are between the ages of 36 and 55, and nearly 90% have a monthly income of less than $250. These are the poorest of the poor, and they have no support system in this area. And so they turn to us because they have nowhere else to turn. To give you a sense, this information is somewhat of a comparison of from a briefing that I gave to some of our legislators prior to the session starting, and then again last week when they came back to visit us for some additional information. In December, we were really worried because our unemployment rate was 7.6%. Now we're facing 12.3%, and we don't know where it's going to go from here. Our highest foreclosure rate has now become, we are in the most distressed state in the country. 30% uninsured, probably a little closer to 40% if you look at some of the literature that's available. Our applicants are increasing almost exponentially. We were seeing an average of about a 30% increase in applicants for assistance in the first quarter of last fiscal year. In the fourth quarter, we had a 60% increase in people who were contacting us for assistance. While our typical client is our normal demographic, we are seeing more young people who we believe are being pushed out of the job market or perhaps aren't eligible for unemployment. We have anecdotal information of kids who are asked to leave the family home, the family structure, because the parents can no longer afford to take care of them. So our clients are not always the typical people we've seen in years past. We have been very fortunate in that 2/3 of the sheltered homeless in the January 2009 census were receiving assistance from us, and we were able to house 4,650 households and prevent them from being on the street. This year, our funding for assistance is going to meet only about 50% of the projected need, and our policy changes, which I'll describe to you in a moment, are underway so that we can balance the need against the money that we have available. And in all of our cases, tax revenues are down. Our programs, just so you understand, are funded through property taxes. We have 2 dedicated funding streams. One of them funds our hospital fund for medical care for indigent people, and our other fund does everything. It's sort of the catch-all for salaries, benefits, nursing home care, our senior programs, our financial assistance program. Some of those are mandated programs and some of them are not. We have a number of restrictions, though, in NRS 428 that prevent us from augmenting that fund. We believe that that was designed to protect the counties from extending their financial liability beyond the limits of those funds. Today, they are proving to be a real challenge to us because we cannot put general fund money into those funds to augment those budgets. Our mandated programs, we have had a considerable success in recent years regarding our financial assistance program. Last year, more than 40,000 assistance checks were issued, 17,000 households. Our street homeless count was down, even though the total homeless census showed that there were more people who were identified as homeless. Our medical assistance program, which was not affected by legislative action, we provide inpatient care last year for more than 22,000 people who had no resources and no insurance. Most of those people were catastrophically ill or injured and were directed to us through local emergency rooms. We also provided continuity of care for oncology patients. When the UMC Oncology Center closed, we still have 135 patients receiving care, and more than half of those people came to us with a diagnosis that was made when they were at stage 3 or greater. So these are seriously ill people. We also provide life-saving treatment for people who are pending a disability adjudication through Social Security. That group is probably the most expensive group to serve, but because they are not adjudicated as disabled, they are not eligible for state programs. So the county has the responsibility for housing them and providing for their medical care. Our financial assistance program last year, you can see the trends, the increases. You can see where the economic downturn began, and our program last year was budgeted at about $12 million, and we scraped every fund that we had in our budget so that we could provide $16.6 million of financial assistance. On the medical side, this total includes the uncompensated care requirement that all hospitals must pay. But as you can see, our projections for this fiscal year are over $110 million to provide medical care to probably 30,000 individuals. This is very expensive care. And the last 2 years we have hit the wall, if you will. We have used all of our available medical funds the last 2 years. If we run out of money, the hospitals don't get paid. And so we are trying very hard to manage the costs in our medical fund. Some of the impacts of legislative action that I'll talk to you about also will affect this fund because we are having to transition some cost into this fund. We have a couple of non-mandated programs for seniors as well that meet an unmet need that was identified in our community. Our Senior Protective Services Unit investigates elder maltreatment. In calendar year 2008, we had 2,100 reports. A little less than half of those, about a third of those were accepted for investigation, and we currently have about 400 cases that are open. That staff are our most highly skilled social workers, and 40% of those cases are self-neglect cases, where we try to intervene in the cases so that people do not become more seriously ill. That program is slated to return to the state. We notified the state 2 years ago, but the Division for Aging Services, now Aging and Disability Services, was unable to get funding through the legislature for the positions necessary to take this program back. To just stop providing this service would mean system failure, would be extremely risky for our elders in our community who are in this situation. Law enforcement would be called upon to handle abuse, neglect, and isolation, but would probably only step in if it rose to a level of criminal prosecution. The self-neglect cases would not have been addressed, and that is the largest total percentage of our cases. Our Homemaker program is a very cost-effective program that prevents or delays placement in nursing homes. We also have a portion of that program that helps people who are recently discharged from the hospital who don't have anyone to help them at home, to help them stay at home, get well, and then get back to work. We have about 320 clients getting care in that program right now, and that's delivered primarily through contract services. The issue that we're facing is somewhat of a double whammy. Because revenue collections are down related to property taxes, our budget was limited accordingly. We were not able to submit a budget that included the growth that we thought we needed, because in the case of most human services agencies, when the economy is bad, our demand for services skyrockets. However, at that same time, our revenue is going down. In this case, social service has to cut over $9 million from our budget because of a redirection of the operating rate by the legislature. The money that was redirected, 30% of that stream was the money that funds the programs that we deliver. And the reason that fund was redirected is because it's the one that everyone shares the cost in. All residents of Clark County pay into the operating rate. And because of the limitations in NRS 428, this is a dedicated capped revenue stream. It can't be used for anything else, but it also can't be augmented. There is a legal opinion that's been received from the LCB that was originally interpreted to say that there was an opinion that we could augment that fund, but it is under the same conditions that we were aware of. There must be an emergency, and it must be related to the health of an indigent person. So it's basically related to medical care.
So in other words, if in fact the county were to declare an emergency, they would be able to redirect those funds and use it in order to address the emergency.
Yes, but it must be emergency related to the health. It's a medical emergency related to an indigent person.
Can you define that? Because I think that we're there. I think once they close this place down, we're going to have these people wandering around our community who will be in emergency status.
The interpretation that we have from our legal counsel is that if we have used all of our medical fund, so let's say that we were at the very end of the fiscal year, had used all of our medical fund, and we had, say, an outbreak of the flu, that would be definitely an emergency that was unforeseen and would affect the health of an indigent person. That is the direction that we've received from our legal counsel. Obviously, the cuts that we're having to make are going to affect vulnerable populations in our community. The homeless and the indigent are going to be affected heavily. One of the issues that we're facing is that while our overall funding in this budget is $102 million, $71 million goes back to the state. And these are for programs that, while they're extremely important, they do not serve our clients. They are for nursing home and medical programs that serve clients that are other than county indigent clients. $46 million this year will be sent to support the disproportionate share hospital program, which new laws issued by the federal government will require that all hospitals receive a portion of this money in the future. $16 million this year will be going to what's called the Medicaid Match Program. We pay the non-federal share of a Medicaid waiver program for nursing home care for primarily seniors who make a little bit too much money for straight Medicaid assistance. If this program didn't exist, they would be our clients to pay the full cost of care for, but this is a requirement that we have, but we don't have any input into any of the issues surrounding this program. We can't pick the patients, we can't pick where they're placed, we don't have any input to the eligibility criteria or the cost or managing the cost of care. We get the bill and we are required to pay it. We're going to be getting a significant savings because of the stimulus fund. This otherwise would have been $20 million that we would be paying for this program. And then the operating fund redirection of $9.3 million. It's about 10% of our budget, the total budget for that fund. But if you take out the money that we already send to the state, that we are required to send, it's about a 17% hit on the remaining funds in that budget. The Medicaid match program, you can see here, this does not include the savings through the ARA program. We're getting up close to about 1,000 clients a year in that program. It's a very significant cost, and it's a heavily utilized system. We identified 3 areas for budget cuts. I will tell you there is not a single good choice in this, in what we're having to do. We are staffed in a very lean way. We have not had our staff grow at the same time as the demand for services has grown. All of our offices are severely overburdened with client demand, but we have very few places where we can go where $9.3 million exists. Program cuts, primarily our financial assistance program. Staff reductions will be happening because we could either gut our financial assistance program or get rid of all of our staff. There are very few places to turn. We had to try to balance the impact. And then some other operational reductions. We developed these recommendations, just so you know. Internally, our management team and our supervisors came up with a set of suggestions, but we went to our staff as well. You talked earlier about employee engagement. The people who are living with this client demand and who are implementing the changes that we're going to be calling on them to do needed to have a voice in what we were doing. So we held several focus groups with our staff, got their input and their opinions on the pros and cons of all of the suggestions. And they aligned specifically. Everything that we recommended appeared on those lists, and many of those things appeared many, many times. No one wanted to say it, and no one wanted to talk about it, but we felt that we had to, in order to be responsible with the money that we had available, we had to move forward with some of these cuts. Our financial assistance program is going to be cut by, it's going to be about $1.8 million based on our most recent calculations. The program will be funded at about 56% of what we were able to do last year, and our projected need for the fiscal year is going to be less than half met. Part of this is because of the downturn in revenue, but the whammy was when the funds were redirected. We had proposed the elimination of the 2 non-mandated programs, not because they're not valuable. They're extremely important to us, but they're not required under the law, and we felt that we had to focus on delivering our mandated services first. The Board of County Commissioners has directed us to find alternative funding for these 2 programs, which we can do because they don't fall under the requirements of NRS 428. They are ancillary programs. So the county is searching for other funds for these 2 programs. Our financial assistance program, you can see by this graph the growth in demand for this program last year and where we are funded this year. We projected, based on the increase in client traffic the past 2 years, that we would need $20 million this year to adequately meet the need of the indigent people seeking housing assistance. Because of our requirement to do a flat budget and then some ensuing cuts due to revenue loss, we were down to about $9.5 million. The redirection of our property taxes took that down to $7.5 million, which is completely untenable. Less than a third of the need would have been met. We moved a portion of the stimulus savings from that nursing home program into this to beef it up a little bit to get us almost up to $10 million. Knowing that we're going to have caseload growth in the nursing home program, we could not move all of that savings over here. We are hoping that through any savings that we achieve throughout the fiscal year, we are going to be recommending that the money be moved directly into financial assistance with a hope that we will be able to increase it above the $10 million. We're also recommending staff reductions. All of our part-time positions have already been eliminated. This will save approximately $300,000. More importantly, related to our bargaining unit, while it is not formally required in our union agreement that we eliminate part-time staff first, because we are looking at laying off social workers that have a critical role to play in our clients moving forward toward self-sufficiency, we did not feel that we could move toward taking that action while we still had part-time staff. We will also be moving forward with probationary staff as well. We have some positions that we fund in other departments also serving critical functions. We are funding some social workers in the Public Defender's Office and the Special Public Defender's Office that are going to have to be eliminated because we can't pay for them anymore. We've always been very fortunate in when times were good, we had plenty of revenue coming in and could fund these programs and demand was not as high. We are in the complete opposite situation now. We're primarily going to eliminate support positions, but that's not going to be the case entirely. Some other operational areas, we're moving some medical services contracts, such as for oncology care, into our medical fund. Burials and cremations, we're going to be reducing some of the funding for that program. We are having more cremations now than burials, and so we believe that we can reduce the fund and still meet the need that we have in the community. We've eliminated overtime. We previously were extending office hours at our Pinto office in order to meet the demand that was coming in. We've eliminated that, and we have now gone to a block scheduling option where people are given a return date. The concern that we have about that is we're getting now beyond 2 weeks. People don't have anywhere to go. It's very hard to get them in to be seen, but we don't want them waiting in the heat, and we don't have the ability to extend our hours now. We also are reducing the fund that we send to the state. The portion that's coming out of our budget is being reduced by $2.3 million because we have taken on some additional medical costs, and so the county general fund will absorb that additional amount. The county commission has directed us to find alternative funding for those non-mandated programs. We have not yet been successful in identifying $2.4 million to put into that fund. We have identified about $1 million in reimbursements. The only way that we can augment our fund is through grants, donations, or reimbursements of expenses. We have a reimbursement that we receive from Social Security for people who are adjudicated as disabled for a portion of the assistance we provide to them. So that money will be moving into our budget, I believe, in the next few weeks, and that I hope will be placed in the financial assistance program. We believe it's about $900,000 for last fiscal year, and if we're fortunate in moving people through the system faster, we perhaps will be able to gain more funding in that area. One of the concerns that we also have is that by moving costs for some of these programs into the county general fund, the people who live in unincorporated Clark County who are paying for their municipal type services through the general fund will be absorbing the burden of these programs, and that's a concern for us and a concern for our commissioners. We are expecting some very serious impacts as a result of these cuts. We know that services are going to be reduced, and the first action was taken to change our policy manual yesterday because we must be authorized before we can implement these changes. Homelessness is going to increase. If we cannot shelter the number of people that we sheltered during the last homeless census, then we expect that there's probably going to be 2,500 additional people on the streets at the time of the next census. The closure of the office at Fertitta was not because we couldn't afford the rent or because we couldn't afford the staff. It was because the elimination of part-time positions had to come first before we eliminated full-time staff who provide social work and eligibility services to our clients. We have 2 offices where we rely heavily on part-time staff. One of them is at the Fertitta Center, the other one is in Henderson. We looked at the distance to our 2 nearest offices. The Fertitta Center has 2 of our alternative offices at Martin Luther King and Cary and on Pinto Lane, within 2.5 miles of Fertitta. The Henderson office is 14 miles from the nearest alternative office at the Cambridge Center. And that office serves an older, very medically fragile population, and all of our clients have transportation issues. So we tried to close the office that would have the least amount of harm to the client base that visits that office because they could get to one of our sites. We will be having a social worker stationed there. He is there during the interventions, and he will be distributing bus passes and making arrangements for those individuals to be seen at the Pinto Lane office or the Martin Luther King and Cary office as appropriate. The increased medical costs, people who are not housed are not living in safe and healthy conditions. We do expect our medical costs to increase as some of these people will be going to emergency rooms when they fall ill. And we know that we're putting a heavy strain on our nonprofit partners. We rely heavily on them and in the best of times, and we know we're putting a strain on the entire nonprofit system at this time because we cannot absorb the cost of caring for everyone who is indigent. Some budget cuts that are underway. We had to make the changes to the policy manual because our expenses for financial assistance were running close to $1.8 million a month in the last months of last fiscal year. Our fund would have been exhausted before the end of the calendar year, leaving us with no assistance to provide through next June. So the changes that were made essentially will allow us to focus with the people who have the greatest barriers to self-sufficiency. We can't eliminate any client groups from assistance. We previously were litigated for eliminating able-bodied adults who were indigent from services. So we have to serve them. People who have no barriers to employment going forward will receive 1 month of crisis assistance. If they have issues that are identified during their interview, they will be asked to return at the end of that month for an assessment with one of our workers, a social worker or an eligibility worker. Will do an initial assessment. And they will be going into a case management model that will allow them to receive up to 3 months of assistance. If they are totally disabled and cannot pursue any employment going forward, we are going to manage their cases intensively through the adjudication process for Social Security. We have had some staff who have received SOAR training. It's essentially a program that's statewide. And they have been able, rather than take the 12 to 18 months that an individual normally takes to get through that process, they have gotten them through in as little as 6. And by focusing they're hand-holding all the way through that process. That gets the individuals onto a permanent benefit system that is more generous than what we're able to offer and allows them to become self-sufficient as much as possible going forward. So we are going to be pursuing that heavily, and any savings that we realize by shortening that time frame will allow us to serve additional people. Right now, the 2,500 or so clients who are going through the disability process take about half of the resources that we have available for financial assistance because it takes so long to get them through that process. So we're hoping to realize savings there. Those changes will be rolling out next week. Our staff has already received their initial training on how that's going to be handled, and we will be going forward with that. Some of the actions that are completed also include the closure of the Fertitta Center. That was effective July 15th. We eliminated all flexibility in our eligibility standards. The overrides are no more. No more extended hours and overtime. And as of yet, as I mentioned previously, we don't yet know how we're going to preserve our senior programs, but we will find the funding to do that. I understand the concerns that you have regarding the Fertitta Center because I share them. We do not want any of our clients to have reduced access to services, but because we can't serve them, we cannot keep all of our offices open if we don't have people there. Yesterday, in some discussions with Commissioner Weekly, he asked us to explore some alternatives that might allow us to reopen that office even if it's on a scaled-back basis, and we are going to be exploring that. Monsignor Leary has told us that if we can find a way to reopen that, he will work with us. So that we can go back into the space that we previously occupied for the same amount of money and deliver services. We don't yet have a staffing model that will allow us to do that, but we are certainly committed to working toward that, and also we'll be talking to some of our nonprofit partners as well to see if there's some way that they can assist us with that. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here today. We appreciate it. It was certainly an eye-opener. And it's a sad commentary, isn't it, as to where we are?
Yes, it is.
What a sad commentary. Government is really charged with responsibility to provide for the public health, safety, and welfare of, I guess, the very most vulnerable, primarily. And the message is that there's no money to do it. I really... As I say, I'm not going to pick on you because you're a very good messenger, but Betsy, I'm going to ask you to really have a serious discussion with the county manager and find out what the future holds for us, because we can't sit back and not do anything about this. I don't know what we're going to do. I'm not that smart, but we've got to do something. We've got to address this issue, or else we're going to unravel. It's going to be the broken egg will never be able to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. And I'd like you to report back to us whether the county has any plan in light of the financial situation to address these problems. And just one question for Ms. McLean before I open it up. You know, we have an Evolve program here. He didn't mention anything about what you're going to do with these folks who are getting out of prison with $25 in their pocket after spending years behind bars and being dumped in our downtown. Any plans there? Should the city be looking to get involved in that process with our involved monies?
We would very much appreciate your involvement. That is one of the groups that I'm most concerned about, because as you mentioned, $25, and we hope that now they are exiting corrections with ID, but they are, it's almost an invitation to reoffend, and we're very, very concerned about that. It's a public safety issue, but it's also an issue for those individuals who do want to start over but don't have anywhere to turn. We are going to be, those folks will probably fit into the intermediate case management model, where we're going to try to help them get oriented, probably 3 months of assistance, and then all of those clients will be directed, given referrals to other agencies in the Valley that can help them. So we would be extremely appreciative if the Evolve program could assist in meeting that need.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'm sure Councilman Barlow is going to want to weigh in on this one.
Just a question. This is directed towards Betsy, or yourself, I guess.
Excuse me, Betsy?
This first and second wave of stimulus money that we're getting from the federal government, is there any money targeted for this type of use in that stimulus money that we've got?
The $4,300? I've already bet that.
I think the county is eligible for some of those funding sources. We have, in the past, tried to qualify for grant funding, SAMHSA grant funding, which is a substance abuse mental health grant.
I'm talking about some of the stimulus money.
Yes, there's no new money in this category. It's either you qualify for funding that's been enhanced in a current federal program or you don't. And to my knowledge, the only grant area federally that we've really been that successful on is in the SAMHSA grant area. We've also received some dislocated worker funding and some other things along those lines that we can continue to try and take advantage of. But the traditional social service funding typically goes to the counties. The cities don't often qualify.
Well, and in the case, if I might just explain that, the state is getting a great deal of stimulus money for its health and human services programs. We are working with United Way on emergency food and shelter grant programs, but it doesn't serve the same client base as our indigent programs do.
That's what I'm trying to get to is there any way we can begin discussions in trying to get some of the, I mean, the stimulus money is for those programs that we have in place or that, that we have ready to spend money on. And I don't think there's anything we need to have any more that's more important than this stimulus money for uses like this. I don't know, we have to contact, Your Honor, but I think it's a great use for some of that stimulus money that the federal government is so willingly to throw around and that we haven't got yet.
That's true.
And the state is receiving $253 million in health and human services.
No, I'm talking about the city of Las Vegas, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We're not getting anything, and we have huge concerns and problems in the city of Las Vegas. And I'm just saying, you know, they talk about all this money that they're throwing our way, and we haven't been able to spend any of it yet.
None of it's in the bank. Okay, Councilman Barlow, I'm sure.
Yes, Ms. McLean, thank you so very much for your report. Number one, would I have an opportunity to receive a copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
I did bring copies for everyone
Okay.
today, along with the program sheet describing the programs that we have available.
Okay. And secondly, thank you. And secondly, do you have the geographic boundaries as to the customers in which you service and those that will be impacted as far as what part of the city, county your customers come from? So that, I guess what I'm getting at is to see the impact of a specific area of town that the customers will be more impacted.
In terms of the distribution of our current client base,
Yes.
as I mentioned earlier, our top using zip code areas include all of the cities and unincorporated Clark County. But as we all are aware, 89106, 89101 are very high on the list in terms of the people who are accessing our services. But every jurisdiction has at least one zip code that has a high indigent population.
And do you have that broken out also in a graph?
It's imperfect. We have what we call pockets of poverty. It's basically map points. It's not up to date, but it would give you a sense of where the highest concentrations are, certainly. I can provide that.
Okay, and if you can provide that, that would be greatly appreciated. I would like to see that as well. And you had mentioned the oncology. That's through UMC, is that correct?
No, we have contracted with 6 area providers to provide oncology services, while first during the closure of the UMC Oncology Center, and subsequently it's going to be refurbished and won't be open for another year. So all of the qualified indigent clients are receiving their care through us with some contracted oncology providers.
Oh, through subcontraction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And finally, you had mentioned the indigent population. What are some of the key services your indigent population came through your doors to receive as far as services?
Primarily financial and medical. Financial assistance for housing has probably the highest volume. The medical assistance program has the highest cost. We're probably going to be spending close to $90 million this year on medical care for indigent people. Catastrophic care for the most part, as they are referred to us through emergency rooms, and seriously chronic health conditions. Those are the 2 highest. We also offer burials and cremations for people who die without resources. That's required by law. And we have a transportation program. If someone is here and gets stranded and they want to return to their city of origin and they have family members there, we make arrangements for them to go home. And that is not a large program, but it's a significant program, and then it reunites people with their support system.
Okay.
Our nursing home programs as well, our seniors who are no longer able to live alone, that's another one that's pretty heavily used.
Right. Well, I thank you for that. And Mayor, you're absolutely right when you mentioned, a very dim report. I thank you for the report, Ms. McLean, but we have a serious matter on our hands, specifically as we have been addressing a lot of the homeless in the Corridor of Hope and other pockets around the city. And to hear that there's possibly, I believe Ms. McLean, you mentioned approximately 2,500 or so individuals will, if they're not already homeless, they will be homeless.
That's a very rough estimate based on the last census. If we were able to assist 4,650 households at the time of the last census, we expect that about half of that is what we'll be able to help going forward.
Right. So,
Well,
thank you for your report. Thank you, Mayor.
We got to address it. We can't duck this one. We really have to, I think we have to work together with the county. This is not a situation where we can just accept the fact that they're going to choke off these services because we're going to be the ones who are affected by it.
Mayor, let me ask you a question. Is there a possibility for the city and county to have a joint meeting to discuss issues that we can possibly partner and see what we can do collectively?
And it's my desire, Councilman, that after Ms. Fretwell speaks to Ms. Valentine, that may very well be the upshot of that conversation.
Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor, if I could just say something. I'm Sugar Vogel. I'm wearing 2 hats today. I didn't know Nancy was speaking. I am the administrator of our senior law project, and I'm also the state chairman of the Elder Abuse Task Force. And I can testify to you that with respect to elder abuse, I don't know what our office would do for city residents without Clark County Protective Services. If I have a senior that's being abused or neglected, I call Protective Services, and they go out there and investigate. So anything that our office could do to work with the manager's office, we have put an application in. Councilman, you were talking about some stimulus funds. We have an application pending. We haven't received confirmation. It's a competitive grant. I would be more than happy to entertain dialogue with the manager's office or anything we could do if we are fortunate enough to receive these funds of the city to see what we can do to assist our most at-risk seniors. So anything that we could do.
All right, thank you. And
dialogue
Chairman
would be
So, I understand that you would like to be heard, or Mr. Marion, on the chairman's behalf. And,
Your Honor, if I may, if
Yes,
they're
sir.
walking up to the microphone, just briefly, Director, I appreciate your report to this council. The city manager and I have had several discussions regarding things that affect this valley on a regional basis, and Councilman Barlow and the mayor are right on the money in regards to this. This affects all of southern Nevada, and I think we need to have that perspective, that regional perspective, whether it's water treatment, whether it's indigent care, whether it's senior care, whatever it is. This is a regional issue in reality. And you mentioned money coming from the state and some programs being turned back over to the state. Well, I'm sorry. we need to take care of Southern Nevada to the best of our ability, and I don't know how to take that home rule out of the equation, the state out of the equation, because I just don't see it happening in regards to the state doing what they need to do. Thank you.
Chairman.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I'm Benny So. I'm the Tribal Chairman of the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe. First, I'd like to thank the Council for giving me an opportunity to speak on behalf of the tribe and at this Council meeting. The decisions that are being made by the city and the county have a great impact on our tribe. That's why we're here today. As an elected chair of a sovereign nation, it's my job to voice our questions and concerns from one government to another government. We have a community that consists of multiple families with children, health clinic for the urban population, a business that provides income for our tribal members. The tribe has no choice. Downtown is our permanent home. That's why we must work together to improve downtown Las Vegas for the future, and we are committed to doing that. Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to Vice Chairperson Mahone.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council members. Again, my name is Marcia Mahone. I am the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe Vice Chairperson. I'm just going to speak briefly about what Benny just mentioned. Both myself and our Chief of Police, Tribal Chief of Police, Don Belcher, have been attending the weekly Corridor of Hope Alliance meetings that deal with the homeless situation downtown, close to our reservation. Attending these meetings have helped us to understand what's going on down on Main Street, and also it's better to help us to communicate the efforts of the Metro, and the City of Las Vegas back to our tribal membership and our community to know that there are good efforts and good efforts to help make our community a safer place. Let's see. Sorry. As the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe, we're going to take a more active role in the affairs of the community that surrounds us. Later this month, we will be hosting our first swing for the homeless, and our word in the Southern Paiute for the homeless is Kachkanin. It's meaning those without a home. This will be our first tournament that we'll hold. All profits will benefit the Shade Tree and Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada. We have toured both facilities and would like to do our part in helping with their continuing efforts. We as a tribal community understand what it is like to live without. Again, we the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe would like to thank you, the city, for involving us in these matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And quickly, we'd like to present Betsy and Councilman Barlow with these pictures. They golfed earlier this month in a cadet program.
Thank you.
For us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I enjoyed playing.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Thank you. All right. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I move to accept the report and ask Ms. Fretwell in my motion to follow up with Ms. Valentine, the county manager, and see if we can't get something going together.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McLean, once again. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. There's been a request to recall item number 17. That's approval of a supplemental interlocal contract between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County for funding in the amount of $2,139,283.78 for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department MetroCom facility expansion located at 4591 West Russell Road. I'll move to recall that. Please vote on that. Post. Motion carries. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you recalling this agenda item. I was so caught up with this morning's excitement that I forgot to disclose that my daughter is married to one of Metro's finest, and therefore, by disclosure, I must abstain from voting on this item, and I apologize for the recall.
Okay.
If I could put on the record, too, before you vote, that we're going to treat the motion to recall, with your permission, Your Honor, as rescinding the previous vote.
Thank you.
So this will be a new vote from scratch.
That's better. Okay, thank you. All right, may I have a motion then, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item. All.
Thanks. Yes.
Mayor, before we take the vote, just for clarification, Brad, in respect to Councilman Ross' abstention, I have a brother that works for Metro also. Would that preclude me from voting on this item?
I think, out of abundance of caution, I would advise you to do the same. The Code of Ethics talks about people related to you within the third degree of consanguinity. Your brother clearly is within the first degree of consanguinity.
Pretty good.
And if there's any conceivable way they would benefit as a result of your vote, the appropriate course is to disclose and abstain.
Okay, then, due to an abundance of caution, I will also abstain from this item as well.
Very good. Let's vote then.
Thank you.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Now, Mayor Pro Tem, what's the item that we trailed?
71.
All right, we'll call 71, which was the trailed item. And I see that we have quite a few folks who are here for our afternoon calendar. I got to tell you, I can't, under any circumstance, think that we're going to be through until 2 o'clock. We're going to be in personnel session regarding our city auditor and our city attorney over what would have been the noon break. So plan on being back here. I won't start calling the afternoon calendar until at least 2 o'clock, and I'll probably amend that before we're through and even make it later. But if you have any place you want to be between now and 2, I would feel very comfortable going there. Okay, where do we stand on 71, which is a hearing to consider the appeal regarding the notice and declaration of chronic nuisance located 2100 Fremont Street, number 110. The property owner is Mary 22 Bartz's LLC in Ward 3.
Mr. Jervik.
Mr. Jervik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, President Mayor. This item is on today based on an appeal from a decision that this property was a chronic nuisance for the reasons given in your backup. Many of the reasons, if not all of them, are going to be the subject of a complaint for discipline that my office is going to present to this council at the next meeting. If the council approves that complaint for discipline and sets a hearing, we're going to be having a hearing on virtually the same facts from virtually the same witnesses. I made this known to the owner and his attorney and asked if they would like to combine these two. We'll be very careful to explain to the council the different standards of proof, if there are any, and what you can consider on one complaint versus another. But I think out of to conserve time and pull this all together, what we would ask you to do today is hold item 71 in abeyance until next week. I don't think anybody has to show up next week. I'm sorry, until the next meeting. I misspoke. Until the next meeting. At the next meeting on August 19th, we'll present a complaint for discipline. At that point in time, we will ask the council to set a hearing if you accept the complaint, and then ask you to take this abeyance item and set its appeal for the same date as the complaint for discipline. So the ultimate action we're asking you to take today is to hold this in abeyance until the next meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kajoka. Did you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I did confirm that, Mr. Jervik, that's fine with us. Just one point of clarification. I am here on behalf of and with Mr. Dominic Lano. He's actually the tenant of the property. Item 71 references the property owner as Mary Bartz's LLC, just to clarify.
Okay, thank you very much. All
I
right.
have a question to staff. Mr. DiFiore, please. As we're going through this procedure, are they still in operation doing the same things that we're going to be hearing, or what is the clarification of what they're doing down there at this location at this time?
Well, I understand they're still open and operating, but I don't know that we have any further information that they're continuing to do what is going to be part of a disciplinary complaint.
Okay.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to follow staff's recommendation, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 74 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new hypnotherapy license for Roger A. Wolf, doing business as Roger A. Wolf at 800 North Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 170. This is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Mr. Wolf has met our requirements for consideration of temporary approval of this hypnotherapy license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to any conditions.
All right, is Mr. Wolf here? You want to come up, sir? Are there any questions of Ms. Meyer or Mr. Wolf? All right, hearing none. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
This is not a new hypnotherapist place. You're going into somebody else's office?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to Tony Totero. He's got an office there, and he was my instructor during my instruction for this, and he's offered to let me come into his business and further learn and practice with him.
Okay. I move to approve with the 6 months temporary.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Do you want a 6-month review?
That's what I meant, excuse me.
Okay.
Temporary until we review it. I should have said 6-month review.
All right, let's vote, please. Post?
And Mr. Mayor, if you
Motion
don't
carries.
mind.
Good luck. Yes.
Because I have had some comments come into me from people who are residents in the area, I want to point out this is not a new building or office. It's just someone who's going to be working in someone else's office. Thank you.
Very good. All right, item 76 is going to be trailed to be heard in conjunction with item number 113 in the afternoon session of the City Council. We're going to move on to item 76. 76 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license for Zeping Wang, doing business as Pearl of the Orient Massage at 3909 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 6. Zeping Wang is the owner 100% in Ward 1. And this is an existing massage business, and massage licenses are non-transferable.
You know, if I could?
Yes.
Beverly, could you show me voting in affirmative on item 74, please?
Okay. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, we're asking that this agenda item be stricken.
Stricken. All
And it'll
right.
be brought back at a later time.
All right. Is Ms. Wang or Mr. Wang here?
No, we notified them.
Okay, fair enough. May I have a motion then, Councilwoman, to strike the item?
Move to strike the item.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 77 is discussion and possible action regarding an approval of a new beer wine cooler on-sale license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes for V&H Pizza, doing business as Napoli Pizzeria at 4760 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 11, for Hakab Alaverdian and Vahan Balian, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, today's report that is in your investigative book. The Sergeant Lowe is here if you have any questions, and Investigator Gluntz is the one who prepared the report, so she's here as well. As you can see from the investigation, there is quite a few number of incidents that have occurred over the years and in businesses that they were involved in Massachusetts, as well as more recently here in the Henderson, Nevada area. We've had an opportunity to meet with the attorney and meet with the applicants to discuss the issues. We've asked this to be obeyed, I think, a couple of times now for different reasons. But today, we're going to consider this for a permanent license, but I'm going to make a recommendation that we offer a temporary license with a 6-month review. One of the conditions that I would offer with that would be that any altercations where Metro is called to the business, that incident be reported to Business Services within 48 hours of that incident. That way we can have at least an idea or an understanding about what is occurring during this next 6 months. And then at the end of that 6-month period, I'd ask for the council to have a 6-month review.
Very good. Please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you. Matthew Dushoff, 3320 West Sahara, on behalf of Napoli Pizza. Mr. Mayor, Council, I spoke with Councilwoman Tarkanian. I truly appreciate her efforts in this matter. We would not oppose a temporary license with a 6-month probationary period to be reviewed again in 6 months to see how well they're doing, as well as the extra condition that if there is any incidents that involve Metro, to notify Metro within 48 hours. We do not oppose that.
Very good. Fair enough. Okay. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Your Honor, before
Yes.
Councilwoman, may I make a comment, Councilman?
Certainly.
Through the mayor, of course. Mr. DeFiore, you do a great job for the city of Las Vegas. I appreciate and respect, and I certainly respect the esteemed councilwoman, but after reading this report, I can't support this, and I just want you to recognize that. I view these as privileged licenses, and I see just a lot of mayhem in the past, and I'm concerned about the future, but I just want to state my position for the record.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman?
Well, certainly, Councilman Ross is accurate in what he's seen in the background, and this has been a hard one to try and work out. There is a pattern of aggressive behavior. There are no convictions. However, it sure looks as if there's somebody who can't control their temper. Do you have your applicants here today?
My applicants they are not here today. They are working. Unfortunately, they have to continue to work. They were at a small pizzeria on Sahara and Decatur.
I understand that, but John particularly, in going over all these cases, has had a very, very difficult time in controlling temper, and then the other brother, brother-in-law, seems to step in. I'm only mentioning this, and because this is a big thing. And I know that you had talked about if there's any occurrence that, and were called by Metro. I'd also like to say, just if we get other calls from people too, that we should consider that. I want to have a very strict, very hard, close observation. And one time, just one time, I will vote for denial after the 6-month temporary. I'm trying to help small businesses now. I know time has passed since a lot of these things occurred. I wish I could say that John should take an anger management class, but I don't think I can do that, can I? Can I?
I'll defer to Brad on that one.
You just did. I just did? Well, you know what? And it wouldn't be bad if his brother-in-law joined him. I think his brother-in-law might be a shorter time. I think I don't know. You can't tell from all of these. But I'm really serious about this in that we want the small businesses to have an opportunity to continue. We want to help our small businesses. But if you can't control temper the way this shows in the past, and I know that there are probably many other times where Metro wasn't involved or it wasn't called in, that probably something else occurred. You can just see by the pattern. So let's go with the 6-month with the review, with the heavy coverage, so that we can ascertain what's going on there. I'd like your people to come in every once in a while, see the atmosphere, see if anyone's being pushed, if we hear of anybody being intimidated in any way, and then with the anger management. And he might say, well, they can't go, they don't have time. But people do find time, and you can go.
So are you making it a specific requirement that they attend anger management classes for them to get, okay, is there any?
According to council told me now, if I could do that.
Here, with your permission, Mayor Goodman, I would suggest through the municipal court. The municipal court offers anger management counseling courses, and that would just be my suggestion, Council.
I think it's an excellent suggestion. So let me recommend that they proceed through our municipal court in the anger management classes they have there.
Could I summarize the conditions then?
You absolutely may.
Okay. The conditions would be, number one, that any altercations or incidents where Metro is called to respond to the business, that be reported to business services within 48 hours, that the applicants attend an anger management course offered by the municipal court services and complete that anger management course before the 6-month review, and then the 6-month review to follow up.
And before the 6-month review, does the municipal court give a summary of what's occurred?
Your Honor, if I can.
Then I would like to have that a summary also. Give it to you. Excuse me.
Well, if I could, I don't feel comfortable making that a mandatory condition.
Okay.
I feel like that I could support suggesting that they use this facility to go through an anger management class, and hopefully they would go, but I don't feel comfortable in mandatory, that they make it mandatory condition.
Were you going to say something, Mr. Jervik?
I was just going to put on the record, I spoke with Mr. Dushoff about whether or not this could be made mandatory or not. I'm not sure if it could or it couldn't, but I think Mr. Dushoff's willing to state on the record that regardless, his client would agree to the condition of mandatory.
All right. I want to know how the pizza is.
Pizza's very good.
Okay.
And they got a great pizza deal for lunch, so if anybody's in the area.
What's the deal?
They delivered.
Yeah.
They deliver.
It's all-you-can-eat pizza and soda for like $5.99, so if you're really hungry.
It might not be bad if we do consider them, though, because they're a small business for
I
one
like
of our
it.
luncheons.
I think they should bring it by today, and we can continue the meeting.
Yeah, we can continue right through, right?
I'll make a call right after this.
And the reason that I'm doing this, and this is the first time I've done it, is because of the pattern that's there, and it is a very aggressive pattern, and it shows also a pattern of intimidation. So that my motion, as you stated, is what we would be voting on.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Item 78 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of a temporary martial arts instruction business license for Chung Soo Kim, doing business as CS Kim Taekwondo School at 9101 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 106, in Ward 2. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, again, this is a report that is in your investigative books, and you can see, I'll summarize the report very quickly. It shows a pattern of Mr. Kim not cooperating with Metro, first on the Clark County investigation on a restaurant that he had in Clark County several years ago, and then more recently on his martial arts studio.
Jim, I'm sorry, may I interrupt, please? I noticed in your investigative report that when you interviewed this gentleman, you did it with the aid of an interpreter.
Correct.
For a good record, do we need an interpreter here for this agenda item?
Well, we met with Mr. Kim this morning and had a discussion with him without the interpreter. I asked him if he was going to bring an interpreter to the city council meeting. He did say he would. I believe we had some communication today that he was in agreement with the terms that I'm going to read into the record. Maybe that would be his choice or his...
Mayor Goodman, with your permission, only because we're going to put proposed specific conditions on the record. Mayor, whatever you want to do. But
Well, I
feel
think in
more
an abundance
comfortable.
of caution, I think it's probably a good idea to have an interpreter here, so if we ever have an issue with the future, the gentleman will know he understood what was being said.
Well, his license, temporary license expires tonight.
Okay, I think there's a solution to that, is there not?
Well, the Justice Court, I'm not sure which division of the county over there, offers court interpretive services. Perhaps over the noon hour, if you called over there and asked, here we go.
Councilman, I believe we can get a language line service on for you. If you want to trail this item
Okay,
and
that's
give me the language that it needs to be, I'll be happy to check to see if we can get that for you.
Very good. What language do you...
Korean?
Korean, okay. All right, if you could get a Korean, let's trail this then. I would feel more comfortable under the circumstances. We'll see how we go along, whether we could get an interpreter on the phone. As soon as an interpreter comes on, we'll go for it. Okay, great. Just have a seat. We'll be with you shortly. He seems to understand everything that's being said, but that's fine. Okay. 79 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary massage establishment license for Jennifer Lee, doing business as Jen Salon de Beauty at 9090 Alta Drive in Ward 2. Mr. DeFiore, is Ms. Lee here?
She was notified by certified mail, but I don't see her in the audience today, so she's not, I believe. I'm willing to go forward with a recommendation for a permanent license. We have had inspections that were conducted over the 6-month period. As you may recall, this was one that we had some communication problems with Ms. Lee and some concerns about her operating her business. At that time, it was stricken from the agenda. She reapplied to us, came back before council 2 weeks later, and the council voted for a 6-month review on her operations. We don't have concerns on her operations from a massage standpoint. The business is a beauty salon with a massage being offered with one room. Probably not a lot of clientele that come in and out, but they are clientele of the beauty salon as well. So I think I feel comfortable in going forward with a permanent license on this particular location.
Thank you, Mayor. Because you feel comfortable, I'm going to feel comfortable. It's just kind of ironic that we had communication problems in the past. We're about to grant her a permanent license, and she doesn't show up. But if we ever sense there are problems, we can always bring it back to the council for review.
Absolutely.
And because that she operates this business under the environment you described, I feel comfortable. So my motion is for approval of a permanent license.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Me? Motion carries. Thank you. Folks, I see it's about 1 o'clock. We're chugging along. We have presentations that will be made to us in chambers over the supposed lunch hour. There's no way we're going to be back here before 2 o'clock, so if you have someplace you want to go until 2, feel free to do that. There's just no way in the world we're going to be to the afternoon calendar until at least 2 o'clock and maybe shortly thereafter. Yes, sir.
This meeting was supposed to start at 1 o'clock.
That's why I said,
Well,
have a seat. Have a seat. I'm trying to be decent. Huh? Oh, it doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter. Okay, item 80 is discussion and possible action on appointments of council members to various City of Las Vegas and other jurisdictional boards, commission, and authorities. This is the Chief Local Elected Officials Consortium. Does anybody want that job?
What do you do on that job, Mr. Mayor?
Ms. Fretwell, what does one do on the Local Elected Officials Consortium?
Do you want me to answer that, Betsy?
Okay, Councilman?
Did you serve on it, Mr. Councilman
I think
Ross?
Councilman Ross did. I had appointed Councilman Anthony, but he has a conflict with another board that I appointed him to.
And likewise, I may too, Your Honor. This position is so critically important at this time because of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, because of the stimulus dollars that are going to be coming through the state. All of those monies will be coming, a lot of those monies will be coming through the Department of Labor, or DETR, Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, through the state, down to workforce boards, the Northern Nevada Workforce Board, the Southern Nevada Workforce Board. This position has to deal with that workforce board and the local elected officials consortium, which oversees the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board. This is shared with Commissioner Weekly. I believe currently the chief local elected official is currently Councilwoman from Henderson. I can't remember her name. Betsy, help me out. Jerry Schroeder.
Okay.
And then the other counties have a county commissioner or city council person that sits on this consortium. And then they oversee the workforce board, which will be receiving all of that funding, or a considerable amount of that funding. How many?
Close to $20 million.
Close to $20
All right,
million.
so it's an important job.
This is a key position that the city of Las Vegas will have, and I'm concerned about it. If no one is interested in it, I would suggest we obey this until I've had more time to look at it about my schedule.
Okay, good. I'd like that very
Unless
much.
Councilwoman is interested.
No, I am interested. If you're not going to be able to do it, I do think we should have someone up. But however, I believe that, when are the meetings?
Do we know when are the meeting?
I just don't want to overlap. I got a slight overlap with one.
I have
hand.
staff in the...
All right, we'll check it
Why
out.
don't we
Why don't we obey it for 2 weeks, then we'll make the appointment. Councilman Ross did a great job on it when he served in the past, so if he takes first crack at it, that'd be good. If not, then Councilwoman Tarkanian will get second crack at it.
That's good. I don't know if I can do as well as you, Councilman Ross.
Probably
but
better,
I will
Councilwoman.
try very hard. If this does not conflict with anything else I'm on, that's my problem.
Now, the reason I made the statement is Councilman Ross took the position when this particular board was in real trouble and straightened it out.
He
Okay.
did. Thank you very much.
All right, there's there's a motion to obey it for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we've got 81, which is the Senior Citizen Law Project Advisory Board. The term of Ben Graham expires January 5th, 2012. Ben resigned, and the options are for us to appoint a new private citizen. Yes, Ms. Vogel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. First, let me say it is with deep regret that we accept the resignation of Ben Graham on the Senior Law Project Advisory Board. Mr. Graham remains a very strong supporter of the City of Las Vegas and the Senior Law Project in meeting the unmet legal needs of citizens in our community. It's our recommendation that Dr. Charles Burnick be appointed to fill the vacant seat from the resignation of Mr. Graham. Dr. Burnick is one of the nation's foremost authorities on Alzheimer's disease and dementia. He presently serves as the Associate Medical Director of the Cleveland Clinic's Lou Ruvo Brain Institute, and Dr. Bernick will be a strong advocate for seniors with family members afflicted with these neurological diseases, and he's expressed a desire to serve on the advisory board.
Very good, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, if there's no other recommendation, I move to follow Ms. Vogel's recommendation.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you
Ms.
very much.
Item 82, is it abeyance item?
Did you not want to vote, Vicki?
Yes. May the record reflect Councilman Barlow voted yes. All right, 82 is Senior Citizens Advisory Board, the term of Wayne Lunsman, which expires June 2009. He resigned, and this is Councilman Anthony's appointment to a resident who resides in Ward 4.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor to appoint Mel Henkin to the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. With your permission, I'd like to invite him up to the podium, Mayor.
Sure.
Mr. Henkin's been here since 8:30 this morning, waiting patiently. I appreciate that. He is a veteran of World War II, as well as a veteran of the Korean War. He's been in Las Vegas since 1987, and he's spent a considerable amount of time as a former CPA helping seniors with their financial services, and he has served on the Senior Citizen Advisory Board for another ward, and it's my honor to appoint him as my representative from Ward 4. Thank you, Mel. Appreciate you coming.
You don't have to say anything.
This is my third ward that I'm representing.
You're moving around pretty
in the
good,
same
though.
house.
Is that legal? I think you just blew it. Is it legal?
They changed the wards.
Oh, I see.
It's not my ward.
Very good.
Yeah, should I give you a little background, Your Honor, before, and Mel will take the opportunity to speak. He never misses a microphone opportunity. Just so you know, and the audience and the council, Mel has served Ward 6 for the past 4 years, and serving me in that capacity on that board. He's done a fabulous, fabulous job. Councilman, he is dedicated. Mel, you're an amazing man. You're come back for some more. You never cease to amaze me. Councilman, your ward is well benefited by him, and he's a great asset to your team. So I just wanted to make my comments heard.
Very good. Mel, did you want to say something?
Well, this gives me an opportunity to keep going along, because working on June 22, I've met a lot of seniors in the last 4.5 years, and it keeps me in tune with what's going on in the seniors' fears of the last 1.5 years.
Okay, well, we know you do a great job, and we appreciate
Well,
everything you do for the city.
Can I say one thing for Mel?
Yes.
I appreciate all you've done, Mel. June 22, we're going to try to have their Christmas dinner down at East Las Vegas Community Center this year.
That would be great, really.
Bigger kitchen.
It's a bigger kitchen, right?
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Item 82 is the Senior Citizen Advisory Board for Wayne Lunsman. His term expires June 2009. Once again, no, that's just what we did. This has been a long morning. 83. Oh, we didn't vote? All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 83 is the Citizens Priority Advisory Committee for Brian Craig Pearson's term, which expires 2009. Once again, Councilman Anthony.
With your permission, Mayor, I'd like to obey this till September 2nd.
September 2nd, okay. That's the motion. Let's vote on that. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 84 is Bill number 2009-29, adopts an updated version of the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan together with related development standards. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 29-29, First Amendment, an ordinance to adopt an updated version of the Las Vegas Downtown Centennial Plan together with related development standards and to provide for other related matters. And I believe Mr. Steed is here to make some comments on this.
Mr. Steed?
Just to indicate that there's a First Amendment in the backup. That's the only comment I had.
Very good. May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval.
Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 85 is Bill Number 2009-30, revises and relocates within the municipal code the provisions regulating the naming of streets and assignment of addresses, and adopts the City of Las Vegas Street Naming and Address Assignment Regulations 2009 edition as a replacement for the 1993 edition of that document. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 29-30, an ordinance to revise and relocate within the municipal code the provisions relating to the naming of streets and assignment of addresses, to adopt the City of Las Vegas Street Naming and Address Assignment Regulations 2009 edition as a replacement for the 1993 edition of that document, and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. Councilman, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 86 is Bill Number 2009-31, allows boat and trailer sales in the C1 zoning district by means of special use permit. Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 29-31, an ordinance to allow the boat and trailer sales in the C1 zoning district by means of special use permit and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And Councilman, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 87 is Bill Number 2009-32, authorizes under certain circumstances the administrative extension of temporary licensing approval and the administration reinstatement of alcoholic beverage license suspended or revoked for non-payment of license fees. Councilman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, with some amendments to this bill, Mayor, if you will. I would like to reduce the number of days from 90 to 60, and I believe that Brad has some additional comments for this as well.
Good. Mr. Jervik?
If I could, Your Honor, I'm going to read the bill. What's in the backup is the First Amendment. What came out of recommending committee, I believe, was a Second Amendment, and what Mr. Steed is here for today is to read a proposed Third Amendment. So what I'll read is the bill first. I'll turn it over to Mr. Steed to explain, and then we'll clarify the councilman's intent.
All right.
With that, I'll read Bill Number 2009-32, First Amendment, an ordinance relating to business licensing, authorizing under certain circumstances the administrative extension of temporary licensing approval by the administrative reinstatement of alcohol beverage licenses suspended or revoked for non-payment of license fees, clarifying the status and nature of temporary licenses, and provide for other related matters.
All right, Mr. Steed?
Thank you, Your Honor. The focus of this bill was to allow people whose liquor license had expired by reason of non-payment of fees to be rather than have that license be revoked, the way the code reads now, is to have it be suspended. And the proposal was to give those people 10 days after the suspension to come in and reinstate their license with the payment of a penalty, if you will, plus the fees for the next 6 months. We also realized that there were people in the past whose license had been automatically revoked who may have an opportunity to come back in and get reinstated. So we put in a provision to address those people as well. We did a First Amendment to add a couple of clarifications for temporary licenses, and those were not the subject of any controversy or discussion at the recommending committee meeting. Councilman Barlow indicated he was concerned about that 90-day period that was assigned for people coming in after their license had been automatically revoked, and so he proposed language that we did up in a Second Amendment, giving them 60 days rather than 90 days as originally proposed. In the meantime, we have looked at the cycle of billing and the determination of revocation, and determined that there's a finite number of licenses that are subject to that. That last determination was made on June 1st, and the subsequent determination would be made on December 1st. So this is only going to apply to people whose license was automatically revoked on June 1st. It won't apply to anybody else. The problem with a 60-day provision is that time is gone. So in effect, that provision would not have any impact at all. We either take the provision out if the council's decision is not to allow those people to come in, or we would extend it to 90 days. And what that means is by the end of this month sometime, that finite number of people whose license was automatically revoked would have the opportunity to come in and reinstate. Mr. DeFury of Business Licensing had some concern about the way it reads in the code. It may be read to apply in the future, so the proposed Third Amendment would would include a 90-day provision for reinstatement, but take it out of the codification. It would appear only in the ordinance. It would disappear from view as soon as it's been implemented, and then we don't have anybody wanting to come back in later asking for a reinstatement when it's not available to them. So that would be the recommendation.
All right, thank you, Councilman.
Yes, and I would like to thank Mr. Steed as well as Mr. Jerbick for their assistance with this bill draft, and I'm okay with it, and I would like to follow their recommendation for the third amendment for approval.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. New bills, items 89, well, actually, it should be 88, shouldn't it? 88 through 92, bills 2009 -33, 2009-34 through 2009-37 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, August 18th. Mr. Jervik, would you please read those?
With your permission, Your Honor, I'd like to have our two externs from UNLV, Dave and Amy, are with us today. It's their last day with the City Attorney's Office. They've really provided quite a valuable service to the city, and they're going to read the new bills with your permission.
Well, thank you very much for your service, folks, and please read them as fast as Mr. Jervik.
Bill number 2009-34, an ordinance to adopt the Land Use and Rural Neighborhoods Preservation element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2009-35, an ordinance to adopt the economic element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for other related matters.
Bill number 2009-36, an ordinance creating the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Tourism Improvement District, 4th Street and Stewart Avenue, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. Bill number 2009-37, an ordinance to clarify and update the zoning and parking standard relative to retail bakeries and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. And bill number 2009-33 revises the zoning regulations governing small wind energy systems. These bills, if you'll be available, Councilman Barlow, on the 18th, and Councilman Anthony, are you available on the 18th?
Yes.
Both of you? Good. Then I'll assign these bills to you. We're going to go on to item number 93. 93 and 94 are closed session to discuss performance reviews. These will be the performance reviews of Mr. Snelding and Mr. Jerbick. I'm going to ask you to figure on making 10-minute presentations to us, a totality of 10 minutes, and we'll go into closed session, and we'll be back here at 2 o'clock.
Your Honor, excuse me. Number 78, did we find out about?
We do have the ability to get a Korean interpreter, and unfortunately, the phone is out here in Chambers this morning, so...
What do you want to do, Councilman?
Are you talking about having an interpreter over the telephone?
Yes, we have language line through AT&T.
Okay, what about calling the court system over there? Don't we borrow
Phones
court
not working.
interpreters? No, I mean, and having them come over.
I have it personally.
Wait.
Sometimes the departments are able to secure them. We can try that for when we come back, if you like. Would you like me
Well,
to
I'm
try
trying
that?
to inconvenience this man as little
I
as
know.
possible. Why don't, my suggestion, Your Honor,
Yes.
would be that we come back, did you say 2 o'clock, Your Honor?
2 o'clock.
And over the break, we'll try and get a Korean interpreter live to come over here.
Okay.
Right, is that understood, sir? 2 o'clock. Right, may I have a motion? Thank you, let's vote.
So moved, Your Honor.
Post? Okay. Motion carried. 2 o'clock, folks. Good. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We started off early this morning and went right through the noon hour and meeting, and then we had a closed-door session, and you'll be hearing about that shortly regarding compensation for our employees. And we'll start off with an item from this morning's calendar, item number 11. This is discussion and possible action to adjust the compensation for City Attorney Bradford R. Jerbick. I'd like the Mayor Pro Tem to make a motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. City Attorney Brad Jerbick Does a fantastic job representing us. If any of us ever have any problems, we just go to him, and he does his level best to satisfy our concerns. He's requested that he take no compensation adjustment at this time, and we feel, I feel as a councilman, that with the problems we're having with the rest of our budget, that we allow him to get what he wants this time. So my motion is to just give him a vote of confidence and tell him thanks, and when things get better, we'll relook at his compensation level.
Very good. That's a motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
Did you take a yes for me?
All right.
It's not coming up on my screen.
All right. All right. Motion carries. May the record reflect that Councilman Wilson should vote yes, Councilwoman Tarkanian yes, and Councilman Anthony has been excused from the afternoon session. Item number 12 is discussion and possible action to adjust the compensation for City Auditor Radford K. Sneldy. I'd ask Mayor Pro Tem
Yes,
to...
Your Honor, and the same thing, Mr. Snelling does a fantastic job for us. He's been here for 9 years. He's made a lot of changes for us in his position, and he also requested that he take no added salary compensation at this time, and so all we can give him is a vote of confidence and tell him what we believe from our hearts that he does a great job. That's my motion.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please.
Mayor Goodman, before we vote, may I be heard just briefly? I was unable to attend the personnel session, but I just wanted to say that as to Mr. Jerbick, is he here? No. I agree with what Mayor Pro Tem said about Mr. Jerbick doing an excellent job. And I sit on the City Audit Oversight Committee with Mr. Snelding. And I think I've done that for a couple of years now. And Rad, you do a great job for our committee and the city as a whole. So I want to tell you I appreciate that. And to recognize your and Mr. Jerbick's concession in not taking any additional raises or days or bonuses or anything like that, setting the example for the city like others have done. I just want to let you know I appreciate that very much.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 95, any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a few items, number 109 and 110, GPA 33746 and rezoning 33747, applicant owner Danielle Shannon, 1.08 acres at the southeast corner of Florine Avenue and Tom 6th Street. The applicant has requested that to be held in abeyance until our September 2nd, 2009 meeting. Item 112 is a special use permit 34016, applicant Clear Wireless LLC, owner LXT4 LLC, appeal from denial by the Planning Commission at approximately 560 feet north of Meadows Lane and approximately 530 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. The applicant would also like that to be held in abeyance until our September 2nd, 2009 meeting. Item 131 is a variance 34603, applicant P2R Las Vegas LLC, owner Ashoff Nevada Inc., 7.42 acres at 7350 Prairie Falcon Road. The applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our August the 19th, 2009 meeting. And item 135 is a site development review 34450, applicant owner 521 South 3rd LLC, appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission on 0.16 acres at 521 South 3rd Street. The applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our August the 19th, 2009 meeting. Are there any other applications at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 96 through 100 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. I may have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 96 through 100.
Yes, Your Honor. We make a motion to follow the recommendation of staff and approve those items with all conditions, please.
Thank you. I see Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I actually would like to pull number 96 forward.
All right. So the motion will be, is that what you wanted to bring to our attention, Ms. Wheeler?
No, sir.
What did you
Mr.
want?
Mayor, on number 100, we have a change of condition.
All right, so we'll bring that forward. This is the consent agenda that fell apart. Okay?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just again say, is there anybody here that called my office and left a message? It was garbled, I couldn't understand it, pertaining to something on the consent agenda? Okay, thank you.
All right. So may I have a motion then on items 97, 98, and 99?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, sir. I move follow accessories for approval of these items with all
Yes.
conditions. I'm sorry, number 96 is connected with 97 and 98, so it may be best to hear 97 and 98 as well as 96.
That's fine.
Your Honor, I make a motion to approve item number 99.
That's the greatest. Okay, well, I'm glad we saved a lot of time with that. Let's vote on 99 then. Post. All right, motion carries. Here we go. 96 is EOT 35006, extension of time for the applicant owner, Holy Cross Missionary Baptist Church. Request for extension of time of a previously approved variance to allow a 5-foot setback where residential adjacency standards require 78 feet for a proposed church. 1.40 acres located at 1328 West Lake Mead Boulevard, and this is in Ward 5. 97 is EOT 35005. Extension of time, same applicant owner. Request for an extension of time of a previously approved special use permit for a proposed church at 1328 West Lake Mead Boulevard. Staff recommends denial. It's in Ward 5. 98 is EOT 35004. Site development plan review. The applicant owner is Holy Cross Missionary Baptist Church, Inc. Request for an extension of time of a previously approved site development plan review for a proposed 5,700 square foot church with waivers to allow a 10-foot setback where 20 feet is required, and the perimeter and parking lot landscaping requirements on 0.40 acres at 1328 West Lake Mead Boulevard in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. Councilman?
Yes, I see Reverend Turner is here, and I would just like for you to come forward and just give us an update as to the progress of the church expansion and just give us an update, because I know a lot of community members have asked
Please
what the
identify
status
yourself
was.
for the record.
Push the button right there, Pastor.
Yes, I'm Pastor George Turner, pastor of the Holy Cross Baptist Church, located at 1328 West Lake Mead. Certainly, I want to say that we've been working on the finance, trying to finance the church, but for some reason or another, we've been kind of running into a little problem. But we haven't given up. We have worked with a couple of banks for the last couple of years, and for some reason or another, we haven't been able to get it approved yet. But that's why we back today to ask for a 2-year extension so we can continue on, because we really need to rebuild Holy Cross. We have not grown the building.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Councilman?
Yes. With that, Mayor, Pastor Turner, I just wanted you to bring that before the council, because I received a number of calls from residents in regards to what the status was. And so knowing that, I would like to move forward to provide the 2-year extension that you seek in order to secure your financing, in order to increase your facility for you and your parishioners. So with that, I would like to move for approval of this item to be extended for 2 years. That would be my motion at this time.
Okay, that's 96, 97, and 98. Let's vote on that, please.
Thank you.
Post? Post? Motion carries. And Pastor, you're not the Lone Ranger. The bank's got plenty of money. They're making plenty of money, and they're not lending any of it. Somebody better shake them up back in Washington.
You really need that.
100, EOT 35027. Extension of time, site development plan review. The applicant is Carolyn Cohen. The owner is Piccoli 1982 Trust. Request for an extension of time of a previously approved site development plan for a 23,544 square foot private school primary on 4.90 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Alta Drive and Wallapai Way. This is in Ward 2, and the staff recommends approval. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Brad Jones, 9115 West Russell. On behalf of the applicant, we just want to modify condition number 3 with your permission. Where it states any permits, we wanted to have that read any building permit, and I believe we've worked that out with staff.
Mayor, staff concurs.
Okay. Councilor Wilson?
With that in mind, my motion is for approval, consistent with the condition as just stated on the record.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
I apologize for taking that off consent.
No problem. Good luck to you. Item 78, we're going back to item 78 for the 15th time today. Discussion and possible action regarding a review of a temporary martial arts instruction business license for Chung Soo Kim, doing business at CS Kim Taekwondo School at 9101 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 106. This is in Ward 2. Mr. Kim, I think we finally got this ready for you.
Thank you, sir.
I believe there's an interpreter on the phone. Interpreter, would you please identify yourself?
Do you have the interpreter on the line?
My name is Chung Soo Kim.
No. I think Mr. Kim is probably better qualified than the interpreter. Mr. Interpreter, or Miss Interpreter, would you please state your name?
Yes, sir. First of all, I do not hear you very well. This interpreter's name is Anju, Korean interpreter number 6148.
Okay, and are you fluent in Korean?
Yes, sir.
And have you testified or have you acted as the interpreter in any court of competent jurisdiction in the state of Nevada?
No, sir.
That's great. Sorry I asked the question. I withdraw the question. All right, let's see whether we could do this.
Want me to try?
Try.
Miss Interpreter, can you hear me, please?
Yes, very low, but yes, sir.
Okay. We have a gentleman here that speaks Korean, so would you please interpret the proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you identify yourself? What is your name?
저는 한국 통역인입니다.
And are you a certified interpreter? Have you ever interpreted for any government agencies at all?
No, sir. Only government agency I interpret is for Social Security Administration, sir.
Okay. And have you done that on a number of occasions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Kwon Do, do you feel comfortable proceeding with the use of this interpreter?
Sure.
Okay, Miss Interpreter, would you please proceed? Would you please interpret word from now on, please?
Yes, sir. It'll be very helpful if I can hear you better, sir. Is there any way that I can hear you more clearly?
I'll try my best. Can you hear me any better now?
Yes, sir. Much better. Thank you.
Mr. DiFiore, would you please conduct the proceedings, introduce what we're doing here, and go a couple of sentences at a time so the interpreter may interpret.
앞으로 일어나는 모임에 한국말로 일어나는 대로 모든 과정을 설명해 주라고 하셨고요. 지금 다른 분께서 앞으로 이 모임이 어떻게 진행될 건지 사전에 설명하실 겁니다.
Yes.
My name is Jim DiFiore. I'm the Business Services Manager for the City of Las Vegas.
네. 라스베가스 도시에서 비즈니스 담당, 그러니까 자격증 담당하시는 앤디 소렌스라고 소개하신 것 같아요. I'm sorry, I couldn't get your name clearly, sir.
That's okay. It's DiFiore. Mayor and Council, in the investigative book, you have an investigative report on Mr. Kim.
김 선생님의 조사를 담당하는 김 선생님의 사업의 조사를 담당하고 있는 사람이라고 소개하셨습니다.
And you will see that the pattern of the report shows that there was a lack of cooperation in not only a county investigation but in the recent city investigation.
네, 회계학적으로나 도시 규율상적으로 김 선생님의 사업에 위배된 사항들이 많았다는 것을 말씀하셨습니다.
The concern had to do with the disclosure of a source of funding more recently on the city investigation and several interviews had taken place to determine the source of funds.
네, 도시 계획에서 다른 사람들과 이야기하고 뒷조사를 한 결과 도시에서 자금 신청한 거에 대한 요구는 거부되었다고 하셨고요.
The report is a recent report dated July 22nd, 2009.
최근에 받은 기록은 2009년 7월 22일 날 들어온 서류인데요.
And this is the second of the temporary licenses issued to Mr. Kim for his martial arts business.
Will you please repeat, sir? This is the second.
This is the second extension of his temporary license for his martial arts business.
그때 선생님 도장 태권도 같은 건데요. 마셜 도장 일시적인 사업 면허증을 두 번째 내달라고 부탁하셨나 봅니다.
Mr. DeFiore, you have interviewed Mr. Kwon Do this morning about this matter, have you not?
That is correct.
오늘 아침 미스터 권 선생님하고 이 문제에 관해서 말씀해 보셨습니까?
Yes.
Based upon that interview, what is your recommendation this afternoon?
My recommendation, which Mr. Kim has acknowledged, is the following: that we would allow the temporary license to expire at midnight tonight.
Jim.
네. 권 선생님과의 조사한 결과 김 선생님께서는 앞으로 이야기하는 사항들에 동의하셨는데요. 우선은 일시적인 사업 면허증은 오늘 밤 자정을 통해서 끝나는 걸로 동의를 해주셨고요.
Yes.
That Mr. Kim submit a new application for a administrative temporary license.
Yes.
그리고 Mr. Kim applied for new application, sir. I'm sorry.
That's correct. Mr. Kim applied for a new license application for an administrative temporary license.
네, 사업 경영을 위한 새로운 면허증을 김 선생님께서는 다시 신청을 해주셨는데요.
This administrative license would be issued with the following conditions.
새로 드리는 일시적인 사업 면허증은 다음 사항을 준수하신다면 준수한다는 사항 아래 발급해 드릴 수가 있게 됩니다. 그 사항들은
Condition 1 would be that Mr. Kim must fully cooperate with Metro to provide source documents, if required, to address the concerns of Metro's investigation.
그 사항들은 김 선생님께서는 메트로 담당자에게 서류적인 근거를 제시해 줄 수 있어야 하며
Condition 2, if Metro determines during the investigation that the money lent to Mr. Kim requires a suitability investigation.
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay.
Condition 2 determines.
Condition number 2 is if Metro determines during their investigation that if money lent to Mr. Kim requires a suitability investigation, that the application for that investigation be submitted within 14 days of notification, but no later than September 1st, 2009.
네. 그리고 두 번째 조건은 선생님께서 메트로 책임자와 담당인들에게 필요한 서류를 다 제출해 보여줄 수 있는 것뿐만 아니라 메트로에서 조사하는 과정에 있어서 다 선생님 또한 기꺼이 동참해 주셔야 하며 그 필요한 서류나 금액, 그 서류를 제출해 달라고 할 때, 그리고 선생님께서 그 사건에 필요한 그러니까 조사 경우에 필요한 모든 서류들을 그때 14일 안으로 다 제출을 해 주셔야 되며, 모든 것은 2009년 9월 3일 이전에 접수를 한다는 동의 아래 메트로에서 결정을 내릴 겁니다. 즉 메트로에서 권한을 가지고 그 안에 해주시면 허락을 해준다라는 조건입니다.
Yes.
Condition 3, the licensee must display the administrative temporary license in plain sight for customers to observe.
I'm sorry, sir. Will you please repeat? I do not hear clearly, sir.
Okay. Condition number 3 is that the licensee must display administrative temporary license in plain sight for the customers to observe.
For customers observe?
To observe.
To see.
To see.
오케이. 그리고 일시적인 사업 면허증을 세 번째 조건입니다. 일시적인 사업 면허증을 취득하시면 미스터 김께서는 이 면허증을 모든 고객들이 볼 수 있는 곳에 두셔야 됩니다.
Condition 4, the licensee must provide a list of students enrolled at the beginning of the administrative temporary license period and every 30 days to include the names and telephone numbers of the students.
What was the later one?
The licensee must provide a list of students enrolled at the beginning of the administrative temporary license period and every 30 days to include names and telephone numbers.
Name and telephone number. 그리고 그러니까 학생들이 등록할 경우 신청서에 선생님 그 사업 면허증 번호를 각기 기입을 해 주셔야 되고, 선생님께서는 사업 면허증을 30일에 한 번씩 새로 재등록하셔야 되며, 모든 신청서에는 학생들의 이름과 전화번호를 다 기입을 해 주실 수 있어야 합니다.
Condition number 5, the fees collected from new students shall be no longer than month to month during the administrative temporary license period.
What was condition number 5?
Condition number 5, fees collected from new students shall be no longer than month to month during this administrative temporary license period.
그리고 다섯 번째 조건은 일시적인 사업 면허증으로 새로운 학생들에게서 받는 요금은 한 달에 한 번씩만 받을 수 있으며, 그러니까 매달 한 번 받는 요금으로 계산하셔야 됩니다.
Condition 6, a 90-day review by the City Council.
그리고 조건 여섯 번째는 도시 감정인들, 도시 책임자들, 시티 카운슬러들이 90일 이후에 이 사항을 재검토한다라는 조건입니다.
That is all of the conditions. Would you ask him if he understands and has any questions?
지금까지 조건 6개를 다 말씀해 드렸는데요. 그 중에 질문 있습니까?
없습니다.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. DiFiore, and thank you, Miss Interpreter. Could you just stand by for a moment?
Certainly, sir.
Mr. Kwando, we did this for your benefit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand some English?
Most he speaking, I understand that.
The reason we did this was because Mr. DiFiore, in his investigative report, said he used an interpreter. So to be careful, out of an abundance of caution, we thought we'd have this interpreter aid in these proceedings.
Yes. Also, around 3 weeks ago, I was interviewed with the investigator. I explained her everything, but she misunderstood, but she missed the report here.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you feel you have a comfort level with what is happening today?
Yes, sir.
You understand that we are considering giving you an administrative temporary license for 90 days.
Yes, sir.
During this 90 days, you must do the things that were read on the record by the interpreter. Do you understand
Yes,
those?
sir. Yes.
Do you understand that if you do not cooperate and do the things that have been read in the record, then this council may not grant you a permanent license?
Completely, I report every month to Business Department.
Would you say that again?
I'll follow your schedule until 6. Everything I report every 30 days. Also, I'll contact the investigator and then I'll correction.
What I'm going to ask you to do is just to cooperate with Mr. DeFiore's department. They're here to help you.
Yes.
But I expect you to do everything that we've talked about today, because if you don't, the council will consider denying you a permanent license.
I do, sir.
Once again, do you feel comfortable that you understand what's happening today?
Yes, I understand.
And are you in agreement with everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mayor, may I make a motion? Sure. My motion is to accept the recommendation of Ms. Interpreter. Thank you very much. We appreciate your services.
You're welcome, sir. Thanks for your call.
My motion is to accept the recommendation of Mr. DeFiore to grant this individual an administrative temporary license with the 6 conditions as read in the record.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right. We're now going to our one motion, one vote part of the agenda. This will concern items 101 through 108. So if anybody, either on the council or in the audience, wants to have one of those items pulled, let us know now. Otherwise, I'll read them all under the following conditions. They're considered to be routine. They're non-public and public hearing items with no condition changes. So all public hearings will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request that item to be removed from the portion of the agenda. We'll start with 101, which is DIR 35115. The applicant is Mary Grover, the owner Meadowbrook Mountain Spa LLC. Request to allow the operation of 2 water features which total 353.25 square feet in an existing golf course on 139.1 acres at 8600 Cup Drive in Ward 6. 102 is DIR 34955. The applicant owner is KAG Property LLC. Required review of a development report as required by subsection 9.01 of that certain development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Kyle Acquisition Group LLC, dated August 8, 2007, on approximately 1,712 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin Road in Ward 6. 103 is RQR 34329. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is Shoshone Cattle and Land Development Company. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3200 Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. 104 is RQR 34410. The applicant is Paymont Misachi. The owner is Rancho Allen LLC. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for 2 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise signs adjacent to the east side of Rancho Drive, south of Corin Lane in Ward 5. 105 is RQR 3444111. The applicant is CBS Outdoor. The owner is Michelle Acciardi. Required review of a previously approved... Yes?
No, go ahead, finish it, because I just have a comment.
Previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign adjacent to the west side of Rancho Drive, approximately 250 feet south of Alexander Road in Ward 6.
I don't think we need to pull it off. I just want to make a comment. We did receive 2 protest letters. This is an existing billboard for the residents out there, not a new billboard in that location.
That's great. 106 is RQR 34984. The applicant is Maria T. Power. The owner, Savannah Investments. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for a beer, wine cooler on-sale establishment within an existing restaurant located at 2081 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. Number 107 is RQR 35034. The applicant is Las Vegas Carriage LLC, the owner Baptist Mission to England. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for horse-drawn carriage rides at 1060 South Main Street in Ward 3. 108 is VAR 34465. The applicant owner is Lorraine Wald Family Trust. Request for a variance to allow an existing 5-foot-tall solid wall within the front yard setback where the top 3 vertical feet must be open on 0.45 acres at 2909 Coastline Court in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. Items 101 through 108 are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on any of these items? 101 through 108?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. Item 102, I disagree that it would be a one motion, one vote consent due to the large number of acreage and the potential for ratables. I would like to hear the results of that report, if possible. Thank you.
Any other comments at this time? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing then. May I have a motion then to approve items 101 through 108?
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of those items with all conditions, please.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Going to go to item 111, SUP 33755, special use permit. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Douglas B. Kays et al. Appeal filed by the denial of the Planning Commission for a request for a special use permit for a proposed recreational vehicle storage facility with a waiver to allow a 6-foot screening device where 8 feet is required at 1717 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommended denial. This is a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Sarah Kopnick, 5596 5596 Victoria Regina, Las Vegas, Nevada, on behalf of the applicant. I just wanted to do a quick recap on what we're covering. The Fantastic Swap Meet has proposed to add an RV storage to the area that was once used as an auto storage area on the back of their lot. And we've been in, this is hopefully the final time that we're coming in, to go ahead and review this. The neighborhood has been in support of this, and we provided letters earlier concerning that. And we've been in meetings with Councilwoman Tarkanian. I'd like to thank her for the hard work. She has been very cooperative in working with us, trying to establish security measures that would be satisfactory for the area. And in meetings with her, we came to a consensus that we would provide several items. She has a list of those items that would meet the security demands, including access to the lot would be by appointment on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The remainder of the days of the week, it would be people would be able to come into the site because it is opened and available. Always representative of Fantastic would be handling allowing people in and out of the site, and they would not have key access to the site, so that we would have always have somebody controlling whether somebody's bringing an RV in or not. The video cameras would be added to it, and if you can bring the camera over here. Let me see. I'll move. Can you see it?
Nope.
No, it's not visible. Well, I do have a copy of it here. I can go ahead and give it to you. What it is that we're going to go ahead and put video cameras where they'll be visible to the entire lot. 3 video cameras across the top of the building. I don't know why it's not picking it up at all, but maybe it's not bold enough or something.
It's a little better.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. The building is right here, and these are the areas that the cameras would be. So the building up here, and then the cameras will direct down into the lot in the direction. So they cross over, and then there's one directly out. So in lieu of having full-time presence of a security guard, they're replacing cameras on site. They're going to be provided, the service will be provided by ADT. And we will also have a security guard that will come to the site on a regular basis and check it. We're also going to be posting a phone number, and Councilwoman Tarkanian, did you get a copy of the fax this morning with the letter available that we sent over to you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, this
I
is
didn't,
for...
but I'll take your word on the facts.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a copy of the contract here that we are going to be posting the phone number of the Security Unlimited. That's the company that's going to be handling the drive-by security on the property. So, and also just on the other end of it, for the visibility to enhance and improve the aesthetics on Oki, we have added palm trees, and they're up in these corners. Just so that you can see that we're doing everything we can to cooperate with the city and try to enhance and improve the property. And this is not a goal to, in any way tear things apart or make it unacceptable to the neighborhood. So, any questions?
Are there any questions? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman?
I would just like to concur that we have been able to work well together, and that Fantastic has absolutely been excellent in following through on our suggestions and recommendations that were within their ability to change. And I would like to move, I have a copy of these conditions, Margot.
If I may, if you want them as revised conditions, if I could read them in, because I have nothing and I have none of those plans.
We just did this late yesterday, and I'll give this to you. Sorry, I was going to read them, Margot. Then I went, okay.
The conditions that could be added would be the hours of operation, Thursday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Friday, Saturday, Sunday 8 to 6. Access will be by appointment only, Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Security cameras shall be located on the site, subject to the approval of planning and development. Phone number shall be posted on the site with 24-hour contact regarding security matters. And the other thing that she indicated was a revised landscape plan shall be submitted for approval to add additional palms on the Oki frontage.
I think that that might have sounded like that, but that was not a condition. Those palms are already there.
Right, and we just simply, they had died, and so we actually replaced them and hopefully improved the drip lines to them. So
They
that
died
don't die
from
again.
the previous arrangements that were made through the city, that the city had required they be there. So the previous request for palm trees was met, but they died, and when we went out to do this other, we requested that they replace those palm trees.
Okay, then it's the camera, the phone number, the hours of operation, and the access.
Yes, and I believe there's a comment on the bottom that I wrote in about that in 1 year we would review it and see how security went, and if necessary, then make some additions to the fence.
Then there'll be a review in 1 year at a public hearing in the City Council?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, Councilman.
Yes,
Mayor.
Mr. Scott.
I know there's those palm trees are in those planters, those concrete planters.
Yes.
And I think we have a standard condition with regard to the maintenance of the drip system or something, Margot. Don't we have something with regard to?
Yes, and that would be required in a code enforcement matter when they die.
Well, hopefully they won't die. Something went wrong. How many were there? 7 or so?
Yeah.
And about 3 died, so something went wrong with those 3. But those were sort of separate from this. Except
Right.
you better have who is ever handling the landscape make sure that that's all repaired.
Right, and since we're revisiting this in a year's time, obviously we're going to work to make sure that the palm trees are alive. In spite of the fact that, you don't want to put all that money into all that landscape and then have it go, just die off.
All right, ready for a motion?
I was waiting to see if everything was okay with Margot. That's it. And I'd like to emphasize that each one of the neighbors that is adjacent to this wants this very much. I ordinarily wouldn't be going for this much parking, but the lot's extremely large, and each one of the neighbors wanted it because it gives a buffer between their homes and and a security buffer between their homes and youngsters who are playing there, or homeless who might be there. So they want it very much. So I move to approve with all conditions.
Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 113 is SUP 34331, special use permit. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is L. Eric Culverson. The owner is Village Square Shopping Center, LLC. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a massage establishment with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residentially zoned property where 400 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a 0-foot distance separation from the two existing massage establishments where 1,000 feet is in the minimum required at 9440 West Sahara Avenue in Suite 215. This is Ward 2, and this is to be heard in conjunction with this morning's item, number 75, which is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license subject to provisions of the planning codes, LPGTrainingUSA.com, doing business as European Face and Body Renewal, 9440 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 215. That's in Ward 2, of course. And the Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Lady and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Once again, we're talking about...
Please identify yourselves for the record.
My name is Eric Culverson. The business address is 9440 West Sahara.
I'm Gretchen Giovanni, residence 7580 Schuster Street in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, this is a fundamental request for a license for a massage establishment, but we don't actually do massage. This is endermology, which is a mechanical application to the skin to treat cellulite reduction. And now that the state has dictated that all endermology service providers be licensed massage therapists, that requires our business to establish yourself or the site to be licensed for massage. Our discussion at the previous council meeting was regarding the fact that this is not actually massage, and at that time we discussed a special condition where as long as we were just using the equipment and there was no actual hand-on-body application of treatment, that was possibly an exception to granting an all-out or a standard license for massage.
If I may.
Certainly.
Basically, the company, which I am the training director for LPG Equipment, and our goal is training. I train 98% at doctors' offices, chiropractors' offices throughout the United States, and every once in a while there will be a training on-site at this location where I'll also explain how I would integrate endermology into their spa or chiropractic office or other. As he just stated, they decided that endermology goes under the name of massage now, so that caused this need for a special use permit. We have no intention of giving massages out of that location whatsoever. We're not a massage parlor at all. We're a training facility that happens to use a Category 1 medical device that has been declared massage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Culverson?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Culverson, you own the business, I take it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the business is European Face and Body Renewal?
Yes.
And you want to supplement that business with the ability to perform the endomology treatments?
Yes.
Which is there's some device you use to apply a massage,
exactly.
but there's no creams used, there's no hand-on-body
If I may.
massage?
If there's a photo, you can see that she's wearing on dermal wear, which is it's a stocking that you must wear so that the roller technology combined with the gentle aspiration never comes in contact with your skin. It's a gentle aspiration, and it does what we call a palpebral roulé, which is used in therapeutic massage.
Does it help in weight loss?
It helps in weight loss.
Motion
it really does.
for
It reactivates the benefits. You want me to go into detail on what? Okay.
No,
Tightens the skin as well. All ladies want to know.
Just a few more questions.
Okay.
Margot, would you please explain the property line to property line concept? Because when you look at the pictures, that display where your business is located. You're in the Village
Yes.
Square Shopping Center.
Yes. Sorry.
Beautiful shopping center. Are you on the first floor or the second floor?
Second floor.
Okay, you're on the second floor of a great-looking commercial site, but because of our, what I consider to be somewhat stupid rules regarding property line to property line, because realistically, the location of Mr. Culverson's building is probably more than 400 feet from the nearest house if you exclude the property line to property line requirement. You know where I'm going?
Yes.
Okay, talk about the property line to property line.
Distance separation is from one property to another property, not from a leasable unit to another leasable unit. Therefore, the shopping center immediately abuts residential property, and therefore this requirement for the waiver is before you.
How many
Because
feet would you say his business is from the nearest residence? Give me an educated guess based upon your many years.
it may well be
in
more than
planning.
400. I don't have the map beamed up here.
Okay, it probably is more than 400, wouldn't you
Yes.
say?
The reason for a waiver as opposed to a variance is that that allows the council the discretion to make the decision if they believe that the proximity is not a detriment to the neighborhood based upon walking distance, visibility, and other factors. Therefore, this very well-written code section allows for the council to have discretion, and that is what is before you today, to determine if you feel that this unit's location and this use is appropriate and can be done without any detriment to the neighboring residential or commercial properties.
Can you put the location, aerial, and special map that is an attachment on the screen? Are you able to do
I
that?
cannot, but the folks in the back
Okay.
can.
Okay. It's not easy to see, but the point I'm trying to make for our viewing public is that it's clear that Mr. Culverson's place of business is in the center of the shopping center. And because of the way the code reads and property line to property line, he is many, many yards from the closest residential property. Okay. What we want to do as a city council, in my opinion, is to encourage businesses and to allow people to further their business ventures, Mr. Culverson, based upon the presentation by your colleague here. My motion is for approval. Are there any conditions that you would like to add, Margot?
For your consideration, the condition would be that all massage conducted at this location shall be using an LPG mechanical device.
Okay, is that acceptable?
That is
And that's
correct.
the
Yes.
name of the device that was on
Exactly.
the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, my motion is for approval with that condition.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Say it again now? Oh, the 75 too. Yeah, one more.
As to item number 75, which is the temporary approval of a new massage establishment license, do we need any conditions, Margot? Okay, my motion is for approval.
Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you folks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
114 is RQR. No, the reason we're laughing is, no, I have to explain this because it's very rude. The reason we're laughing, there was a matter earlier in the afternoon where Councilman Wilson was meticulous in making sure that the applicant understood everything that was taking place, and we went to great pains all morning long to get an interpreter, and everything was done perfectly, except instead of calling the applicant by his name, he called Mr. Quanto.
It's all Mr.
I'm going off Mr. DeFiore's cheat sheet where it says CS Kim Taekwondo. You guys didn't have the cheat sheet. I'd like to introduce
Forget about it. I just didn't want people to think we're nuts up here. But when he said Mr. Kwando
4 times,
and then the man pretended that was his name, so you would vote for him, I figured everything's nuts. Okay.
I don't even want to ask you for permission, but I'd like Beverly to take this as part of the record. This is Mr. DeFiore's cheat sheet that he gave to me that says CS Kim Taekwondo with coffee poured on it.
Let's not even go there. Okay, we'll carry on our business. 114 is RQR 33738. Required review of public hearing. The applicant is Randy Black, the owner F&M and Nancy Corrigan Trust. Required review of a previously approved variance which allowed a 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 921 North Buffalo Drive in Ward 4. And this application has been amended to reflect the applicant Black Gaming, owner Rebel Oil Inc., and an APN of 138-620-003. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Kempfer.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Chris Kempfer here on behalf of the owner and applicant. If we can start at the overhead, please. The sign is located right here, which is essentially in the center of commercial development, which is exactly where you want billboards. What I did with the green there is to indicate all of the homes that were purchased after the sign had been constructed, so that essentially or virtually all of the people who live anywhere near the immediate area purchased their homes after the sign was constructed in the middle of the 1990s. Staff's concern related initially to, I guess not just initially, but principally to the fact that this particular sign for the Suncoast was a couple of feet higher than the sign behind it, and wasn't actually the enhancement that you sometimes see that, and to which staff rightfully takes exceptions, where you have bodies that are taller than the sign. The sign was actually just constructed a couple of feet taller than it should have been. That's been corrected so that this sign's now, even though it reads exactly the same, it's been reduced in size so it corresponds exactly with the sign behind it. So we hope that addresses staff's concern as to that issue. The Planning Commission's concern was kind of interesting. It was that and the vote on that was 3-2, was that this sign, although, as I noted, in essentially the center of this commercial area, was close to an existing park. Well, in order to get to that park, you've got to go through the convenience market, then you've got to go across Washington, and the park that's actually on the other side of Washington is, this is where some drainage facility is. Parking essentially is behind it, and then immediately adjacent to it is well number 76. So the bottom line is it's not, in our opinion, not anywhere near a park so that it would in any way justify somehow affecting the park or otherwise justify the denial of a sign that's been there for quite a few years. So we would respectfully request your approval of the sign, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. And are there any questions? Folks, a public hearing if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilman Anthony asked me to handle this agenda item for him as he is absent this afternoon. Interesting to note, Mr. Kemper, I believe that billboard was there long before the park was there.
I believe that's...
Yeah. And what happens, and Your Honor and council members, that's why I brought up 105 under the one motion, one vote. It was a billboard. Oftentimes when neighborhoods are notified of these required reviews, they automatically think it's another billboard in my neighborhood. And that's just not the case, and is not the case with this billboard. So with that, Your Honor, I'd like to move to approve RQR 33738 I want to change condition number 2, Director Wheeler, to reflect a 5-year review.
That would be to 2014.
Thank you. That's
Very
my
good.
motion.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good
Thank
luck.
you very much,
Thank
Your
you. 115 is GPA 32693, a general plan amendment, a public hearing. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests to adopt an updated land use and rural neighborhoods preservation element and revise the 2020 master plan. Planning Commission staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Wheeler, is that yours?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an update to the existing land use element of the general plan, whereby we take all of the changes that have occurred during the ensuing period and update our land use element and also make any corrections that need to be made. NRS requires that there be a neighborhood preservation element, which again requires us to put into our general plan the existing agreements and existing conditions with regard to our agreement with the county on rural preservation neighborhoods. We then update the map to show those areas that have changed and may now not be a rural preservation neighborhood and those that are added. Councilman Ross spent a great deal of time and reviewed all of the maps with us, as he's very knowledgeable in this area, and we have made some modifications. This has gone through the public hearing process. We also had neighborhood meetings, and we request your approval this afternoon. If there's any questions, I'll certainly attempt to address them.
Thank you.
at
Any
this time.
questions, Ms. Wheeler? Or folks at public hearing, if you'd like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. I move false test recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Councilman Ross? Okay. Item 116 is GPA 34613, General Plan Amendment to Public Hearing. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests to adopt an updated economic element and revise the 2020 master plan. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Once again,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the last element of the general plan, of the master plan, and with the adoption of this element, I'm happy to say for the first time in history, the City of Las Vegas will be in compliance with NRS with regard to our required general plan elements. This element is entitled the economic development element, but what it is not is an economic development plan for the city. What it is the document which gives the information as to how all the various projects and programs, policies of the general plan are then implemented. So it is primarily a discussion of how the capital improvement plan implements the general plan. There are not any policy decisions in this document, but again, rather it is the implementation of the other general plan elements as adopted by the City Council, and we request your approval today.
all right, thank you. Are there any questions, Ms. Wheeler? Folks, any comment by the public in the public hearing? Be happy to hear you. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. May I have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I move to approve item 116 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may,
Certainly.
to the clerk, would the clerk let the record reflect a yea vote on 115 for me, please?
Very good. Item number 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, and 123. 117 is GPA 34600, request to amend a portion of the Southwest Sector Plan of the general plan from R, which is rural density residential, to SC, which is service commercial. 118 is ZON 34601, request for rezoning from CV, which is civic, to C1, which is limited commercial. Item number 119, VAR 34605, request for variance to allow 160 parking spaces, where 205 are required for proposed church house of worship expansion, senior citizen apartments, assisted living apartments, convalescent care facility, and a child care facility. 120 is SUP 34604, request for a special use permit for proposed senior citizen apartments. 121 is SUP 34606, request for a special use permit for proposed convalescent care facility nursing home at 8200 West Sahara Avenue. 122 is SUP 34608, request for a special use permit for proposed assisted living apartments. And 123 is SDR 34602, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 50-foot tall, 4-story, 33-unit senior citizen apartments, 41-unit assisted living apartments, 22-bed convalescent care facility nursing home, child care facility and expansion to an existing church house of worship. The applicant owner is the Lakes Lutheran Church. The project is located at 8200 West Sahara Avenue. The Planning Commission recommends approval of all items, and staff recommends approval of items 117, 118, 120, 121, and 122, and denial of items 119 and 123. All of these items are in Ward 2, and they're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Comfort.
Councilman Wolfson, since this is in your ward, let the record reflect I did not laugh at that.
The record will reflect that you did laugh. But what goes around comes around.
Anyway. Good afternoon again, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Chris Kempfer on behalf of the Lakes Lutheran Church. In the audience is our pastor, Kurt Sortland, and Mark Myers, who is one of our architectural committee members. They are here should you have any questions appropriate for their consideration. I would like to believe that I am extremely proud of every application that I bring before you, but the reality is this one has some real specialness for me because this is my church. And I'm very proud to present something that I know the city of Las Vegas needs and will appreciate. There are several applications before you, but the bottom line is what we are doing is trying to provide essentially a senior care element that covers all areas of need, from senior housing to assisted living to memory care. Too often you have either parents or grandparents where one of the parents may need assisted living and the other one memory care or some other more advanced care. And it's not possible for them to live essentially in the same building or the same parcel of land where they can see each other with regularity. That is exactly what we've provided here. We have senior housing for those that just want to live together in their senior years. We have assisted care for those that need assisted care, and we have memory care for those that need that type of care as well, all provided on site. We appreciate the fact that staff almost has to recommend denial when you have a parking variance. What we've done is requested variances to parking because the sad reality is in assisted care facilities and senior housing and memory care, things like this, you do not use the parking because they are not visited with the regularity with which they should be visited. So we have a project here of which we are extremely proud. We've worked, we think, very well with the neighbors. If we can go to the overhead, I'll show you one of the concerns always was and is Villa Olivera there because of the homes to the north. Obviously, there's homes also to the east that we have to be concerned about, but our mandate always is to make sure that we don't intrude into this neighborhood. So there is no access points here. Not only that, we have 120 feet between the building here and the property line here, which consists of 60 feet, which as you can see is, it's not very clear on your screen, but it's a green belt area to allow a courtyard for our assisted living plus folks. And then this is Villa Olivera, which is a 60-foot wide street. So again, I'm very proud of these applications. The pastor and Mr. Myers are here to answer any questions you might have of them, and we respectfully ask your approval.
All right, thank you very much. I just have one question, if I may. Will you be working closely with the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute and the Cleveland Clinic folks? I think it's a resource that this community...
I think it's incredible. I mean,
it's a resource that this community never had before. It brings us into the major leagues as far as academic medicine and caring for people with neurodegenerative diseases. And it'd be a shame if there couldn't be some kind of at least a tacit partnership between the two.
Yes, my name is Mark Myers, and I'm a member of the Lakes Lutheran Church. And we're not aware of this facility, but we would certainly be open to working with them.
Okay, well, we're very proud, as Mr. Kempfer is very proud of representing his church. We're very proud as a city in having it our Symphony Park, which is just a stone's throw across the freeway from here, one of the most interesting architectural buildings in the world, being created by Frank Gehry, the world-class architect. But more important than that is that the Cleveland Clinic, which regularity is rated one of the top 5 medical institutions in the United States, they are going to be staffing this Brain Institute, which will be dealing primarily with Alzheimer and other neurodegenerative diseases. And it would be a shame for you not to at least try to use that resource, because it's a jewel, it's a treasure for us in Nevada to have this kind of medicine now available to us.
Absolutely.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I can assure you that's going to happen for two reasons. My partner, Pete Bernhardt, who is
He's the attorney
legal
for it.
counsel and very well aware of it, plus his wife, Susie, and my wife, Christine, are volunteers at the Lou Rulo Center. So it was just a question of timing before I put these two together. So
All right, very good.
absolutely.
All right, that's important to me.
Yeah.
All right, Councilor Wilson. By the way, it's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard. All right, seeing none, Councilor
I'd
Wilson.
like to be heard, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, fine.
Can I be heard, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Apparently there's two gentlemen.
Yes,
out here.
be happy to hear from you folks.
We'll let them go first then, Your Honor.
Okay, gentlemen, why don't you come up and identify yourselves?
I'm Patrick Snyder. I live across the street from this project. I'd like to speak on it, but before I do, I'd like to address you. I'm glad to find out you're my councilman. And for the mayor, I've been here 33 years, and as far as I'm concerned, you're the first mayor we ever had.
Well, that's very nice, but the mayor
That
was
had
a
nothing to
little-
do with this, but I
know,
wanted to
was a
tell you
little silly
that
today. I
because
was a
you
little
deserve
silly.
it.
I was a little silly up here. I have to apologize for it, but I couldn't believe what the councilman said when he called that man Mr. Quando.
As neighbors, we have objection because they're not keeping their property up as it is. I have pictures that I took this morning so that you can look at it and see how they're taking care of it.
Pass those up to us, please.
Put them on the over.
We could either put them on the overhead or you could pass them up, either way.
Why don't we put them on the overhead so everybody can see them?
I deliver directly across the street on Oliveira, via Oliveira. I live right here. Their building's going to be right here. If you guys are going to approve this, I want you to realize that we're talking about 96 units, okay, in a 50-story building across the street from single-family homes, convalescent care and nursing home, and a child care facility. I don't think that that's a very workable thing. It's a nice thing. It's a wonderful thing, but it doesn't go with our neighborhood, and it keeps saying Sahara, and it's going to be built right in back of our houses. And if you guys go ahead and approve it, I would like to see you make them put up 50-foot trees so I don't have to look at the back of their building, and I don't have to have old people looking out the window for me and my wife swimming in our bathing suit.
Okay, you scared me there
Or
for a
birthday suit, whichever you prefer.
Well, I don't even want to go there.
Thank you for hearing me.
All right, thank you for coming down. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Don Noonan. I live at 2280 Casabella Court. I'm one house back from this property. There's an intervening house. Mr. Snyder is most closely identified with it. I considered buying a house 6 years ago in the property that I now own. I went over to the Lutheran Church to inquire what they plan to do with the remainder of the property. At the time, I was told that it was likely to be a single-story day student housing for children, and I thought that seemed very appropriate, and so I went ahead and purchased it. Now I find that the plan is for a 4-story building, which seems to jam a tremendous amount of things on a very narrow site. So I have the feeling that while the project is undoubtedly worthwhile, no one could possibly object to it, nevertheless it seems like to put a 4-story building, I thought, I'm not sure there's a 4-story building within 1 mile of this site. I may be wrong, but I don't recall that there's a single 4-story building within a mile of this particular site, and I don't think this is really an appropriate use of that piece of property. So I hope you'll consider it carefully, and I appreciate your time. Thank you so
very
much.
much for coming down. Mr. Kempfer, could you address the concerns of these two gentlemen?
Yes, first of all, these are pictures of the desert lot that essentially it looks like that upon which we intend to build this, and we will admit that we've not cleaned the desert out of the brush that's been growing there. So, what's under these pine trees, it looks like pine needles. Anyway, we will look at that issue. As far as this use as a neighbor, you couldn't ask for a better neighbor. Most of this property is general plan for service commercial. There's a Wendy's right across from our church, which I have to admit on occasion I've stopped after service and grabbed one of them. But the point is, this is planned, most of this property is planned for service commercial. These kinds of uses generate none of the impacts that neighbors are concerned about usually in terms of crime, in terms of noise, in terms of impact
How
on
about
school.
the request as far as the foliage, landscaping with tall trees to beautify it?
Well, we would be happy to put trees, but we can't put 50-foot high trees.
I think 50 foot was just an illustration, but I think that trees would probably enhance your facility there.
Well, I would agree, but again, if we you've got it on the TV screen here. Now, if we could go back one more, the one we just had. We deliberately designed it for that. In other words, the 4-story building that he's talking about is not the 4-story building. That's the long elongated building. In fact, let's go to the overhead. It's easier to see.
All right.
If we can go to the overhead, please.
It's on.
Oh, now it is. Okay. This is the building here. This is we deliberately kept this at 3 stories. And then, as I said, we put it 120 feet away just from that property line. So, yes, we have landscaping provided here. We will put some additional trees there if that's the desire of this council.
Well, I personally think it has a calming effect on the type of folks who will be enjoying the property there.
Well, that's probably very true. So, no, and that's something we can do. I just can't. We can't put first of all, you can plant, let alone pay for 50-foot high trees along there. We had 2 neighborhood meetings, and I wish, we sent out notices, and I wish these gentlemen would have come to either one of those 2 neighborhood meetings, we could have addressed some of their concerns, I think.
All right, Councilor Wilson. Anybody else want to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. If not, all right, Councilor Wilson. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor, before Councilman Wilson.
Did you want to be heard? Councilor Ross.
Could Councilwoman please go first?
I just wanted to say you can't plant them 50 feet high maybe, but you can plant trees that will go to 50 feet, right? Eventually?
Yes, I think that's...
And that's what you would do, I would assume.
Yeah,
plant the trees that would eventually be that high.
We're happy to plant...
Fast-growing trees.
All right. I closed the public hearing. Do you
Oh,
Oh,
have
you
it?
did?
Yes.
Oh, because he had asked why we didn't show up for the last meeting.
Please
both
identify
of us.
yourself.
Oh, I am Roseanne Snyder, 2299 Casabella. We were out of town. We were out of town for 10 days before and 10 days after, so we couldn't possibly come to the last meeting. But we did send in our postcards and voted on that.
All right, thank you.
All right.
I'll let you speak. I'll open up the public hearing if you want to speak.
No, that's fine.
Okay. All right, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Kemper, I just want to say, and kudos to the church, because as our aging population continues to age, oftentimes a man and husband and wife are separated at that late stage in their lives for one reason or another. And I think this is a unique concept. I think it is something needed. I'm inspired that the church thought of this first and someone else didn't in this community, because I think it'll work. Looking at the aerial photograph, I only see a couple of homes even near this, maybe 4 homes that are going to be impacted by the backside of this project. So I'm, and knowing this intersection very well, I mean, that's a busy intersection, but I think the use and the need are certainly needed in this community, Mr. Kemper. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Wilson?
Thank you. Mr. Snyder, could you come back up for a moment, please? Is the overhead right there, Chris?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder, could you point where you live on this overhead?
Right
Just
here.
generally.
On this map.
Chris, if you could help
You
him out.
live over on this
I'm
map.
right here.
No, that's the street. You're on this.
Oh, okay, so I'm right here.
So you're across the street,
Yeah.
so probably 60, 70 feet from their property line. Okay, thank you. And I think it was your wife that came up and said that you folks were out of town when there was one of the neighborhood meetings.
That's always the way when you're supposed to be somewhere.
Okay, and that's fine. I appreciate you coming down today.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you hearing us.
Sure. Chris, what kind of buffer do you have planned for that north side of your property? I mean, if I were
This is
Mr.
60 feet. That's
Okay.
60 feet.
If I were Mr. Snyder, do you own a two-story home? No, single story. Okay. If I were Mr. Snyder, I might want some sort of a grouping of trees or whatever to go in that area. Could we make that as some sort of condition? What can we do, Margot, to?
If I may,
Yeah.
what they have, the street is a 60-foot right-of-way. Then they have a 15-foot planting area where they have proposed 24-inch box holly oaks and 24-inch box Mondale pines, 20 feet on center, all along that back row there. Then there's this an additional 45 feet that is the courtyard that has additional 24-inch box Colorado mesquites proposed in that area. So that is the landscaping that is proposed in that, what they call the courtyard for the assisted living area.
24-inch box trees. Put that in simple language. If somebody plants the typical 24-inch box tree, how high is it when it's planted?
Well, that's why you got to be careful, and that's why you like me to represent items, because I'm always honest with you. A box is just the size of the box.
Right.
You can have a 36-inch box and a tree. What you want is a condition that a tree is a certain height after planted.
Well, that's where I'm going.
That gives you more of a
Yes.
protection.
Most often, though, the trees in a 24-inch box or even 36-inch box are approximately 15 to 20 feet high.
They're high. What they're saying is they're in a box that it would.
No, I know what a box is.
I know.
I know what a box
It would
is.
be disingenuous to have a 24-inch box or a 36-inch box and have a 5-foot tree in it. I mean,
I may not know what a karate studio is, but I know what a box is.
Remember, I'm the one who
Ironically, I
didn't
took
laugh.
karate lessons when I was 8 years old, but you wouldn't know it from today's me.
You sure wouldn't.
I've already forgotten all about that, Councilman.
Well, don't.
What I'd like to do is fashion some condition where we have perhaps 10 or so trees along that fence line, quote unquote, where the tree line is above the fence. So theoretically, if Mr. Snyder is looking from his property towards that building, that there would be some coverage, and as the trees grew and became larger, they would give him some cover. So how can we fashion that? Not just say 24-inch box. I mean, what else do we need to say?
If I may, the landscape plan that they've submitted is utilizing the plant material that is most commonly used here. The Mondale pines are the fastest growing, the most commonly used, because they provide that evergreen, that full year separation. The holly oaks also, if you wish to have, we've got landscape architects on staff, and what we can do, we have the requirement in your conditions of approval today that calls out the number of trees, and we could add a condition that indicates that the final pallet of trees to be planted on the northern property line shall be reviewed to ensure fast-growing, year-round coverage to screen the neighbors as thoroughly as possible.
Okay, and that's the condition I'm going to look for.
We would add that language to condition number 6 on your SDR.
Okay, that's what I would like to do,
And Mr.
please.
Gebhardt, for all intents and purposes, you're well on your way to achieving that already.
Okay.
It was never our intention to do anything but to provide an appropriate buffer along B. Olivera.
Well, what I have is I have a neighbor that came in and in good faith says I'd like some coverage, and I think it's a reasonable request. My second question is the 4-foot nature of buildings. Are any of these buildings 4 story tall?
Yes, we have the,
Because I thought you said that you changed it to 3-story.
no, next to them. And consideration of the fact that this is closer to the homes on the other side of Villa Olivera, this is a 3-story building, not a 4.
Well, which one is the 4-story?
The one in the center.
Okay.
And just so that we're all clear, remember, all of this, there are no residents here. This is all office and other commercial uses. Over here, there are a couple of homes further to the north, and then the Wendy's is right here, and the bank, and things like that, so.
Well, here's my thoughts on this. First of all, I think we have a genuine need for these kinds of facilities. Councilman Ross, you said it best. When we have these kinds of things, the assisted living, the senior citizen apartments, the child care facility, expansion of a church, how can you argue with that kind of development? When I first saw this on paper, I was a little concerned because it seemed like a lot to go on this lot. But I went out and I walked the site myself with my assistant. And what I have to do, gentlemen and ladies, is do a balancing act. In a perfect world, I'd perhaps like to put a park there or something of that nature. But we have to balance the needs of the community, the desire of the developer, and your needs. You live in a wonderful neighborhood here in Las Vegas, and what I've decided is in balance that this is an appropriate development for this community. Is it the ideal place? Probably not. But in balance, I'm in favor of this project. Chris, I'm going to ask you to work closely with our planning department on this landscape issue. I trust that you will be a good neighbor. Where is the pastor? There you are. I know that you'll be a good neighbor. If there are concerns from the surrounding neighbors about noise and things like that, I'm sure they'll bring it to my attention, and maybe we'll have to make some adjustments, okay? But based upon my comments and the comments of my colleagues, and I considered your comments as well, folks, my motion on item number 117 is for approval. And Margot, when we get to the point where I need to incorporate the amendment, please let me know.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. And the mayor asks that we show him voting yes also. On item 118, please, Councilman.
Motion for approval.
Got a motion for approval. Please cast your votes. Please post. Motion carries. Again, please show the mayor voting yes. Item 119, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My motion's for approval.
You got a motion for approval. Cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries also.
120.
Yeah, go ahead.
On item number 120, motion for approval.
Motion for approval. Cast your vote. Please post. Motion carried with the mayor voting yes. Item 121, please.
Motion for approval.
Motion for approval. Cast your vote. Post. Motion carried with the mayor voting yes. Item 122.
Motion for approval.
Motion for approval. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carried with the mayor voting yes. Item 123, please.
Motion for approval consistent with the condition that was previously read by Margot. I don't know. Do we need to read it again? Mr. Kemper, I'm sure you understand that condition.
Absolutely.
My motion's for approval.
Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
And may the record reflect a yes vote on all those items from me.
I did that.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Mr. and Mrs. Snyder, Mayor Goodman, thank you. I appreciate you coming down, and gentlemen, to your right, I appreciate you coming down. The pastor says he's going to be a good neighbor. Please call my office if you have some concerns, okay? Okay, I bet I will. Okay, thank you. Okay. If it's bad, call Mayor Goodman.
That's all right. We'll take martial arts together. This will be on his tombstone.
Members of the council.
Item 124, 125, and 126. 124 is ZON 33765. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. 125 is VAR 34539, request for variance to allow 34 parking spaces where 42 parking spaces are required. Before amendment, this application was identified as VAR 33769, and this application is amended to allow 35 parking spaces where 38 are required. 126 is SDR 34540, request for site development plan review for proposed two-story, 7,180 square foot commercial building with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer standards to allow buffers of 5 feet where 8 feet is required along the north and south perimeters and 7 feet where 8 feet is required along the east perimeter. And before amendment, this application was identified as SDR 33767. The applicant owner is Bashir Afzali. The project is located on .58 acres on the east side of Martin L. King Boulevard, approximately 500 feet north of Washington Avenue. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval for item 124 and denial for items 125 and 126. These items are in Ward 5. They're public hearings which are now declared open, and we're happy to hear from you, sir. Please identify yourself for the record.
Don Rodriguez, 1115 Mariposa Way, Boulder City, Nevada.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us this afternoon. We've got proposed zone change, as you read into the record, that's been recommended for approval. What we're proposing is a two-story retail office building on Martin Luther King, just north of Washington. We've worked closely with staff and Councilman Barlow and the residents as well. I'll just run you through the Cliff Notes version of our site plan. We have 32-foot driveway off of Martin Luther King as requested by Public Works, a parking area, and our two-story building. The building itself is, the second level is offset. We have a 20-foot landscaping landscaping area in front setback. We have 35 parking spaces where 38 is required. Some changes that we've made over the last few months. We've reduced the square footage of the building. We've increased the parking. At one point, we had a variance to come in with a 15-foot landscaping area and front setback off of Martin Luther King. We've increased that to 20. At one point, we had a 7-foot landscaping buffer along the residential adjacency. We've increased that to 8. I believe that variance has now since gone away. We do have still the 5-foot landscape buffers on the north and south. To the north of us is commercial. To the south of us is commercial. This property is, per the city's land use plan, is commercial, neighborhood commercial. And as it's zoned right now, I believe it's RE residential states. We're proposing to change the zoning and have our SDR approved as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, anyone want to be heard on these items? It's a public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you, and I thank the gentleman for meeting with me on several occasions in regards to this item, and also speaking with the resident to the east of you, because I know that Mr. Jackson had very keen concerns as it relates to the proximity of your development abutting his residential parcel, which is on N Street. With that, you have went back and revised your plans to have a setback on the second story, which provides, what is the distance now from the property line to the second floor, from the second floor?
To the second,
setback.
To the second floor is 84 feet from Mr. Jackson's property. 84 feet, 73 feet to the first floor, 84 feet to the second floor. If you want to zoom in a little bit on the overhead to get some clarity, we provided a proximity slope analysis. One of those changes that we made in the last few months was reducing the height of the building from 35 feet originally to 26 feet now. And in doing so, we fall about approximately 2 feet below the proximity line as projected from the property owner to the east property line at a 3-to-1 slope toward our building.
Thank you. And Mayor and Council, this is a great opportunity for Martin Luther King, specifically with the widening taking place and Martin Luther King being the most attractive, will be the most attractive Martin Luther King in the nation. I'm very proud to have this development moving forward on Martin Luther King as we continue to provide and look for more commercial coming into this corridor. And so with that, I would like to approve the zone change for this particular item, and that would be my approval for the zoning.
All right, that's 124. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. 125, please.
Right, and as for the parking, I believe that with his ability to increase his parking from previously and now asking for a reduction of, 3 spaces?
Yes, sir.
3 spaces where he had more, I believe you were asking for 8 to 10 previously?
At one point, we had a variance of 7 parking
Of
spaces.
7 parking spaces, and so I believe that won't impact this particular area, specifically with both properties adjacent to you in need of additional parking. I wanted to make sure that I not approve any variances when it comes to parking, but I believe that this fits, and I'm okay with the variances that you're requesting on this item, so I would like to move for approval of variance number 34539.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And as far as the site development plan review, I had asked you in regards to the earth tone colors. I know you came in previously with a green and red color scheme for the building, and I don't believe that will be suitable for this area. And I would like for you to look at the adjacent buildings and stay with the earth tone colors, the tans and the mild yellows. And you mentioned that you would bring some options here today. Did you provide those options for me?
Yes, we did. We revisited those color schemes and went to a sandstone color scheme, and if you go to the overhead, you'll see the new colors that we're proposing for the building fit better in line with what is existing, the Bank of America and our neighbors to the north and to the south. This elevation here, the east, would be what the neighbor would see, the residential adjacent neighbor to the east, Mr. Jackson. His view, we toned down the 3-tone and went more of a solid tone on the lighter sandstone palette.
Okay, now what about the windows on the second story peering into his backyard? What did we do in respect to that?
There was a concern of Mr. Jackson's that people on the second story would peer into his rear yard. You pan out. This would be the first story. This is the second. And what we've done, if you look at the second story, if you can pan into this one, please. Along the east side, we've eliminated the windows that look to the east. Now, from the exterior, you will have a window. It'll have a view that there is a window there. From the interior, however, there will not be. It will be wall.
So there will be a facade window, however, there won't be any view from the inside of the building. So
From the inside of the building,
a fake window.
That's exactly right, a fake window.
Okay, great. And what was the other point? Parking, the cross easement parking. What was the square foot, or not the square footage, but the distance between your parcel and the adjacent parcel to the south of you in regards to crossing the parking easement, the cross parking easement?
We would be granting approximately 5 foot of a use easement, private use easement. I believe that that's the correct terminology. Staff can correct me on that if it is or isn't. We would be providing an easement, and as well as in our improvements, we would be providing a 24-foot wide drive aisle for connectivity.
Now, that's just for the property to the south of you.
To the south.
Were you able to do anything as it relates to the property to the north?
With this configuration, the building being in the corner, somebody has stolen my pen.
It's okay, you can point to it.
The adjacent property owner's building sits right about here. And, this corner, not allowing enough width to gain any type of vehicular access through that area.
Okay, and I see you have one point of entry, ingress, egress off of Martin Luther King. What is the width of the driveway? Because the last thing that I want is for cars to stack coming into your commercial center.
We have to the drive aisle itself, we have 30-foot distance from the back of curb on Martin Luther King to the drive aisle itself, 54 feet to where parking begins. So we have a total throat depth of 54 feet for people exiting the property.
Okay, and this question is for staff. Is that suitable as it relates to the widening of Martin Luther King and also traffic being able to get in and out without impacting the flow of traffic?
It can be. It's less than what we would consider optimal.
Turn your microphone on.
It's supposed to be on. Sorry, sir. It is less than we would consider optimal, but it is workable.
Okay, what would be the proposed?
Typically, what we would be looking for is closer to 70 feet of unrestricted throat depth, but that's not really achievable on this property.
Okay.
So as I say, it's not optimal, but it is acceptable.
Okay, in other words, doable.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your landscaping, speak to me in relation to your landscaping, because I want to make sure that every development that comes forward, specifically on this thoroughfare, has adequate landscaping and a landscaping plan that's attractive for the entire community.
In our plan, we have proposed to comply with all landscaping standards for Martin Luther King and that particular West Las Vegas development plan, redevelopment plan, and staff has also made it a condition of approval that we meet those landscaping requirements. We're envisioning 24 36-inch box trees along Martin Luther King as is proposed in that plan, and shrubs and other trees throughout the site also as proposed in that West Las Vegas plan. However, it is more intense landscaping along Martin Luther King to beautify that and make it, as you said, the most beautiful Martin Luther King in the country.
That's correct. And I wanted to make one more other point. Your this development, when do you project this development coming out the ground?
We anticipate within the next 90 days beginning or immediately I should say, beginning upon approval of our applications, beginning our Phase 1 environmental drainage studies and soils reports. Within the next 90 days, we look to go forward with civil engineering and architecture production drawings specifically to come vertical. We would anticipate going vertical within the next 6 to 9 months.
Would you be looking for banking finance, or would you be financing this out of pocket?
We're doing the owner is doing a large percentage of this financing out of pocket and taking debt financing for the rest. And as a condition of that financing, they've asked that he get the zone change to commercial.
Okay, and thank you for that. So, Mayor and Council, at this time, I would like to move for approval of item number 126, SDR 34540.
If I may ask.
Subject to any conditions that staff may add to this item.
Mayor, to ask the councilman, the potential conditions that I heard were that the earth tones shall be used per the elevation submitted. That would be today, since we don't have that color copy. And the other condition would be that east-facing second-story wall will have no transparent windows. It's my understanding you had the window issue to the east and the color on the building.
When you say no transparent window.
In other words, you don't see through them. He's indicating that it would be essentially a faux window.
Correct.
It would appear to be a window from the outside, but it would not be transparent from the interior to the exterior.
Correct. Oh, and one other item, I knew it was one other item I need to mention. Lighting. Being that you have a residential property behind you, I want to make sure that you have adequate security lighting, being that your property sits closer to the street, which is just the reverse of the parcels that are north and south of you. So you will actually, in essence, create a dead end, if you will, behind your building. And so I want to make sure that you have adequate lighting, and I'm not sure, Margot, how I can basically place this into the condition of adequate lighting, but I don't want it to be a nuisance to the property to the east, the residential property to the east.
We do have, again, Mayor and Councilman, we do have the standard condition with regard to the lighting being shielded and downward directed away from the residential properties. If your concern is that it remain lit during all night hours, is that
Yes, I would
okay?
like it lit.
Then that would be the condition. We would add that to condition number 14.
And how would that read roughly?
that the lighting shall, the parking lot shall be lit during all nighttime hours.
Okay? And are you okay with that?
We're acceptable to that, yes.
Okay, great. So with those amendments, Mayor, I would like to move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post? Okay, motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, sir.
127.
Your Honor, could I stop you right there for a minute?
Yes.
I'd just like to point out Mr. Anderson's tie, if the camera can get over to Bart Anderson. I think that should be required wear for all city personnel. Just making a suggestion, Your Honor, because I really like that tie.
I think he deserves a black belt for that. Okay. Item 127 is VAR 34308. Request for variance to allow a 507-foot tall, 28,856 square foot roof sign where a maximum of 8 feet in height and 150 square feet in area is permitted, and to allow the combined area of wall and roof signage to be 56% of the south elevation where a maximum of 20% per elevation is permitted. Note, this application has been amended to allow a 98-foot tall, 11,210 square foot roof sign where a maximum of 8 feet in height and 150 square feet in area is permitted, and to allow the combined area of wall and roof signage to be 79%, 23%, and 101% of the south, east, and west elevations, respectively, where a maximum of 20% per elevation is permitted. 128 is WVR 34311, request for a waiver of Title 18.12.130 to allow Cincinnati Street to not terminate in the cul-de-sac east of Las Vegas Boulevard. 129 is SUP 34309, request for a special use permit for a liquor establishment, tavern with a waiver to allow a 100-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,500 feet is required. Number 130 is SDR 34306, request for a site development plan review for a proposed two-story, 37,100 square foot non-restricted gaming casino and retail establishment with a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan streetscape standard on Cincinnati Street. The applicant is George Reinhardt, and the owner is Aspen Highlands Holdings, LLC. The project is located at the northeast corner of Sahara Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard. Planning Commission recommends approval for all items, and staff recommends denial for item 127, approval of items 128, 129, and 130. These items are in Ward 3. There are public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Kemfer, are you representing the applicant along with Mr. Genzer?
Yes, the
Okay.
incomparable Bob Genzer.
Excuse me?
The incomparable Bob Genzer.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, please.
Yes.
I was under the impression that Ms. Haney was going to be working with Mr. Kemper. I don't know this guy here. I haven't met with him. I have no idea who he is. And I don't know what he's doing up here today. Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might answer that, Your Honor, Ms. Haney did all the hard work, and then Mr. Genzer's.
She was late doing it, though.
Oh, that's true. Anyway, it is Chris Kemfer with Bob Genzer. Also, Tom Amick, Lee Haney are in the audience. Also, Mr. Steve Johnson, who's the owner of Aspen Highlands and the owner of this property, and George Reinhardt, the architect, all of us available to answer any questions you might have. When we were considering what to do on this corner, it was made absolutely clear to us by the mayor pro tem, that we were charged with doing something spectacular, something very special on this corner, as it is the gateway to downtown Las Vegas, and we believe we've done just that. And if you can go to the overhead, in conjunction with our casino and retail operation, we have first-class signage fit for a first-class downtown. This signage is designed and utilized as the same type of signage as in Times Square in New York. So it has that same kind of pizzazz and which I know you're looking for. While the sign will describe products on property at time and show the casino and other ads, of special interest to the city should be the fact that we will also program it to offer a welcome to fabulous, and we need to make this, I don't think you can see this. I think it's kind of blurry around the top, but it says to fabulous downtown Las Vegas,
And I thank you
Nevada.
very much for that.
Yes, and that is exactly what it will say. Obviously, that will show up periodically, but it will welcome. folks. And what's kind of neat about the way this building is designed too is it's designed also to have the ability to cross over at a pedestrian bridge level to the other side of the street. So hopefully then we would be able to use that same kind of spectacular signage across Las Vegas Boulevard and then with the property on the other side, again, to welcome people. Now, I wasn't asked, but I'm going to say because I know it's important to you. I said, when can we expect this to be done? And the answer was by the end of next year. So before, I don't even want to say it, it's too sad, the words don't
No,
even
it's
come out
true.
of my mouth.
Before the Mayor Pro Tem and myself are no longer sitting up here, at least in our
In those
present capacities.
prospective positions, yes, sir.
Right.
This will be
done.
That's what I've
All
been
right.
told.
Well,
so.
look, I believe that, and I'll tell you why. Because it's going to start making money from the moment it's up. It's going to be used for the advertising, and it'd be foolish to wait one extra day to not put it up.
And that was the whole idea. And as you know, we actually had to allow for the text amendment to allow the liquor here. So there's every desire to get this up as soon as possible. There's an ancillary benefit that I want to also describe to you that Mr. Ginzer is going to put on the screen. I don't know what it is with the overhead, but it's... Oh, does it? Okay, so if it doesn't show up well here, it doesn't mean, on my TV, it doesn't mean, it's okay. What we have is the redesign of that intersection. And where Mr. Ginzer will show you where the yellow line is first is where it is now. That's how the intersection is now. That pen is not flashing red, is it?
Yes, it is.
And
Flashy person.
anyway, and the white area is where the new Las Vegas Boulevard and Sahara will be aligned. That is probably one of the craziest intersections you can imagine. I've lived here essentially all my life, and I still drive up to that intersection, and I count the cars on the left of me to make sure that I'm supposed to, what lane is mine as I go straight. So we're trying to do what we can to address that concern. We've given, as part of our dedication requirements, approximately 35 feet. Some of that is for pedestrian element, but there's also for traffic. So we're not just making this corner fabulous, we're also improving the traffic flows on both Las Vegas Boulevard and Sahara as well. So we think we've done everything that's been asked of us, and we would respectfully request approval.
Okay, and before the Mayor Pro Tem comments, I'd like to just say the following, because the two of us were basically in this together through the planning process, and it's very important to us. And could the owner come up so I could look him in the eye?
He's not a stupid man. He's chosen to sit with Lee Haney.
Well,
this is Mr. Steve Johnson.
right, Mr. Johnson? We've had some, I think, very interesting conversations from the inception. I was not under the impression that you have something that is very rare available to you here, and that is an unrestricted gaming license without the necessity of putting up 200 or 300 rooms. I know that someday those rooms may go up, but in the meantime, you're able to have a first-class casino. It's critical to me, and I'm sure the Mayor Pro Tem will share this, that that casino be first class. This isn't just a big sign out there. This is a casino that I want people to frequent. I want them to be going in there and playing live table games. I want this to compete with any casino in town. This is the gateway to our city. And in return, we're giving you the ability to serve liquor there, because without that ability, and we've amended our laws in order to accomplish that, this could never take place. So I want us to have a gentleman's agreement, but I want you to know where I stand, because as long as I'm the mayor, I'm going to hold the premises to that. And the moment that I see it deviating from that, and I'm saying this as nicely as I can, I will do whatever I can to yank a liquor license. I just want you to know where I stand right off the bat.
We agree.
Okay, because I think you've got a great spot there. I think you're going to make a ton of money, and I think it could be a great thing for the beginning of our real downtown going to the Strip. This is a continuation of something very special in America and in the world.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
All right, I kind of feel the same way. I was asked about this when it first came out in the paper, and then some of the comments I made also is that, it's really hard in today's economy to make a go of something unless you have people staying there and using the facility as they go up and down to their rooms and back and forth to their place to eat and stuff. So I know we're challenged there, and I just hope that it is a success. So, public hearing?
Yes, it is a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this? Mr. Johnson, that was said with love and affection, by the way. Okay.
I will make sure that's clear later on.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. This is so super exciting. It is a new model for profitability and the pizzazz of a downtown gateway. We are entirely blessed. This is gangbusters, and I totally recommend approval. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
One more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Would you please identify yourself for the record?
My name is Ante Pep. I live about half a block from this project, and I wish Mr. Johnson very much luck. It's a great spot, and we really need it. And you, Mr. Mayor, I congratulate you because you want to revitalize downtown, and this is one of the biggest things you can have. I thank you very much.
All right, and thank you for sticking around. I know you've been here a long time today, sir. Okay. Thank you.
My word.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff. Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
And we all know why staff recommends makes recommendations for denial. If they don't meet our standards to the book, they make a motion for they recommend denial. On the waiver, Your Honor, make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
And on item 129, make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Okay, please vote. Post.
And
Motion
on
carries.
item 130, make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank
I'm looking
you,
forward to
Council.
this.
Have a good afternoon.
All right. Good luck to you. 132 is SUP 34572, special use permit. Public hearing. The applicant is Imagine Schools. The owner is 4025 Rancho LLC. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for special use permit for a 100-student private school, primary, within an existing 1,100 square foot church building at 4025 North Rancho Drive, Suite 120. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to the council. I am Vicki Frazier Williams. I am the Vice President of Imagine Schools for the state of Nevada. And first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to tell you a little bit about our, what I like to call our little school that could. Imagine School in the Valle is a school that has been in existence for a year. We have been operating out of the YMCA at Durango Hills, started for the last year with about 240 students. And in the audience, we have members of the governing body as well as practically all of the teachers in red.
Why don't you come up and stand behind
That's good.
them?
You'll make me feel good.
We'll make you into actors and starlets.
Some of our teachers have students in this school, as well as our governing board chairperson has a child in the school as well. 1 o'clock was a tough time for everybody to be here other than our teachers, so they are here, and our governing board members. The school has been so successful this year that we have 100 students on a waiting list, kindergartners who want to get into the school. The YMCA is no longer able to handle more than the 250 that we were approved for, and we have another site to house the 100 kids. Unfortunately, that site won't be ready in time for school starting in about 2 or 3 weeks. So we're before you in the hopes that you'll consider and approve our temporary site which is temporary just until we can get that permanent temporary site done. The Planning Commission did deny us. I think there was just some misunderstanding about what we intended to do. So the Living Grace Church, and we do have the pastor here, is welcoming us in that space. We've worked out how to get children in and out of that space without much disruption at all to anyone, and we hope you'll consider approving our request.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions, or would anyone else like to address us? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anybody from the public like to address us? This is the time. We're happy to hear from you. All right, please identify yourself for the record.
Good evening. My name is Vernon Law, and I'm the Vice President of Imagine School in the Valle. And I just wanted to share with you all to let you know that we are doing wonderful things with our kids as far as educating them. And right now, with the economy as it is, we need a place that we can grow. They are providing us an opportunity to grow and to bring more kids in to educate them. And our track record for the first year speaks volumes of itself alone. So we ask that you please consider us for this, because we're looking to help educate our kids here locally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard now?
Good afternoon. My name is Shondell Newsom. I'm a board member for Hunter Black Men of Las Vegas, as well as working with Imagine Schools to help bring quality education to the city of Las Vegas. We had unique situations like this once before, and we have to once again thank Councilwoman Tarkanian, who was very creative in helping us to utilize the YMCA and bringing to fruition the 100 Academy of Excellence. So we're looking for that same type of creativity to make things happen again here for the education of our young students. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard now?
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, excuse me, let me have the mayor.
I'm sorry.
And then Councilor Barlow.
I'm going to support this application just because you have Mr. Richard Bach standing back there. He gave me many thrills watching him play basketball. Mr. Bach, you was an inspiration to me. You really played hard all the time. And the one thing I remember is you was always a good sport.
Yep, a real credit to our community. Okay, Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to also speak on behalf of Imagine Schools, because they've done such an outstanding job with the 100 Academy right inside of West Las Vegas. Actually, they're in North Las Vegas, but we have adopted them as our surrogate school. And the students and the teachers, as well as their principal, their new principal, Mr. Goler, is doing an outstanding job with the school right near the Doc Pearson Center. And I know that if they have done such an outstanding job at the current location in which they are today, I'm confident that they will do an outstanding job at the location that they're being proposed today. So with that, I would like to just congratulate you all on the job well done, and please keep up the good work.
Very good. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Mr. Ross, are you going to be making the
Motion?
Yes.
I'm thinking about it.
Well, I just wondered before you made that motion if Richard would come to the microphone. I haven't seen you in so long, Richard, and it's so good to see you.
Well, it's Richard Box, 4025. I'm the pastor of Living Grace Church, and it's always a pleasure to see all of you. And saw your son Sunday. It's a good thing. Anyway, we are partnering with Meadows Fellowship. That is the site where they're going to be located. And they came to us and said, do you have space to house some students for a short period of time so that we can continue this process? And we said absolutely. I taught 3 years at Calvary Chapel Christian School, and one of the things the pastors always said around there is they didn't like it when summer came because there was no life in the church, and we feel like just having them around, even if it's for a short period of time, would give a lot of life to us. And down the road, we might look at doing something like that as well. So it's going to be a win-win for us.
Well, I know we're all proud of what you've done. You've done so much, and you have some pastoral duties, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometime we may need you to help us with the mayor.
No, he's
Is that a motion?
He's unsalvageable, but that's okay. It's all right.
But anyway, we are really proud of what you've done, and you've done it for several years now. And I was just thinking of how hard you competed, and if some of those opponents could see you now, boy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And all things are possible with God. Appreciate that.
Okay, and what I'd like really is if Councilwoman Tarkanian could invite you to give us our invocation at one of our council meetings. We'd really like to have you here. Great. Terrific.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Ross.
My turn?
Yes.
Wow. After staff and planning commission both denied, I did a little homework. Of course, I had a wonderful visit with you folks. But since then, did a little homework. And I need to put on the record there were 3 protests about this, and 3 support cards were sent in. I have to read one. Since researching Imagine Schools, I have switched my daughter to it. I have also submitted admission material for my son and have been advising others to do as well. I fully support this request. After that material left with me and thumbing through that, what a fabulous program these folks have. And anytime we can encourage, and look at the support. I know your staff and you got kids at school, but this is the kind of thing we want in all of the wards in the city of Las Vegas. This was a no-brainer for me. So with that, Your Honor, if I may make a motion to approve special use permit 34572, agenda item 132, with a new condition, Director, since this is supposedly temporary, let's put a 1-year review on, if that's all right.
If I may,
Please.
Mayor and Councilman, to ensure that we're all clear on the requirements, these are not additional conditions beyond code, but rather code, so we're sure that we're clear. First of all, we'll delete condition number 5 because that's not necessary here. The condition that you mentioned, Councilman, that this application shall have a review 1 year after issuance of business license at a public hearing of the City Council. It's my understanding that this shall be kindergarten use only.
Yes.
So we would want to have that in there to clarify. And that all required building permits shall receive final approval prior to occupancy for the school use, and that all required state licenses shall be received prior to issuance of a city business license.
And you agree to those conditions?
Absolutely.
That's
And
my
that's
motion,
just so
Your
that
Honor.
we're all
Very good.
clear on the requirements.
That's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Item 133 is SUP 34596, a special use permit. The applicant is Vinnie Boy's Italian Market. The owner is Spokes LLC. Request for special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler, off-sale establishment within an existing 4,375 square foot convenience store at 3620 West Sahara Avenue and Suite W02. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing. Is anybody from Vinnie Boys here? Vinnie Boys? Councilwoman, what's the story?
The story is I have not heard from Vinnie Boys either, and we have quite a few no.
Here's Vinnie Boy.
Here's Vinnie. Okay, good.
Run from the parking lot.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Vincent Saratella.
Okay. It's your application, sir.
Is for Vinnie Boy's Italian Marketplace on Sahara and Valley View.
And what is that going to be?
It's a convenience store, Italian market convenience store. It's got all the Italian foods and the delicacies, along with hopefully Italian wines and imported beer.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Vinnie?
No, we received quite a few negatives on this through the mail, and I just wanted to ask of you a few questions so that people who view this program may understand this a little better. Where it says the property is, first you have a Sahara address, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But it doesn't face Sahara.
Yes, it does.
It
faces.
does.
It faces. If you see, there's a Terrible Herbst Chevron station there.
Is that between you and Sahara?
Yes, it is.
I see.
It's the Chevron station.
So they serve.
It blocks our view from Sahara, but it faces Sahara.
Okay.
The correct address is 3620 West Sahara,
3620 West Sahara.
number W2.
Well, it seems that we have everything in order. I wish you would have had a neighborhood meeting. It seems you shouldn't have to for such a relatively minor request, but the thing is that we had so many concerns. However, I will address the concerns with the residents that wrote in to deny.
Now,
and
if I may, Councilwoman, on the right next to us, is that's actually touching our building, which is a Villa Pizza. They sell and serve beer and wine on premise. The station right in front of us, the Chevron station, sells for off-site beer, wine, and wine cooler. CVS Pharmacy right next to me on the left has a full liquor department. And the bar at the end of the line...
Vinny boy, you were doing great until you started talking.
I think that you're doing fine. I mean, we always follow what the mayor says, though. If he says we're talking too long, we do go more quickly. And so what I would say to you is I will make the contacts. I think that the residents perhaps misunderstood, but if they didn't, I will try and answer any questions. It doesn't seem fair to deny you and with so many others around you, so I move for approval.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much.
Okay, 134 is SUP 34609, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Mariana's Enterprises. The owner is BE Uno LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 37,500 square foot grocery store with accessory packaged liquor off sale at 2551 East Bonanza Road. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Subject to conditions, it's a public hearing which is now open. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dave Etter, 777 East Courts Avenue, Sandy Valley, Nevada. I'm here today with the applicant. And I wanted to give you a little bit of a background, if I may, for just a minute. Mariana's first store opened up on Bonanza and Eastern in the same shopping center where the existing store is right now. The first store opened up right here. It was just a little itty-bitty convenience store. About 4 years later, they turned around. Mr. Anaya was able to buy the piece of property right here, and he turned around and built an 8,000 square foot store there. From there, he's now getting ready to expand into what was the indoor swap meet, and he'll be still accompanying that with the existing building there. They've been very successful in operations. They've got 4 stores now. They have other stores in the future that are planned for the city of Las Vegas. That will be 3 stores in the city, 1 in North Las Vegas and 1 in the county. So with that, we respectfully ask that you approve the application for the liquor license.
Okay. Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Ruben Anaya, Mariana Supermarkets, 574 Northeastern Avenue, Las Vegas.
Thank you. Are there any questions for either of the gentlemen? All right, folks, a public hearing. Does anybody like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. Teddy Russell, the 5th, Las Vegas. Very familiar with this area. I thought the indoor swap meet was the pits. This is a great store, great operation. Yes, please, times 1,000. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I need to disclose the fact that my barbershop is kitty cornered from this location. I don't think it's going to affect me one way or the other how I vote on this. I know that they've been there for a long time. They've done a fantastic job, Mr. Edders. I support them 100%. If you have any problems, if you need anything, just give me a call.
Thank you.
My motion is for following Planning Commission statutory recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Item 136 is DIR 35337, Director's Business, a non-public hearing. This is appeal of the Director's decision to reject the applications for extension of time for ZON 21165, SUP 21168, SUP 21169, SUP 21171, SUP 21172, SDR 21175, and VAC 21175 for being incomplete. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. Mr. Rial?
Mayor, if I could, just for a brief moment.
Yes.
Just want to make a disclaimer. Or,
excuse me 1 second.
Sure.
right, Mr. Scott.
Just to clarify something for the record, Your Honor, just because this application has had some confusion in it. I just want to let the mayor and council know and remind you of what this item is and what it isn't. This is an appeal of the director's denial of Mr. Reel's extension of time applications because the Planning and Development Department deemed his applications to be incomplete. Your role here is to determine whether the planning director was correct or incorrect and to determine whether Mr. Reel's applications were or were not complete as submitted on June 22nd, 2009. If you find that the applications were not complete, then you must vote to deny his appeal. If you find that his applications as submitted on June 22nd, 2009 were complete, then you may vote to approve his appeal. This is not the opportunity to review the merits of any applications, review the merits of the proposed project, or anything else. Any consideration of the merits of this extension of time application, if there is to be one, would take place at another duly noticed city council meeting.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Scott. I'd like to add to that because I've been very concerned about this particular item and was well briefed on it by staff yesterday. Basically, the one question, I don't want to hear a long dissertation as to why you're good guys and how hard you work, because if there ever was a proponent of downtown Las Vegas, it's that gentleman sitting over there, Mr. Prado. He has been right from the get-go one of our biggest supporters, and when this project came before the City Council initially, I was rooting for it. I thought that it was ingenious. I said that it should be written up in all the business graduate school texts if you were able to get it on. So it's not a question of not wanting it to succeed. The question is whether or not you complied with the law. If you didn't comply with the law, we're told by our city attorney that we don't have any discretion. We have to affirm our director's decision, whether we like it or not, whether we think you guys are good guys or not. If you do rectify a problem, if it wasn't rectified from the beginning, you were able to resubmit an application, and I got the commitment from our planning director yesterday that if that were the case, it would be as expedited as any submission to the city. So basically, I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Because we all know who you are and what you are and where you stand. On June 26th was the date?
June 22nd, 2009.
On June 22nd, 2009, were all of the property owners who are within your assemblage a party in writing in your submittal to the city? Is that the question, Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes or no?
In writing, no. Correct. We were missing one, Mr. Isbut, who offered a letter which I forwarded to the
Right,
city.
and
Which
we
gave
understand that, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, the way this reads, this isn't discretionary on our part. This is mandatory. If you're in a position that you can submit all of those who you represent within the assemblage, I'm giving you the director's word that we'll move it along as quickly as possible. But if we modify or try to modify the law, one of those property owners could come in at some later time and set our findings aside. Basically, what happens if we affirm our director, all of the entitlements which you've received will dissipate. They won't be in effect anymore with the exception of the gaming overlay. The gaming overlay will remain intact. The City Council at some point in time is going to have to decide what we want to do with that gaming overlay, because there were certain representations made at the time we appeared before the reviewing board that this was contingent upon an arena being built as part of the assemblage. So from my perspective, that frames the issues, and it's in my Mayor Pro Tem's ward, and I'll let him ask whatever questions he thinks are necessary.
Well, thank you very much. I, too, was briefed on this item. Mr. Rial did try to get a hold of my office. I feel like sometimes, staff tells us something, we believe them, then we have an applicant comes in and tells us something, and it's like we have to make a choice of who we believe. And you framed it pretty well when you said, even if there's just one person that we didn't have written, we have to deny it. That's by law. My concerns and questions are of different nature, Your Honor. I know that we've had, in my office, we've had different ones come in and talking about different locations. And I don't know whether we're doing Mr. Real or Mr. Prado a favor by approving anything other than trying to keep the gaming overlay there, because at this time we have a false worth of property. I understand the need to sell something, to have a developer come in and build something, but when you go over and look at an acre of land and they say, well, the owner thinks the property, because of the overlay for the gaming, they feel like it's worth $8 million an acre or something. And it's unrealistic. We're not going to sell that right now. And so, I do have a lot of concerns that way. And again, you told Mr. Real and Mr. Prado exactly how I feel about their project, what they tried to do, what they've done. And, we, the city, and they did everything they could possibly do to get an arena built there. And fortunately, we didn't get it there. So I would like to hear from Mr. Real, but right now I feel like that because of the decision that Ms. Margot made, we're going to have to pull that decision. So
we're happy to hear from you. Just you have to understand.
Thank you. Well, I'll be brief. Obviously. The reason for our appeal was based on the fact that, again, even on the punch list that we received from planning outlining what our denial issues were, none of them were of the one applicant or the one property owner that could not give us written authorization because he needed the approval of his full LLC, which he wasn't able to get from a later date. But he gave over the phone, he gave verification of his approval, and wasn't until later I could get it. Had we had known at that time, we wouldn't have gone and tried to achieve the 500 notarized documents that we got from all the other property owners, including the one who was not able to sign on behalf of that one date. We wouldn't have gone to do that. We appreciate all the work the city's done. Most of you that are sitting on council now live this project with us, and we will continue to live this project. We have the project commitment all the way well until late 2011. So, our ability to attract a developer who would pay a price $8 million or there above or less, I think is the same opportunity that the surrounding neighborhood has currently, where you see nobody building or developing. So for us to have a shovel-ready project of this magnitude and keep the benefits that are alive on it, we look at it as a benefit for downtown and as an opportunity to bring that northern strip from the stratosphere to Union Park down to downtown Fremont Street. We appreciate all the assistance that the city will give to keep the gaming in line and to keep all the other opportunities intact, but the entitlements were important. We think it's wonderful that if we can come back here and reapply, we'd love to do a public-private partnership with the city if we have that opportunity, so the city can have a better hand in it if they choose to, or just to be able to come back and apply to keep it a shovel-ready site for the future.
And as I said before, if you come back to us, we're going to treat you like the gentleman that you are. I know that you called me regarding a particular interested investor. It was very interesting. I know that gentleman doesn't want to have his name disclosed. At least that's what we've been advised, so I'm not going to ask for that. I was looking forward to meeting with him.
I think that's still going to happen, sir.
And I think that if he shows that he's interested, that gives this project viability once again. So I think that's where we stand. It's a sad day, but it's not the end of the world.
Oh, absolutely not.
And we're going to be here to listen to both of you gentlemen, because I think that you're both people with the best interest of Las Vegas, and particularly the downtown in your heart. So with that...
yes, Your Honor.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask a quick question, please? I'm trying to understand exactly what's happening here, and I think I do, but I'm a big believer in substance over form, and is it that we are being asked to uphold the director's decision because there was the one property owner who didn't sign certain...
That's the record as it now stands. Yesterday during my briefing, I was told there were more than the one, but even with the one, under the law, our council is telling us we really have no discretion.
Even if there's a letter?
Yeah.
Mayor, if I could.
Because I have everybody at
Mayor
this
and
point.
Councilman, I just would refer you to the letter that Mr. Rankin sent to the applicant on July 16, 2009, which is part of your backup. And he indicates there is a number of parcels, not just the one that were deficient in providing the requisite documents. So.
Thank you.
That letter stipulates that those were items that they could not verify the signer was the property owner because of out-of-state LLCs and trusts. Those have all been verified. I have every single one of them right here. They have all been verified as being the property owner and so it wasn't a question of us submitting the wrong signature or unauthorized signature. It was our inability to immediately provide a trust or out-of-state LLC to prove that that was the right signature, which we have done.
And Mr. Rial, would you provide your full name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Robert Real, 1100 South Main.
Don't be sorry. I'm the one who interrupted you. Okay. Did you make the motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I feel like we have to uphold our director's decision and just hope that Mr. Rial comes back with as soon as possible, and so we can help him again.
Right. Let's vote, please.
Yes.
Let's vote. Post. All right. Good luck to both of you, fellows. Motion carries. All right. Item 137, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements? All right. I'm going to ask for citizens' participation before council member participation. So we'll turn to item 139, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to address us, please give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on. Yes, ma'am.
Deanne Wiesner, W-I-E-S-N-E-R. I'm spokesperson for Your Right. We are an organization of mothers who are victims of domestic violence, and our children are victims of domestic violence. We formed the organization after we learned that there are problems going on with the City of Las Vegas. My case specifically, and I've presented before the council, that I was charged by the City of Las Vegas with crimes of violating a temporary protection order, and the city was seeking 4 years in jail. I came to the council. I spoke to my ward's council representative, and he denied my claim to be put on the agenda. I still would like to be put on the agenda. I still have been denied that. I think this is not the proper format. 3 minutes is not enough time to explain what is going on that is affecting the City of Las Vegas. But I have no choice, and this is what mothers do to protect their children. So I will limit it to this amount of time, but again, I am demanding to be put on the agenda so that the issues can be addressed with dialogue. What is happening is these TPOs, we are required to go to the Family Division of the 8th Judiciary to get temporary protection orders for protection for our children against their abusers. There is no other place for us to go. There is a problem in the Family Division. There are many problems in the Family Division which have been enumerated in cases such as McLaughlin v. Primer that have been decisions upheld at the Nevada State Supreme Court. One of the problems with the TPOs is they are being granted pictures of our bruises are on file. But then these cases are being referred to our children's custodial judges, and the judges are not getting the information, and they're forcing our children right back into the domestically violent environments that we receive protection orders to get them out of. This is going on repeatedly in this state, in this 8th Judiciary and the Washoe County, the 2nd Judiciary. You may know that Judge Heller had an attempt on his life, or Weller, I believe. It's because this is a problem, and it's now affecting the 8th Judiciary. You may not be aware, and you do need to be aware because you have a due diligence as council members, because you affect our children's lives with your decisions. You fund Metro and you fund the court systems.
We don't fund that court system.
You don't fund that court system. That's correct. Clark County does. But because we call Metro, it affects you because you fund Metro, and Metro turns us over to the courts. We aren't getting equal protection of the law, and we are not getting due process. we have nowhere else to go. Our very basic civil rights of equal protection of the law is violated, and our children's very basic civil rights of due process are violated. The reason.
Let me say this to you.
Yes, sir.
Because in the past, because of the litigation that I kept on referring to, I was unable to talk to you.
Okay.
I told you that.
Yes.
Whether you accepted it or not, that was your prerogative. But I felt that I could not talk to you. I understand the litigation is now over, and that bar would not be there. So I'm going to ask you to call my office, find out when I have one of my coffees with the mayor.
Okay.
Come on out there.
Okay.
We go to the different wards. I'd be happy to sit down and try to delineate for you what we can do, if anything, for you.
Okay.
What we can't do. I mean, it's fine that you're here. It's citizens' participation. That's what we're all about. But I don't want you to be frustrated.
Okay.
And I would be able to talk to you now, and I'm happy to do that.
Okay. Thank
All
you,
right?
sir. I really appreciate that.
Good. Okay. Anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Counsel. It was about this time last year, Your Honor, where we had a particularly vexing case on city planning, and you shouted at the applicant, "America begins here." That is in the very best, in the highest, in the finest of American ideals. I am speaking today on a matter that I spoke to yesterday at Clark County Commissioners, that it was concerned with the negotiations for the firefighters' Clark County Fire and Rescue. One of the commissioners was for having the meetings or the negotiations or anything pertaining to that out in the open. One of the commissioners thought the idea was appalling. I depend on my local government, both at city and county level, to give me news from Carson City. Imagine my surprise that I was encouraged by Senate Bill number 427 that does put this into the light for more transparency, because, as you might guess, it is in the streets, and the rumblings among the population is everything is open except where all the money is spent. It is a huge amount of revenue that is rightly spent for the public welfare, the public safety, which is naturally a given as our first concern. I do want to thank Ms. Fretwell and the staff for being so proactive in doing this year what they don't have to do in the next. It's tremendously encouraging. I have, unfortunately, substantial personal experience with arbitration, and you can imagine if the bills are paid by both sides, where it's going to be in the middle, or, as one mentioned, a little bit lopsided toward the unions, because the unions bring the most of the cases into arbitration. Again, I thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard at this time? All right, folks, meeting's adjourned.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor
I'm
Goodman-
sorry.
No, that's all right.
No, I have 138. This is council. This is time for council to address themselves.
I
Pardon
just
me.
wanted to thank everybody who sent nice cards and called and gave considerations because of my husband's illness. It was a very rough time, and I want to tell you, all those contacts he received made him feel lots better, and the ones I received made me feel lots better too. So thank you very much.
Great. Anybody else want to be heard?
Yes, Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman.
Yes, I would like to announce that the Ward 5 Back to School Fair will take place on August 22nd at the Brentley Middle School, located at the corner of Smoke Ranch and Jones. We will be distributing approximately 2,500 backpacks full of school supplies. There's a lot of entertainment that will be taking place. The Southern Nevada Health District will be there to immunize young people who are in need of immunization. It is for ages 5 to 12, and we look forward to the entire community coming out should your child or sibling need a backpack. I want to make sure that all of the students in this community have all of the necessary tools to be productive in the classroom. So the backpacks will be full of school supplies for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one recognition for my family's sake. My oldest daughter, Jessica, had a 6-pound, 15-ounce boy yesterday afternoon. Another addition to my family, my third grandson. I also would like to point out, Councilman Barlow started the back-to-school raffle over there August 7th, this Friday night at 6:30 at Centennial Hills Park as our Centennial Hills Back-to-School Fair. We will also be having movie in the park afterwards in the fabulous amphitheater that exists out there. So, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a quick question, Councilman Ross. What did you name it? Gary Steve or Stephen Gary?
Logan Hunter Larson, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's nice.
Pretty cute. Nice name.
I also want to announce we have 2 back-to-school fairs in my ward on Monday Monday next week. The first one is going to be from 10 o'clock till noon. They start passing out wristbands at 9:30. There will be, these are for school-age children 5 to 16. There will be a lot of community vendors will be in attendance. There will be light refreshments served while the supplies last. You can call 229-3516 for more information. And then the second one is the Gateway District over behind Stratosphere at the Stupak Center at 300 West Boston from 6 o'clock in the evening until 8 o'clock in the evening. And the wristbands will be handed out there until while there's still supplies last. And we invite each and every one of those young people that live in those districts to please come out and receive all the school supplies that they'll need for the year.
Thank you. Councilman Quando.
You beat me to the punch. But along that same line, Ward 2 is having 3 back-to-school fairs, but all on the same day. August 14th, 2009 at 6:30 p.m. It's our annual back-to-school fair. It will be held at the Anson Park off of Buffalo and Alta. The event offers free school backpacks and school supplies to the first 500 children, and we always run out, so get there early and just to make sure you get your backpack. We're going to have a free movie in the park. The movie this year is Hotel for Dogs, face painting, jump houses, and carnival games for all who attend. I suggest that everybody bring some chairs and a picnic dinner to help us kick off the new school year. The event starts at 6:30 this Tuesday night, August 14th. The movie will start at dusk. If anybody has any questions, they can contact my assistant Audrey Dodge at 229-2420, and we are considering offering free Taekwondo lessons.
That's great. No, you got the wrong date. It can't be August 14th.
Mayor Goodman?
It's either Tuesday or...
It's August 14th, if I said it was a Tuesday.
Yeah, I think it's a Thursday.
Thursday, I'm sorry. Thursday, August 14th.
Yes.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry, I was remiss. I did not mention the times for the back-to-school fair. The time for the back-to-school fair will be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturday, August 22nd, Brentley Middle School, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Please come out. Thank you.
Okay, I have to correct the record. August 14th is a Friday, and I apologize. So the back-to-school fair at Anson Park for Ward 2 is Friday, August 14th at 6:30. The Taekwondo lessons will be about 8 o'clock.
Okay, anybody else?
One more comment.
Yes, sir.
Councilman, do you have it after school fair, or back to school fair too?
I do, yes.
Go ahead, because I want to comment after you're done.
Oh, okay. I have a back-to-school fair on Tuesday, August 11th, 5 to 7:30 p.m. at Clark High School, where we have all those wonderful things that Councilman Wilson stated. And we have a big turnout usually there, so do get there early before we run out of backpacks. And then on August 21st from 6 to 9, we also will show the Dog Hotel and serve free hot dogs as long as they last. And bring your chairs and have a good time.
My comment, Your Honor, I just would like, as I listen to my colleagues here at the City Council, how important it is that we as a City of Las Vegas are doing everything we can for our working families in this city to help them in these economic times. A lot of them are unemployed, a lot of them are looking for work, and we're trying to do everything we can as council members and as the mayor to help the families in this city. And I just want to recognize that because I think it's important.
Thank you. And on a more serious note, Ms. Fretwell, I think the presentation we had today from Ms. McLean may be one of the most important presentations that we're going to hear as elected officials, and one should do whatever you can to try to line it up so we can really address that and try to get some kind of solution. We're going to need smart people. I think elected officials have an opportunity now to really make a statement. The statement may be consolidation, it may be home rule. I don't know what it is, but we can't allow that situation to sorely affect our city as it portends to do.
But do you realize how it's going to affect Wards 1, 3, and 5?
It's going to affect everybody.
Well, everybody. Yeah, but we're all, and I respect all the other the council members in the other wards. But again, though, Wards 1, 3, and 5 have been affected by the homeless issue for many, many years. And when the county cuts off monies to help with the homeless issue, then it's just going to exacerbate that much faster and greater. And it's going to be devastating.
There's no question. It's going to have a reverberating effect. I could see UMC just being overrun to the point where they won't be able to function and carry on the duties for which they're responsible today as a result of these people wandering through the streets for help. And we've committed ourselves to helping them, and we can't allow this financial condition to go unanswered. I know it's an amazingly difficult problem, and it's very challenging, and it's not something that we could promise relief for, but I think we have to do our level best to try to get an answer. All right, thank you. Meeting adjourned.